Chapter 511. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a treasure? Of course, the Chaos Fiend God was tempted. Therefore, that was why they were extremely cooperative with Pengu. They reincarnated into the primitive world. Their purpose was to compete for the great Tao fruit. If they didn't enter the primitive world, how could they compete with Pengu for the great Tao fruit? When the Tao fruit appeared, everyone would rely on their own abilities. It was still unknown who would win. Pengu. He might not be the final winner. Pengu was very confident in his own strength. He thought that he was invincible under the great Tao. Only then did he boldly pull the Chaos Fiend God into the primitive world and evolve the great Tao fruit for him. He wasn't afraid that the other party would take away his achievements. However, the Chaos Fiend God obviously didn't think so. He thought that he might be able to snatch Pengu's good fortune from the tiger's mouth. As for the result, the Chaos Fiend God was better, making Pengu's years of hard work become a wedding dress for him. Pengu defeated all the heroes and successfully achieved the ultimate realm of the great Tao of eternity. It all depended on their own methods. Just like that, the Chaos Fiend gods each had their own plans and reincarnated. And the worlds they chose were the greater thousand worlds that were formed from their broken bodies. If Feng Zichen saw this scene, what would he think? He racked his brains to send the human race's geniuses to the 3,000 worlds in order to control these worlds, form a situation where the countryside surrounded the cities, and take down the primitive world in one fell swoop. But unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. The reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend God completely disrupted his plan. However, even if Feng Zichen knew, he probably wouldn't say anything. The reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend God in the Great Thousand World might not be a bad thing for the human race's geniuses. Under a huge crisis, people could often unleash unimaginable potential. With the threat of the Chaos Fiend God, there would definitely be a group of unimaginable experts among the humans who went to the 3,000 worlds. Although there would definitely be a large number of human geniuses who would die. However, how could there be no deaths in cultivation? Once one embarked on the path of cultivation, one was destined to linger on the edge of life and death. However, with the reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend God, it was certain that Feng Zichen's fantasy of having 3,000 sector masters gathered together would be impossible. No one could snatch the position of sector lord from the hands of the Chaos Demon God. This was because in the eyes of the will of the great wide world, the Chaos Demon God was the god of creation. Under such circumstances, there was still someone who could snatch away the position of the realm lord. If that was the case, then this human prodigy really had the potential to attain the Tao. He was a prodigy among prodigies, and was not inferior to the likes of the three pure ones. The main reason why Feng Zichen was not worried was that even the Chaos Fiend God could not violate the basic rules of the untainted land. No matter how powerful the demon god of chaos was before his reincarnation, as long as he was not as powerful as Pengu, he would have to follow the rules set by the untainted land after his reincarnation. His strength could not exceed that of Tai Jingxian. Specifically, please refer to Yang Mei. As one of the top existences among the Chaos Fiend gods, after reincarnating into the untainted land, he actually had to compete with a group of Khanate saints. This showed the suppression of the heavenly Tao on him. And these Chaos Fiend gods' cultivation levels were not as high as Yang Mei's. Moreover, the world he reincarnated in was far inferior to the untainted land. It was already very good that he could retain the strength of the Tai Jingxian realm. As for the human prodigies, the lowest cultivation level was a golden immortal. If he was careful, he would be fine. Nearly 3,000 Chaos Fiend gods reincarnated into the untainted land. When their true spirits collapsed, it immediately brought great changes to the untainted land. The origin of heaven and earth increased exponentially. The first thing that changed was the target of the reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend gods, the 3,000 great wide worlds. In the blink of an eye, they completed their evolution and entered the mature stage. They reached the limit that the great wide worlds could reach, and even showed signs of going one step closer. And then the untainted land changed. With the increase of the origin of heaven and earth, the barrier of heaven and earth faintly showed signs of expanding. Its power increased, and at the same time it became stronger. However, The increase of the origin of heaven and earth brought not only good things to the untainted land, but also bad things. That was, the apocalyptic calamity that was wreaking havoc in the untainted land was even stronger. It even affected the western land and the netherworld realm deep underground. It looked like it would not stop until the untainted land was destroyed. This scene shocked the seven saints who were about to go to the edge of the chaos to help the heavenly Tao. They stopped in their tracks and hurriedly stabilized the untainted land. The Taiji painting transformed into a huge golden rainbow bridge that spanned between heaven and earth. It suppressed the riot of yin and yang and the five elements, carried the heaven realm, and stopped its falling momentum. As for the Grand Pure One, he stood on the golden bridge. He used his great divine ability to repair the shattered mountains and rivers. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning waved the Panga banner continuously, activating streaks of Chaos Sword Chi to destroy the Chaos Chi, and the Storm of Destruction to prevent the spread of the disaster. The Grand Master of Heaven took out the four immortal vanquishing swords, and used the array to devour the tribulation Chi and murderous aura in the world. He used the four swords to kill the ferocious beasts and evil gods that were destroying the primordial world. As for the cosmic cauldron, it became extremely huge under the control of the Nuwa. It was like a huge mouth that could swallow the sky. It swallowed the chaos Chi wantonly, and refined it into Khanate essence to rebuild the universe. The Lady of Earth hurriedly rushed back to the netherworld, and personally guarded the 6 paths of reincarnation to prevent anyone from interfering with the reincarnation. At the same time, she also prevented the apocalyptic calamity from affecting the netherworld. If the primordial world was really destroyed, the netherworld might be the only place for all living beings to rest in. He could not lose it. As for the two saints Yuan-Ti, because they did not have Khanate cardinal treasures, they turned the 12th grade merit golden lotus into a boat of salvation. They roamed the great tribulation, and led all living beings to the west to seek refuge. At that moment, compared to the east, although the west was also wreaking havoc, it was far from serious. Bastard! Damn it! Seeing the actions of the two saints, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa and the others who were saving the world, were so angry that their faces changed color. These two people were really bastards. In the face of the great calamity, they did not forget to plot for the West, and make a fortune from the disaster, and dig the foundation of the East. It was not the right time. Otherwise, the 4 of them would definitely teach the receiving Yuan-Ti a lesson. The receiving Yuan-Ti had chosen a good time. Although they had led all living beings to the West, they were indeed saving all living beings from fire and water. As a result, even if the 3 pure ones did not like the receiving Yuan-Ti's actions, they could not stop him. However, in their hearts, he secretly remembered what happened today. When they found an opportunity in the future, they would teach them an unforgettable lesson. The 2 people from the West who were leading all living beings naturally sensed the dissatisfaction of the 3 pure ones and the others. However, they did not care about that. Chapter 5:12. The people of the East had been dissatisfied with the 2 of them for more than a day or 2. But so what? They still couldn't do anything to them. Therefore, the 2 of them didn't take the dissatisfaction of the 3 pure ones to heart at all. They continued to do their own thing and happily received the living beings of the East. In the hearts of these 2, there was nothing that they cared more about than the prosperity of the Western sect. After all, this was related to their path of Tao and the position of saint. In this great calamity of heaven and earth, the 2 saints of the West made a fortune and received a large number of living beings from the East, laying a deep foundation for the rise of the Western sect in the future. It could be said that most of the reasons for the prosperity of the Western sect in the future began with the great calamity of the primordial world. At the same time, as the chaos demon god reincarnated and left, the battle at the barrier of heaven and earth came to an end. Many fellow Taoists who were sealed in the primordial world have escaped. It's time for us to leave. Now the origin of the primordial world has greatly increased. If we continue to fight, it will be disadvantageous to us. We won't be able to gain any advantage. Why don't we return? A chaos demon god looked at the barrier of heaven and earth that was getting stronger and stronger, and said in a deep voice, "That's true. Our goal has been achieved. We should indeed leave. Moreover, if we continue to fight, the primordial world will really be destroyed. That won't do. Another chaos demon god said leisurely. From the meaning of his words, it was obvious that he didn't want to destroy the primordial world. Terrifying, too terrifying. On the side of the primordial world, the chaos demon god, who had to go all out to block, actually didn't use his full strength. This was really too terrifying. Fortunately, the voice of the chaos demon god, after being weakened by the chaos, it didn't reach the ears of the people of the primordial world. Otherwise, it would really be a bolt from the blue. However, it made sense. It was normal for these chaos demon gods to retain some strength. Otherwise, they were really too weak. One had to know that these chaos demon gods in the chaos were different from the chaos demon gods suppressed by Pangu under Mount Buzhou. They weren't dead. They were real. Their strength, each of them, far exceeded the primordial chaos realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived Pangu's axe. If not for the heaven and earth barrier, they would have long destroyed the primordial world. This time, it was an opportunity for them to destroy the untainted land. However, they did not do so. Instead, they found an opportunity to release their fellow Taoists who had been sealed in the past. After that, he only caused some trouble for the primordial world, and did not kill them. The reason why they did that was not because they were afraid of Pangu, nor was it because they pitied the primordial world. It was because of the Tao fruit that had yet to be born. They coveted the fruit of Tao that could allow one to attain eternal Tao. Therefore, they would not let the primordial world be destroyed. At the very least, the primordial world could not be destroyed before the great Tao fruit was born. As for why they attacked the primordial world, he was exerting pressure on the primordial world to accelerate the evolution of the primordial world. After all, only when there was pressure would there be motivation. If they waited for the untainted land to slowly evolve on its own, no one knew how long they would have to wait for the birth of the Tao fruit of the great Tao. Let's go. Let's go back and prepare first. After the primordial world survives this great calamity, we will give him a big gift. Anyway, the gate of witchcraft is standing there. As long as we want to, we can break through this gate and enter the primordial world at any time. Aha! The few chaos demon gods gradually left the place as they chatted and laughed. Only laughter was left on the spot. Phew! Sensing the departure of the chaos demon gods, the people of the primordial world who were guarding behind the gate of witchcraft heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, without hesitation, they hurried to the primordial world. The calamity from the chaos had been resolved. However, there was still a great calamity waiting for them to deal with in the primordial world. The Bell of Chaos and the primordial geomancy map, the two connate cardinal treasures, also broke through the chaos space and went to the primordial world to suppress the great calamity. As for Hongjun, he did not leave. He still stayed beside the gate of witchcraft. Firstly, it was not the time for him to appear. With the 7 saints and the many powerful beings of the primordial world, the great calamity was over. They were fully capable of solving it. As for him, he only needed to appear at the last moment to punish everyone and retrain the world. Secondly, he still needed to seal the gate of witchcraft. Otherwise, the chaos demon gods could open this door at any time and use it to freely travel to and from the primordial world. In this way, the primordial world would become the backyard of the chaos demon gods. They could come and go as they pleased. There was no safety at all. This would not do. It had to be sealed. Moreover, this was not enough. He had to have someone guard here to prevent any changes. Only then would it be safe. Clang! The bell of chaos rang loudly. A majestic power erupted, suppressing the earth, fire, water, and wind. Buzz! The primordial geomancy map directly integrated into the primordial world. While strengthening the primordial world, it also removed the tribulation aura in the primordial world. The powerful beings of the primordial world also rushed back from the chaos. Each of them used shocking methods to repair the primordial world, or save the living beings of the primordial world. With the combined efforts of everyone, the great calamity of the world, there was a trend of relief. Everything was moving in a good direction. However, everyone knew in their hearts that what they were doing now seemed to be effective, But in fact, they were treating the symptoms and not the root cause. As long as the heaven realm was still sinking, the boundless starry sky had not been repaired, and the Zhoxing had not returned to its position, there would be no new pillars appearing in the world. The great calamity of the world could erupt again at any time, and it was even more intense than before. In fact, in everyone's hearts, they all knew how to resolve the great calamity of the world this time. However, they were unwilling to do it. This method was actually very simple. Someone had to sacrifice themselves to stabilize the primordial world. Just like at the end of the ancient times, the four poles of the primordial world were out of balance, and the world was in danger of collapsing. The ancestral dragon and the others did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves and turn into the sacred beasts of the five elements to stabilize the primordial world. The danger of the world was immediately resolved. Just like just now, the witches and demons used their bodies to repair the gap in the sky curtain and turned into the gate of witchcraft. They blocked the chaos demon gods outside the primordial world and resolved the crisis of the primordial world. If there was a powerful being who sacrificed himself now, he would definitely be able to resolve this great calamity. However, no one walked out. They were all watching. Firstly, the matter had not reached the point of no return. Perhaps they would be able to think of another way to resolve this crisis if they waited a little longer. Secondly, they were all waiting for someone else to take the lead. What if someone could not help but take the lead to sacrifice themselves? Then they would not have to sacrifice themselves, right? It was better to wait. If no one really stepped forward, it would not be too late for them to step forward. Billions of years of bitter cultivation was not something that anyone could easily give up. No matter how conflicted those powerful beings were, Feng Zichen could not care less. He was now in big trouble and could not even protect himself. It was precisely because of this that he could not step forward when the primordial world was facing such a situation. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. I actually saw a creature of chaos in the primordial world. And it was a creature of chaos with the bloodline of Pangu. It really shocked me. How did you pass through the barrier of heaven and earth, rush to the primordial world, and hide from the eyes and ears of the heavenly Tao to occupy the Emperor Star? Looking at Feng Zichen hiding in the Emperor Star, the star demon god asked curiously, how many years had it been? He had never seen such an interesting creature. F*CK, 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 F*CK. At this moment, Feng Zichen's mentality was about to explode. He had never expected that a chaos fiend god would come knocking on his door, while he was happily watching the show from the side. When he first saw this chaos demon god, Feng Zichen had a breakdown. The place where he was could be said to be one of the most secretive places in the primordial world. Other than the heavenly Tao, no one could find this place. In fact, that was indeed the case. The demon clan had searched the boundless starry sky several times, but they could not find this place. It could be seen that it was hidden. But now it had been found by a chaos demon god. It was really depressing. Feng Zichen knew this demon god. It was the star demon god. His strength was one of the best among the chaos demon gods. Pangu had killed him several times, but he could not kill him completely. The boundless starry sky was formed by the origin of heaven and earth and his origin. This place was like his home. Therefore he was able to find this place. Speaking of which, there was a fate between Feng Zichen and the star demon god. He was able to create new things on the Tao of Stars because he had obtained the inheritance of the star demon god. When the boundless starry sky was destroyed, the seal used by the demon clan to seal the Emperor Star was also broken at the same time. Otherwise, even the star demon god would have to spend some effort to enter this place. As one of the strongest chaos demon gods, the star demon god's methods were naturally not simple. When he had just escaped the seal, he had sensed that there were 3 places in the primordial world that had an inexplicable connection with him. So, when he reincarnated, the star demon god split into 3 and pounced on these 3 places at the same time. Eggs could not be placed in one basket. Of course, he could not only prepare one way out. He had to consider defeat before the battle. Leaving a way out for himself in advance was the foundation of the star demon god. In this way, even if he failed on one side, He still had two ways out and could make a comeback at any time. Junior, why don't you say anything? Seeing that Feng Zichen did not answer his question and was stunned on the spot, the star demon god said with some displeasure. Senior. Feng Zichen was about to answer, but the star demon god interrupted impatiently. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. As long as I swallow you, I will naturally know everything. With that, the star demon god smiled ferociously and pounced on Feng Zichen. Junior, offer your innate Taoist embryo to me. When the star demon god saw Feng Zichen's Ziwei Taoist embryo again, he decided to take it away. This innate Taoist embryo seemed to contain hundreds of millions of stars, which matched his attributes. Chapter 513. Moreover, what was more shocking was that this Taoist fetus was filled with the aura of the Way of Heaven and Pengu's aura, which showed its extraordinariness. It was obvious that the creature born from this innate Taoist fetus was definitely the top existence in the untainted land. According to the estimation of the star demon god, the creature in the Taoist fetus was not much worse than the chaos demon god. If he could get this innate Taoist fetus and reincarnate himself as the creature in the Taoist fetus, the star demon god would have a perfect start in the untainted land. The chances of fighting for the Dao fruit in the future would undoubtedly be much higher. Thinking of this, the star demon god became more and more excited. When he pounced on Feng Zichen, his aura became sharper. Now the star demon god even regretted it. If he had known that there was such an innate Taoist fetus in the boundless starry sky, he would not have split his true spirit and come directly in his peak state. Humph! You're courting death. On the other side, seeing the star demon god pouncing on him, Feng Zichen snorted disdainfully and did not take it seriously at all. He admitted that when he suddenly saw the star demon god just now, he was indeed a little frightened. However, this was normal. The power of the chaos demon god was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even Tao ancestor Hongjun had to be cautious when he saw it, let alone Feng Zichen. Therefore, he did not react for a moment. It was normal to be frightened by the chaos demon god. However, Feng Zichen had experienced a lot. After a slight shock, he came to his senses. The chaos demon god in front of him was not the chaos demon god in his peak state, but a cripple of the cripples. Its power had already fallen to the bottom. If they were to really fight, it would be hard to tell who was stronger between the two of them. Therefore, seeing the star demon god pouncing on him, Feng Zichen was not afraid at all. Instead, he was a little excited. This was the star demon god. If he could devour him, it would bring him great benefits. At the very least, he would have the origin to repair the boundless starry sky after refining the star demon god. Well, at the same time, he needed the origin to be born. As well as the last bit of opportunity that the Zhouxing painting lacked, it would be enough. How is this a star demon god? This was clearly a treasure trove that had delivered itself to his doorstep. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen became more and more excited. His eyes glowed green as he looked at the star devil god with endless greed. Good girl. Is this junior sick in the head? That gaze is truly horrifying. The star demon god, who was rushing to the emperor star, suddenly saw Feng Zichen's eyes and felt his hair stand on end. However, he did not care too much about it. He was a chaos demon god, the most honorable and powerful existence in the world. If he couldn't even take down an unborn Khanate saint, he would be too ashamed to stay in this world. Even if his strength had long fallen to the bottom, it was still the same. Chaos demon god. Naturally, he had his own pride. Great Dao furnace. In the Emperor Star Dao fetus, Feng Zichen formed a seal with both hands, connecting the Dao of heaven and earth, and using the supreme great magic, the Great Dao Furnace. This was a great magic that he deduced by referring to the Great Dao. It was also one of the few great magic that could cause fatal damage to the Chaos Demon God. On the spiritual battlefield, Feng Zichen, who had fought with the mark of the Chaos Demon God for many years, had already summed up a lot of experience on how to kill the Chaos Demon God. It could be said that, when it came to understanding the Chaos Demon God, except for themselves, in the primordial world, no one else could surpass Feng Zichen. Rumble. On the Emperor Star, Boundless star power gathered and gradually condensed into a huge furnace, suppressing the star demon god. Good magic. Good method. Junior, it seems that I have underestimated you. The star demon god suddenly stopped his body and looked at the great Tao furnace with a solemn face, carefully on guard. As a chaos demon god, the star demon god was naturally very familiar with the aura of the great Tao. Therefore, when he saw the great Tao furnace for the first time, he understood the essence of this magic. It definitely had the ability to severely injure, or even kill him. If he was in his prime, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of the great Tao furnace. But the problem was that he wasn't now. Therefore, of course, he had to be careful to avoid capsizing in the gutter. Break. The star demon god thought for a moment, and suddenly formed a seal with his hands. He drew the remaining power of the boundless starry sky, and blasted it toward the great Tao furnace. Seeing this, Feng Zichen was shocked and angry. The boundless starry sky was already on the verge of shattering. If it collided with the great Tao furnace, the terrifying recoil might be the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the boundless starry sky to completely collapse, leading to a series of problems. Therefore, Feng Zichen didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly changed his attack to retreat, and even held back some of his power, allowing the star demon god to attack. Boom. One side attacked strongly, while the other side was cautious. The outcome was obvious. The great Tao furnace was blasted into pieces on the spot. However, he was afraid of hurting the Ziwei Taoist fetus. After the great Tao furnace was shattered, the star demon god held back some of his power, and didn't hurt Feng Zichen. Shameless. Looking at the star demon god, Feng Zichen scolded. He really didn't expect the star demon god to be so shameless. Haha. Junior, this battle is about life and death. Of course, you have to do everything you can. What's wrong with me doing this? You, on the other hand, still need to learn more. With a loud laugh, the star demon god continued to rush toward Feng Zichen. Old thief, you are really shameless. The star demon god didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he looked proud. This really made Feng Zichen gnash his teeth in anger. But he couldn't refute anything. Because what the star demon god said made sense. A battle of life and death should be like this. What was wrong was that he didn't expect the chaos demon god to be so shameless. Old thief, since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Looking at the star demon god who took the initiative to pounce on him, Feng Zichen made up his mind and made a decision. He took the initiative to let go of all his defenses, and let the star demon god enter the Ziwei star. Since the star demon god could mobilize the power of the boundless starry sky, it meant that ordinary methods were useless against him. If he wanted to kill him, he could only rely on external forces. And Feng Zichen had this external force. What kind of place was the Ziwei star? It was formed by Panga's ancestral aperture, the residence of his true spirit in the past, and the way of the heavens was born from it. A place as noble as the Ziwei star could be said to be one of the most important places in the primitive world. Here, the power of the way of the heavens and Panga's mighty power was everywhere. It could be said that there were dangers everywhere. The star demon god rushed in foolishly. He didn't even need Feng Zichen to take the initiative to kill him. All kinds of forces that filled the place could kill him. With his current strength, he couldn't even walk in front of the Ziwei Taoist fetus, let alone take over the nest and reincarnate. Previously, the reason why Feng Zichen didn't want to use this power was that he wanted to have a real fight with the Chaos Demon God to verify his Taoist path and seek a better opportunity. The Chaos Demon God was a manifestation of the Great Way. Not to mention fighting with him, just looking at him from afar was a great opportunity. Now Feng Zichen had the opportunity to fight with the Chaos Demon God. How could he give up easily? If he could fight with him and verify what he had learned, perhaps his opportunity to break through the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian would come. Unfortunately, the Star Demon God was too bad. He actually used the boundless starry sky to threaten Feng Zichen. As a result, he changed his mind and wanted to use the power of the Ziwei star to directly kill the Star Demon God. Zai. Although it was a great pity that he couldn't fight with the Chaos Demon God. But if he could refine it, it would be a great opportunity. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything. It was just a pity. The combination of the two could definitely push him to the realm of the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. Now that he only had half of it, the effect would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. He could only achieve half primordial chaos. The primordial chaos opportunity was gone just like that. No one would be in a good mood. Therefore, Feng Zichen vented all the unhappiness in his heart on the culprit of all this, the star demon god. Seeing that Feng Zichen had let go of all his defenses, the star demon god didn't suspect anything. Perhaps he had absolute confidence in his strength. He swaggered into the Ziwei star. Then he suffered a tragedy. Sensing the invasion of an unfamiliar aura, the power of the way of heaven that filled the Ziwei star and Panga's mighty power erupted on the spot. Waves of terrifying power came from the void and fiercely blasted at the star demon god. Oh no! In the blink of an eye, the face of the star demon god, who had been full of confidence, completely changed. He became extremely terrified. This was because he felt an extremely familiar aura from these attacks. It was the aura that belonged to Pangu. Although the power of the way of heaven was powerful, the chaos demon god didn't take it seriously at all. But facing Pangu, it was different. Although the chaos demon god usually looked like he was going to fight Pangu to the death at any time. In fact, it was because Pangu wasn't by their side. Naturally, they could boast with all their might. But once Pangu really appeared in front of them, they would probably run faster than anyone else. After all, in the battle of splitting open the sky, Pangu had left a deep impression on the chaos demon gods. That invincible figure was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the chaos demon gods, making them hate and fear Pangu. It was all Panga's fault that they ended up like this. Therefore, after sensing Panga's power, the memories that the star demon god didn't want to recall were immediately evoked. Fear. Boundless fear. In the blink of an eye, it filled the heart of the star demon god. It forced him to not even dare to think of resisting. He hurriedly fled to the outside world. Pangu. That voice was filled with fear. It had already changed its tone, and it was even trembling. Obviously, the star demon god was extremely afraid of Pangu. That was true. Everyone else had been killed by Pangu once, but only his bones were strange, and he had been killed by Pangu twice in a row. How could this fear not be deep? Unfortunately, it was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. In particular, the aura of the chaos demon god that couldn't be dissolved on the body of the star demon god was the focus of the Emperor Star's defense. So, it was fine if he didn't move. But with this move, it was met with a fierce rebound from Panga's power. It completely drew an end for this avatar of his. Rumble. An axe light came from the void, as if it had crossed the endless space and time, and appeared, gently slashing at the star demon god. Ah, Junior, how dare you trick me? I will never let you go. Absolutely not. In an unwilling roar, the star demon god's intelligence was destroyed by the axe light. On the spot, only a ball of the most original power was left. The boundless starry sky is saved. Seeing the origin left behind by the star demon god, Feng Zichen couldn't help but smile. The boundless starry sky was too badly damaged. More than half of the space had been swallowed by the chaos outside the sky and became a part of him. If it weren't for the three noble stars, the boundless starry sky would have been completely gone. Originally, with Feng Zichen's strength alone, it was absolutely impossible to repair the boundless starry sky. He needed everyone to work together. However, with the origin left behind by the star demon god, he had a great deal of confidence to repair the boundless starry sky alone. Don't underestimate this point. He could repair the boundless starry sky alone. He could work together with everyone to repair the boundless starry sky. The meaning it represented was completely different. At the very least, if Feng Zichen repaired the boundless starry sky alone, then he would be the well-deserved lord of the boundless starry sky. He would be more justified than Di Jun. He could even refine the entire boundless starry sky, like the Nether River refining the Sea of Blood. At that time, the boundless starry sky would not be destroyed, and Feng Zichen would not die. Even the saints would not be able to do anything to him. The boundless starry sky was much more important than the Sea of Blood. No one dared to destroy it. Especially after experiencing this calamity, No one dared to do so. If he became the lord of the boundless starry sky, wouldn't the position of the lord of the stars be easily obtained? Even if the saints were dissatisfied, they would have to pinch their noses and accept it. However, if everyone worked together to repair the boundless starry sky, there would be too many things to argue about. Then Feng Zichen's idea of becoming the lord of the boundless starry sky would probably be very difficult to achieve. Therefore, if he could repair the boundless starry sky by himself, it would be better to repair it by himself. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen shook the Ziwei Dao fetus and emitted a huge suction force, devouring all the origin left behind by the star demon god. The most important thing now was not to repair the boundless starry sky, but to break open the Ziwei Dao fetus and truly descend into the primordial world. The Ziwei Star Lord had been nurtured for so long. It was time for him to be born. Moreover, his greatest threat, Dijun Tai, was also gone. Buzz. Buzz. After absorbing the origin of the star demon god, the Ziwei Dao fetus had completely matured. It suddenly flew out of the Ziwei star, preparing to welcome Zhouxing and the baptism of the myriad Dao of heaven and earth. In theory, it was unwise for Feng Zichen to choose to be born at this time, because now heaven and earth were facing a great calamity of destruction. The stars in the heavenly cycle shattered and fell into the primordial world. Heaven and earth had completely fallen into chaos. There was no extra strength to baptize the Ziwei Dao fetus and promote his birth. Chapter 5:14. Without Zhouxing and the baptism of the myriad Dao of heaven and earth, it would definitely cause Ziwei Star Lord to be malnourished. This would cause him to have defects and be unable to be born in the most perfect state. However, how could there be perfection in the world? The more perfect it was, the more and greater the tribulations one would face in the future. Heaven and earth were not perfect. How could it tolerate perfect things being born in heaven and earth? It was not a good thing to be envied by heaven and earth. Moreover, Feng Zichen had obtained the origin of the star demon god. It might not be worse than the baptism of heaven and earth. The star demon god was the side of the great Dao that represented the stars. It was the highest achievement of the Dao of stars in the chaos. It was the most suitable attribute for Ziwei Star Lord. After devouring this item, Feng Zichen would obtain even more good fortune than the baptism of heaven and earth. He would deduce the Dao of stars to an extremely high level. However, the baptism of heaven and earth not only represented good fortune, but also the recognition of the primordial world in Zhouxing. Therefore, as long as he was still in the primordial world, the opportunity that Feng Zichen obtained from the star demon god would not be as great as the baptism of heaven and earth. However, Feng Zichen had no choice but to come out. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It concerned whether he could take down the boundless starry sky in one fell swoop. If he hid for a while longer, he would really miss everything. Therefore, even if it was disadvantageous for him to come out at this time, he had to come out at this time even if he did not have the origin of the star demon god, because this was related to his future. If he missed this opportunity and did not obtain enough capital in this apocalyptic calamity, he would have a difficult time in the primordial world in the future. It would be difficult for him to compete with other great divine abilities. After all, any great divine ability who saved the world in this calamity could be considered the savior of the primordial world after the calamity. They would receive the protection of heaven and earth. In the future, even if they did not have any taboos, it would be like the heavens were helping them. Without the corresponding capital, how could he compete with them? Therefore, Feng Zichen had to come out at this time to fight for the future opportunity for himself. Crack! It was like the sound of the great Dao. The Ziwei Dao fetus disintegrated. Feng Zichen stepped out. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled at this moment. The myriad Daos hummed in unison, creating a boundless phenomenon, wanting to celebrate the birth of the Ziwei Star Sovereign. Unfortunately, the great tribulation of heaven and earth was becoming more and more intense. Before those abnormal signs could truly be born, they were shattered by the destructive aura that filled the surroundings. As a result, the birth of the Polaris Star Lord caused the heavens and earth to tremble for a moment, but no other phenomenon occurred. He couldn't even achieve the most basic resonance with Zhouxing. It could be said that the birth of the Ziwei Star Lord was the least impressive of all the Khanate fiend gods in the primordial era. At the very least, that was how it looked on the surface. Another innate saint has been born. Heaven and earth throbbing? Resonance of the myriad Das? Is it the Emperor Star Lord? You're right. Only his birth can cause such a huge commotion. The trembling of the heavens and earth couldn't be hidden from those powerful beings. Therefore, they immediately sensed that a new Lord of the Stars had been born. Even Tiandao Hongjun, who was far away in the chaos, couldn't help but lower his gaze and look at his nominal younger brother. They were both born from the Ziwei Star. It wasn't wrong to say that the Ziwei Star Lord was Tiandao's younger brother. Tiandao Hongjuan's gaze was inexplicable. No one knew what he was thinking. Swish, after the Ziwei Dao fetus shattered, it didn't disappear. Instead, it turned into specks of light and merged into the purple thread heavenly robe that Feng Zichen was wearing. In the blink of an eye, the purple thread heavenly robe completed a transformation. It transformed from an ordinary supreme grade innate spirit treasure to a top grade supreme grade innate spirit treasure. That's right. After many years of nurturing by the Ziwei Star, the three treasures of the Ziwei Star had changed from a superior grade innate spirit treasure to a supreme grade innate spirit treasure. However, because of the 10,000 spirit crown, the purple gold crown had become somewhat redundant. After all, no matter how good an innate spirit treasure was, it couldn't compare to an innate supreme treasure. Rumble. There were too many origins in the Star Demon God. Feng Zichen couldn't refine them all. The origins that couldn't be refined dissipated from his body. The innate supreme treasure beside Feng Zichen, the Zhouxing map, seized the opportunity to madly devour the origins of the demon god. Before long, the Zhouxing map completed its final transformation and was completely nurtured. It became a middle-grade innate supreme treasure with 47 innate divine restrictions. Even so, most of the origins of the star demon god were still preserved. Good. Grabbing the Zhouxing map, Feng Zichen exclaimed excitedly 3 times. This innate supreme treasure was the Ziwei Star Lord's lifelong supreme treasure. Therefore, Feng Zichen easily completed the refinement of the Zhouxing map. As soon as the Ziwei Star Lord was born, he had 1 innate supreme treasure and 3 supreme grade innate spirit treasures. In the untainted world, only Tai could compare to such treatment. It could be said to be extremely noble. Since I have been born, the boundless starry sky should be restored to its original state. After collecting the remaining origins of the demon god, Feng Zichen looked at the broken boundless starry sky beside him and said with a smile, this time, if he could use his own strength to restore the entire boundless starry sky to its original state, that could be said to be a great merit. From then on, even saints would not dare to be arrogant in front of him. They would have to respect him. Zhouxing, Star Demon God IF King, Feng Zichen, who was about to activate Zhouxing to suppress the boundless starry sky, suddenly had a thought and couldn't help cursing. As mentioned earlier, the true spirit of the Star Demon God had split into 3 and gone to 3 different places. The first was the great wide world formed by its incomplete parts. The second was the boundless starry sky. As for the third, of course, it was the Khanate Star Tree. This was the Khanate Divine Tree that was born from the fusion of the Star Demon God's origin with the power of creation of heaven and earth. It was also considered a part of the Star Demon God, so it naturally could not escape his senses. The reason why Feng Zichen lost his composure was that the true spirit of the Star Demon God had already rushed to the small desolate world to possess the Khanate Star Tree. If it weren't for the fact that Feng Zichen had left his divine will in the small desolate world to block the Star Demon God with the power of the world's origin, at this moment, the Khanate Star Tree was about to be obtained by him. Damn it! With a thought, Feng Zichen was about to teleport to the small desolate world to kill the true spirit of the Star Demon God. But at this moment, the collapse of the heaven realm intensified, and it suddenly sank down a few degrees. Puff! The Grand Pure One, who was supporting the world, spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The golden bridge formed by the Taiji diagram also shrank a little because of this. And this was not the most serious thing. The most serious thing was that a series of serious consequences were caused by the further collapse of the heaven realm. For example, the world-ending calamity that had been suppressed by everyone had erupted again. Moreover, it was wreaking havoc in the primitive world in an even stronger state. Star Demon God, you're lucky this time. In the future, if I find a chance, I won't let you have an easy time. Feng Zichen knew in his heart that this was not the time to settle scores with the Star Demon God. The most important thing now was to hurry up and repair the boundless starry sky and stabilize the heaven realm. Therefore, Feng Zichen suppressed his anger and threw Hongmeng Daozhong into the small desolate world to stop the Star Demon God. He seized the time to repair the boundless starry sky. However, it was as if he was deliberately going against Feng Zichen. He was about to repair the boundless starry sky when another Chaos Demon God came to find trouble with him. And, compared to the previous time, it was much more troublesome, because it was not just one Chaos Demon God who was looking for trouble with him. As if they had discussed it, almost at the same time, the Thunder Lock, the Ultimate Ruins, and the Nether Realm were attacked by the Chaos Demon God. For a moment, Feng Zichen's various incarnations were in danger. However, it was still alright. The Ultimate Ruins had a temple left behind by Pangu when he suppressed the Nirvana Demon God. No matter how powerful the Chaos Demon God was, it was impossible for him to break through that temple. Therefore, temporarily, the Ultimate Ruins incarnation would not encounter any danger. As for the Fengdu incarnation, he would not encounter any danger. In the Nether Realm, he was an almost invincible existence. If he really encountered the Chaos Demon God, it was uncertain who would be the unlucky one. The only thing that worried him was the North Star incarnation in the Thunder Lock. He did not have any means to block the attack of the Chaos Demon God. However, at this moment, Feng Zichen really could not leave and could not go to the Thunder Lock to help. After thinking for a while, he reached out and took off the 10,000 spirit crown on his head and threw it in the direction of the Thunder Lock. Compared to the great Emperor of Ziwei, the North Star Emperor, who was the Lord of Gods, was more suitable to hold the 10,000 spirit crown. After all, the stars represented the power of the heavens. As for the gods, they were transformed from humans and were more in line with the human path. He believed that with the human path's supreme treasure, the 10,000 spirit crown, even if the North Star Emperor could not defeat the Chaos Demon God, he would still be able to protect himself. Something's wrong. Something's wrong with this matter? The relationship between him and his incarnations was extremely secret. No one in the primordial world knew about it. It was even more impossible for the Chaos Demon God to know about it. It did not make sense for him to attack several of his incarnations at the same time, unless all the famous mountains and rivers in the primordial world were within the attack range of the Chaos Demon God. That made sense. Haha, the primordial world is getting more and more interesting. Suddenly Feng Zichen laughed. He understood what was going on. The remnant body of the Chaos Demon God had not only transformed into the 3,000 upper-class worlds, but also the various grotto heavens and blessed lands of the primordial world. Thinking about it, many Chaos Demon Gods had made the same decision as the Star Demon God. They had split into two or even several groups. A portion of the indestructible true spirits had gone to the upper-class worlds that their bodies had transformed into, while a portion of the indestructible true spirits had stayed in the primordial world and had set their sights on the grotto heavens and blessed lands. Now, the owners of those grotto heavens and blessed lands were all rushing about to save the primordial world. If the Chaos Demon God went to rob them at this time, there was a high chance that he would succeed. He might even plot against those great divine abilities. When the apocalypse subsided, those great divine abilities would return home and find that their dojos had changed owners. Even they had been plotted against. Their expressions would definitely be interesting. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but laugh. Everyone was really unlucky. It all depended on who was unlucky. Ha! Ziwei Star, let's go. After settling everything, Feng Zichen drove the Ziwei Star to the place where he was born. That place was the center of the boundless starry sky, as well as the center of Zhousing and countless stars. However, with the collapse of the boundless starry sky, this place had long been swallowed up by the chaos beyond the heavens, and became a chaotic place. If it were not for the vague feeling, Feng Zichen would not have been able to accurately find the location of this place in the chaos. He brought the Ziwei star here to use it as a base to recall the fallen Zhousing and reconstruct the orbit of the stars to stabilize the boundless starry sky. This was easier said than done. Just recalling the fallen stars was an extremely difficult task. However, with the primordial treasure Zhousing map and the origin of the star demon god, this impossible thing was possible. In fact, what Feng Zichen should do now was to take out the world tree to support the primordial world. However, this disaster was too great. It was far beyond Feng Zichen's imagination, and also far beyond Panga's imagination. The world tree could not support the heaven realm at all. At least, not now. This was because the entire heaven realm was falling down, and it was a destructive fall. In this way, if the heaven realm was not stabilized, even the primordial chaos world tree would not be able to support it, let alone the half-step primordial chaos world tree. Therefore, the world tree had to support the world. However, it was definitely not now. At the very least, he had to wait for the world to stabilize before he could take out the world tree. As for how the world tree would advance to the primordial chaos world tree, Feng Zichen had already thought about it. The half-step primordial chaos world tree would definitely not be able to support the primordial world. However, it could let those powerful people see the hope of supporting the world. In order not to become the world, those powerful people would definitely try their best to promote the world tree. The primordial world. It was not Feng Zichen's primordial world. It was everyone's primordial world. Why should he alone support the world tree? It was also time for those great magics to put in some effort. Panga meant to let the world tree support the primordial world. He did not say what method he would use. As long as the final result was successful, it would be fine. When big shots did things, they always looked at the results, not the process. Boom. The moment the Emperor Star descended into the boundless starry sky, the entire starry sky shook. Even the violent chaotic qi calmed down in an instant. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zichen mobilized all the dermic powers in his body and activated the Zhousing painting with all his might. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, shaking the heavens and the earth. Half-step primordial chaos world tree. That's right. After several battles, Feng Zichen's cultivation had once again advanced a small step, reaching the half-step primordial chaos world tree. He was not far from the primordial chaos Dao realm that transcended the world. This half-step primordial chaos world tree. How did the Emperor Star Master do it? He has the half-step primordial chaos world tree as soon as he was born. Sensing Feng Zichen's aura, all the powerful people were shocked. Chapter 5:15. This strength was too strong. Since Pangu created the world, all the Khanate god fiends in the primordial world, including Dao ancestor Hongjun, had a cultivation base at most of the Tai Jingxian realm when they were born. They would never exceed this realm. Even the great chaos fiend god was only in the realm of Daoyuo Jingxian when he was born in the chaos. It was absolutely unprecedented for someone like the Emperor Star Master to have a half-step primordial chaos cultivation as soon as he was born. As soon as he was born, he surpassed countless living beings and stood at the peak of the world. In the primordial world, who knew how many powerful people were still stuck at the threshold of the quasi-sage realm, unable to take another step forward. But Ziwei Star Lord, as soon as he was born, had achieved something that others might not be able to achieve in their lifetime. This was really too enviable. Sometimes, the natural disparity was just so despairing. Some people's starting point was very likely to be others' ending point. There's something wrong with this Ziwei Star Lord. Everyone was not a fool. Ziwei Star Lord had such strength immediately, so he naturally had secrets on him. But at this moment, the destruction of the world was imminent, and they were not in the mood to investigate the reason. If the primordial world was destroyed, then everything here would be meaningless. Even if they knew other people's secrets, so what? In the name of Ziwei Star Lord, Edict, Zhousing, quickly return to your position. Standing in the center of the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen used the authority of the Lord of the Stars and spoke. In an instant, it was a mysterious power. It came from his mouth and spread toward the primordial world. Rumble. Heaven and earth were trembling, and the laws were rumbling, corresponding to Feng Zichen's voice. This was the great magical power of the heavenly Tao, the law of the heavens. This was the innate magical power of Ziwei Star Lord, and it could mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao. Its power was enough to change heaven and earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the primordial world, the power of the heavenly Tao spread out. The falling fragments of Zhouxing trembled together. First, they slowly rose into the air, then directly crossed the void and returned to the boundless starry sky. Boom! Zhouxing returned to its original position in an instant. The terrifying power of the stars swept out, and the entire boundless starry sky fell silent. All the uprisings were suppressed. Star shift. Then, Feng Zichen used the North Star as the core and Zhouxing as the support to fully display the Star Tao's supreme divine ability, star displacement. Feng Zichen's strength was strong to begin with. With the blessing of the Emperor Star and the Zhouxing map, the power of this supreme great magic was pushed to the extreme by him. This move alone was enough to severely injure primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Using it to move stars was enough to shake the entire starry sky. Rumble. Under the power of star shifting, the stars in the sky began to revolve in a similar, but slightly different trajectory. This was the Panga's meridian diagram. The boundless starry sky had undergone countless years of evolution, as well as the transformation of the demon clan, and the destruction of the wizard clan. The trajectory of Zhouxing had long deviated from its original trajectory, and did not match the Panga's meridian diagram. Therefore, Feng Zichen planned to take the opportunity of the collapse of the boundless starry sky to reconstruct Zhouxing, to create a boundless starry sky that was completely different from before, but more powerful and complete. Perfecting the trajectory of Zhouxing, and making it run according to the Panga's meridians was the beginning. It should be known that the Panga's meridian diagram that Feng Zichen had mastered was more complete than the Panga's meridian diagram hidden in the boundless starry sky. Because the Panga's meridian diagram was divided into two parts, one in the boundless starry sky and the other in the untainted land. Only when the two parts were combined could it be the most complete Panga's meridian diagram. Under various opportunities, Feng Zichen happened to obtain the complete Panga's meridian diagram. Feng Zichen visualized the void as the Panga's Taoist body. With the 365 stars in the sky as acupuncture points, he connected the stars to each other, and made them rotate. An extremely blurry figure slowly took shape as the stars in the sky revolved. Suddenly, a supreme Taoist rhyme was emitted from the vague shadow. It first spread to the entire boundless starry sky, and then continued to spread to the entire untainted land. Not long after, this supreme Taoist rhyme covered the entire untainted land, including the chaos outside the sky. But the strange thing was that no matter how the Taoist rhyme spread, no one in the untainted land could discover it. Success or failure, it depends on this moment. Feeling that this supreme Taoist rhyme had covered the entire untainted land, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little nervous. That Taoist rhyme was the Panga's Taoist rhyme that he had reverse refined through Zhouxing. Therefore, no one in the entire untainted land had discovered its trace. And the method that Feng Zichen used to repair the boundless starry sky was related to this Panga's Taoist rhyme. As everyone knew, the untainted land was opened by Pangu, and the boundless starry sky was formed by his body. Therefore, if he wanted to repair the boundless starry sky, he had to find a way from Pangu. The method that Feng Zichen thought of was to use Zhouxing to reverse refine Panga's power, and use it to reopen the boundless starry sky. At first, he did not know if this method would work, but this was the only way that he could think of. However, now it seemed that this method was very likely to succeed. At the very least, the first step, using Zhouxing to reverse refine Panga's power, had been successful. Next, it was up to Zhouxing to reopen the boundless starry sky and the chaos. As Panga's Taoist rhyme spread, all the debris of the stars in the entire untainted land, including the chaos beyond the heavens, were summoned and quickly flew toward the boundless starry sky. For a time, countless debris of the stars rose from the untainted land and flew toward the boundless starry sky. Even the debris of the stars that had fallen into the chaos beyond the heavens, or been drowned by the chaos aura, also broke free and returned to their positions. At this moment, everyone's nerves were very sensitive. Even a small matter was enough to attract their attention to prevent any changes. Moreover, it was a big matter that countless debris of the stars were flying toward the boundless starry sky. Thus, the crowd immediately turned their gazes to the boundless starry sky. Unfortunately, they could not see anything. All they could see was the vast chaos aura. Everyone could see through the void of the untainted land, but they could not see through the chaos aura. Otherwise, the chaos would not be so mysterious. However, although everyone could not see it, it did not prevent them from knowing what had happened. The art of divination was something that every great divine ability cultivator would know at least a little about. Ziwei Star-Lord is actually going to repair the boundless starry sky? Thinking of this, everyone could not help but be pleasantly surprised. This could be considered a rare piece of good news, since the outbreak of the Great Calamity. If the boundless starry sky was restabilized, the pressure brought to everyone by the collapse of the heaven realm would undoubtedly be reduced by a lot. But immediately, a hint of worry appeared in everyone's hearts. Could Ziwei Star-Lord alone really successfully repair the boundless starry sky? It was not that they did not trust Ziwei Star-Lord, but it was too difficult to repair the boundless starry sky. Even a saint did not have this ability. Ziwei Star-Lord was only a half-step primordial chaos. How could he do something that even a saint could not do? But in everyone's hearts, there was also a faint hope. Perhaps, Ziwei Star-Lord could really succeed. If he did not have enough confidence, why would he take action to cultivate the boundless starry sky? I hope he can succeed. In short, repairing the boundless starry sky was a great thing for the primordial world. No one wanted Feng Zichen to fail. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Feng Zichen's strength was almost squeezed dry. However, his efforts were not in vain. Other than the completely shattered debris of the stars, the rest of the debris of the stars were recalled by him and floated in the boundless starry sky. If someone were to ascend to the boundless starry sky at this time, they would see. In the boundless chaos chi, there were 365 huge stars carrying countless debris of the stars. They were slowly moving according to some mysterious trajectory. If one stood higher, they would see that these Zhouxing arrangements were very similar to a vague human figure. Pengu. According to Feng Zichen's imagination, the highest achievement of the Tao of Stars was to reverse the Pengu's Tao body. At this moment, he was using real Zhouxing to verify his imagination. Wasn't the appearance of Pengu formed by Zhouxing the highest achievement of the Tao of gods and demons? However, there was a flaw in the perfection. The Pengu's Tao shadow formed by Zhouxing was too blurry. One could barely see that it was a human figure. Furthermore, among the 365 stars, apart from the 3 noble stars, the other 362 stars were all in tatters. Not a single one of them was complete. As for the ancient stars that were second only to Zhouxing, other than a few that were intact, the rest were all in pieces. The debris of the stars that Feng Zichen had recalled from the primordial world were them. These stars were all shattered by the wizard tribe in the battle between the wizard tribe and the demon tribe. The first step to repairing the boundless starry sky was to find a way to repair these ancient stars. Not to mention restoring them to their original state. At the very least, they had to be restored to the state of stars. Otherwise, how could these debris of the stars operate the galaxy cosmic light array? Yes. With Feng Zichen's strength, it was impossible for him to repair these ancient stars. Therefore, he planned to use external forces. Go. Taking out the remaining star demon god's origin, Feng Zichen shattered it and scattered it into the boundless starry sky. The demon god's origin dissipated in the wind and turned into the purest star essence, merging with the ancient star debris. Rumble. The demon god's origin was indeed one of the most mysterious forces in the world. Under its effect, the star debris began to gather and reform the ancient stars. Of course, although the demon god's origin was mysterious, it was obviously impossible to repair all the ancient stars with the demon god's origin in Feng Zichen's hands. The quantity was far from enough. However, Feng Zichen's purpose was not to repair all the ancient stars, but to maintain the appearance of the stars. Even if it was only for a few years, it would be enough for him to set up the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array. As long as the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array could operate, Feng Zichen was confident that he could repair the ancient stars and the boundless starry sky. Fortunately, although the heavenly cycle of stars had been severely damaged and their foundations had been damaged, they had not been completely destroyed and could still be activated. Otherwise, just repairing Zhouxing would be enough to take Feng Zichen's life. The demon god's origin in his hands was far from enough. Galaxy Cosmic Light Array Rise. At the moment when the ancient stars were formed, Feng Zichen seized the opportunity and mobilized Zhouxing and countless ancient stars at the fastest speed to form the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array. How could it not be fast? The power of the demon god's origin was limited, and could not maintain the ancient stars for a long time. If he did not hurry up, who knew when the ancient star would shatter again? Then, all of Feng Zichen's previous efforts would be in vain. Zhouxing operated quickly, bringing with it streams of light, forming a huge galaxy in the boundless starry sky. At the same time, endless starlight gathered, forming a huge halo that enveloped the boundless starry sky. Galaxy Cosmic Light. One was space, the other was time. Although this formation was made up of stars, its attribute was spacetime. Although the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array and the Demon Clan's Heavenly Cycle Star Array were both formed by stars, their functions were completely different. The former was the supreme array of time and space, which was formed by Feng Zichen using stars. The latter was completely focused on space, which could suppress and refine everything. This feeling is really amazing. Feng Zichen had created the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array for a long time, but it was the first time he used Zhouxing to set up the array. Previously, he had used his own magic power to simulate Zhouxing to set up the array. Compared to the power now, it was naturally incomparable. It was not that he did not want to use Zhouxing to set up the array, but Dijun did not allow it. As the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array gradually took shape, the boundless starry sky also underwent a wonderful change. Inexplicable images appeared from nothingness, as if they were from the past and the future. But at the same time, they all had unparalleled power. This was the true power of the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array, which connected the past, present, and future into one. At this time, no matter how one looked at it, the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array was one. There was no past, no future, only the present. Whoosh! Endless star power gathered and gradually gathered at the border of the boundless starry sky, forming a huge invisible light curtain that separated the boundless starry sky from the chaos beyond. At this point, the chaos beyond could no longer devour the boundless starry sky. After separating the two again, the next thing to do was to solve the chaos that was still in the boundless starry sky and repair Zhouxing. Turn. Feng Zichen held the Zhouxing diagram in his hand and burst out his strongest power, activating the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array with all his strength. Whoosh! In an instant, the galaxy flowed and the cosmic light rotated. The entire Galaxy Cosmic Light Array seemed to have become a huge vortex, sucking in all the chaos that was floating in the boundless starry sky. Chapter 5:16. As the chaotic gas that filled the boundless starry sky was absorbed by the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array, the boundless starry sky once again appeared in front of everyone. What is that? A vast and boundless galaxy. Looking at the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array that hovered in the center of the starry sky, everyone was puzzled and shocked. They did not need to experience the power of the galaxy personally. Just by looking at its power, they knew that it was absolutely terrifying. It seems to be an array formation. It's similar to the Demon Clan's Heavenly Cycle Star Array, but it's more mysterious and has fluctuations of time and space. Everyone was experienced and knowledgeable. After the initial shock, they could almost see the function of the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array. This was another supreme array formation that used Zhouxing as its foundation. Wait. The boundless starry sky has been repaired. Suddenly, someone noticed the invisible barrier that stood at the border of the boundless starry sky, and could not help but exclaim excitedly. Hiss! Did he really repair the boundless starry sky alone? Then this Ziwei Star Master is too strong. No, Ziwei Star Master has not repaired the boundless starry sky yet. He only separated the boundless starry sky from the chaos outside. But this is already enough. Ziwei Star Master is indeed the master of the stars. His means are really amazing, far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Seeing that the problem that had troubled them for a long time had been solved by Ziwei Star Master, everyone was relieved that the situation of the destruction of the chaos world had been alleviated, and they were shocked by Ziwei Star Master's means. Although the boundless starry sky had not been completely repaired at this time, in everyone's eyes, it was almost repaired. After all, after being separated from the chaos outside, the boundless starry sky would not continue to collapse. In this way, everyone only needed to face the pressure of the heaven realm's destruction, and did not need to worry about the boundless starry sky. The pressure was suddenly reduced by a lot. As for completely repairing the boundless starry sky, don't joke. With so many stars broken, even if Ziwei Star Master sacrificed himself, his power could not restore all of them. Therefore, to completely repair the boundless starry sky was not something that could be done overnight. This required the spontaneous adjustment of heaven and earth after the chaos world stabilized. With the combined power of many great magicians and endless years, it was possible to restore the boundless starry sky to its heyday. Unless Pangu was reborn, it would be impossible to repair the boundless starry sky in a short period of time. Hence, everyone deeply admired the Emperor Star Lord for being able to do this. He was resisting the pressure of the entire boundless starry sky with his own strength, greatly reducing the pressure faced by everyone. Sure enough, as the boundless starry sky stabilized, the pressure that the heaven realm brought to everyone also lessened. The Grand Pure One seized the opportunity and activated the Taiji painting with all his might. The golden bridge immediately grew larger. Its body shone brightly and emitted shocking fluctuations. It lifted the heavenly realm and stopped it from sinking. Seeing that, Saint Jiayin did not care about receiving the living beings. He hurriedly left the world golden ship and rushed to the golden bridge to support the sky with the Grand Pure One. At the same time, the 5 elements of heaven and earth vibrated, and the shadows of the 5 elements sacred beasts appeared, releasing dazzling light. However, they sensed the great tribulation of the world. The Khanate 5 elements sacred beasts were born to stabilize the primordial world. In the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. The primordial world was stabilized, and the great apocalypse tribulation showed signs of being suppressed. Unfortunately, before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Just as the primordial world showed signs of stability, the chaos outside the heavens became chaotic again. Previously, when the heaven and earth barrier was broken, the chaos chi that surged and wantonly devoured everything around it without anyone suppressing it. It had already developed and strengthened, causing huge waves in the chaos outside the heavens. The first to bear the brunt of it was the major kiliacosm that the saints had created in the outer world. They were suffering from the crazy impact of the chaos chi. They were like small boats that had fallen into a storm, and could be destroyed at any time. Fortunately, the 6 saints had become saints through merit. They all had 3 corpses in the world. With them around, they could still hold on for a period of time. It was also because the saints' world was blocking in front that the chaos chi did not rush straight to the primordial world. Otherwise, once it was attacked by the chaos chi, the great situation that the primordial world had built with great difficulty would be destroyed. At the edge of the primordial world, Heavenly Dao Hongjun watched quietly. Even though the world was about to be destroyed, his eyes were still calm, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. I have to find the item that supports the heavens as soon as possible. The changes in the outer world naturally could not be hidden from the saint's perception. Therefore, the saint's expression changed as he said solemnly, "It was only a temporary measure for them to carry the heaven realm like this. Only when they found the true item that supported the heavens could they be done once and for all. Yes, the heavenly secrets show that there's something wrong with the North Sea. Perhaps the item that supports the heavens should be there. Third brother, please make a trip." The Grand Pure One deduced for a moment, and said to the Grand Master of Heaven, "Saints and the heavenly Tao were not joking. they could obtain some secrets or opportunities from the heavenly Tao that ordinary people could not know. Yes, the Grand Master of Heaven replied, and was about to go to the North Sea. However, he did not expect that at this moment, a huge tree would suddenly fly over from outer space and support the world. It was the World Tree. In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen saw that the primordial world was stable, and knew that the time for the World Tree to appear had arrived. He hurriedly took it out and sent it to the primordial world. Rumble. The World Tree landed and took root. Its huge roots penetrated the ground and directly connected to the netherworld. It even grew deeper. The origin of heaven and earth gathered spontaneously, and surged into the roots of the World Tree to help it grow. Boom. The World Tree was growing at an unimaginable speed. Soon, it reached the same height as the heavens and blocked the heaven realm. However, after that, the growth of the World Tree stopped. It was because the heaven realm was too heavy, and the World Tree could not continue to grow. However, with the help of the World Tree, the Grand Pure One and the Saint Jiayin became much more relaxed. What kind of tree is this? Even the saints could not help but be shocked when they saw the World Tree. It was too extraordinary. The patterns on its body seemed to be describing the mysteries of the world. Everything around it corresponded to the Great Tao. This tree, it was like the incarnation of the Great Tao. It carried all the principles of the world. One look at it made people have the urge to comprehend the Tao. I don't know. However, although this tree is extraordinary, I'm afraid it's still not enough to support the heavens. The Grand Pure One thought for a while and said. Moreover, as he spoke, he also tried to retract some of his strength. The pressure of the heaven realm suddenly increased by several degrees. The World Tree creaked as if it could not bear the burden. It seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Saint Jiayin was even more unlucky. With a pft, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Grand Pure One, you, Saint Jiayin glared at the Grand Pure One. He was so angry that he could not speak. Speaking of which, his injury was not important. It could even be said to be close to nothing. However, after this incident, he had lost all his face. Fellow Taoist, don't blame me. Poor Wei just wanted to see the limits of the divine tree. I didn't expect to accidentally injure you, fellow Taoist. I hope you won't be angry. The Grand Pure One said calmly as he raised his strength. He was angry at Zhuan Tiai's actions just now and deliberately made him look bad. Saint Jiayin snorted coldly, and did not reply. He knew his own matters. Just now, the two of them had made a fortune from the disaster. It could be said that they had offended all the people in the East. This time, everyone was probably happy that the Grand Pure One had schemed against him. They would not blame the Grand Pure One at all. In fact, everyone might even praise him in their hearts. Well done, third brother. Although this divine tree is extraordinary, it has not entered the mature stage. In the future, it might be able to support the heaven realm, but now, I'm afraid it can't. Therefore, I'll have to trouble you to go to the North Sea. With the strength of the Grand Pure One, he could naturally see that the World Tree was extraordinary. There were endless possibilities. However, potential could only represent the future, not the present. Just relying on this divine tree alone was obviously not enough to support the sky. He still needed the help of other things to support the sky. Yes, senior brother, the poor way is going. After responding, the Grand Master of Heaven held the Qingping sword and floated towards the North Sea. There was a huge black turtle there. It had existed since the beginning of the world. It was formed from the remnants of the Chaos Fiend God. Its physical body was not inferior to that of the ancestral Magi. Its Dharma powers were comparable to that of primordial Chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Even the black tortoise sacred beast of the 5 elements sacred beasts did not dare to say that it was superior. However, such a powerful existence was unable to take human form because of its origin. If it could not transform, it could not achieve the great Tao. As a result, its cultivation level had been stuck at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. It could not break through and take that crucial step. And its 4 feet, it was the best thing to support the sky. As expected, it won't work. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen was not too surprised to see that the World Tree could not support the heaven realm. This was to be expected. If the world was so easy to support, this apocalyptic calamity would not have been so big. If you can't do it, then I'll help you. With a thought, Feng Zichen changed the array formation and activated the second form of the galactic cosmic light array. Rumble. Star orbits lit up one after another. They were purple and lustrous, forming a mysterious and complicated meridian diagram in the starry sky. Panga's meridian diagram. Whoosh. The moment the meridian diagram was formed, a huge change happened. The chaotic aura that had been sucked in earlier began to flow in the star orbit according to a mysterious pattern. Just like a person moving spiritual aura in his meridians. That's right. This was Feng Zichen's goal. He wanted to let Zhouxing cultivate. In the form of an array, he would restore Zhouxing to Pangu. He would use this to circulate his cultivation method, breathe in and out the chaotic aura, and cultivate. In this way, the repair of the stellar cycles would become a healing process. Then everything would become simple. In fact, after Zhouxing was repaired, he could even rely on cultivation to take another step forward. As the chaotic aura circulated in the star orbit became more and more solid, as if it had become a real meridian. Moreover, after a large cycle, a lot of chaotic aura was refined and turned into nourishment for repairing the ancient star. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With the first time, the second time was much simpler, then the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. After a large cycle, the chaotic aura was rapidly refined. Waves of mysterious power were born and merged into the ancient star. The ancient star was nourished. The body that was on the verge of breaking was slowly recovering and gradually returning to stability. This was different from before. Previously, it was the origin of the star demon god that forcefully condensed the star fragments. When the power of the origin of the demon god was exhausted, it would shatter again. Now it was using the power of the origin obtained from refining the chaotic aura to repair the ancient star to awaken their vitality. It was like being reborn. Everything was developing in a good direction. The ancient star was repaired, and the power of the galaxy cosmic light array became stronger. Correspondingly, the barrier that isolated the chaos outside the sky also became stronger. At the same time, an even stronger suction force came from the galaxy cosmic light array, sucking towards the heaven realm, trying to pull him up. And the blurry figure of Pangu became clearer and clearer. However, other than Feng Zichen, no one could detect his existence. Why is the heaven realm getting lighter and lighter? Below, the moment the heaven realm changed, the Grand Pure One and Saint Jiayin immediately sensed it. Then they looked up in confusion. Poor Wei. Why do I feel that these ancient stars are getting brighter and brighter? Saint Taiching narrowed his eyes and said with some uncertainty. If he wasn't wrong, the stars in the sky seemed to be stronger than before. But how was this possible? To repair Zhouxing, the power of the origin was enormous. Even if a saint sacrificed himself, it would be far from enough. No matter how extraordinary Ziwei Star Lord was, could he be stronger than a saint? But what was going on with the increasingly powerful stars? For a moment, Saint Taiching was at a loss. Although he didn't want to believe it, the facts in front of him made him believe it. Ziwei Star Lord seemed to be repairing Zhouxing. Just as everyone was working together to save the world, an extremely secret space under Mount Buzhou quietly changed. It was a purple space filled with a dense purple aura. At the bottom of the space, there was a mysterious purple spirit spring that was constantly spewing out spring water. The purple gas in the space was emitted by this spirit spring. If a powerful person came here, he would recognize that this purple gas spirit spring was none other than Panga's spinal cord that had disappeared for many years. No one would have thought that Panga's spinal cord didn't disappear but was hidden. But now, with the collapse of Mount Buzhou, he couldn't hide anymore. Or rather, he had prepared for this moment. The roots of the world tree, under the guidance of an inexplicable force, broke through layers of space and arrived here. Then, without waiting for the world tree to make a move, Panga's spinal cord pounced on the roots of the world tree like a swallow returning to the forest. Rumble. The world tree had broken through. With the help of Panga's spinal cord, the world tree, which was on the verge of breaking through, finally completed its transformation and became an existence at the primordial chaos level. Chapter 517. Boom. Shocking waves were emitted from the Tree of World. Boundless vitality filled the air and spread to the untainted land. The creatures who were struggling to survive in the great calamity were instantly healed by the vitality. Even the land that had long been devastated was covered in a layer of green under the spread of vitality. Everything grew. Unfortunately, this did not last long. When the vitality dissipated, the great calamity resumed, and everything returned to its original state. However, the changes of the Tree of World did not stop there. It, which had stopped growing, continued to grow. One was pushing up from below, and the other was pulling up from above. The sinking trend of the heaven realm was stopped. A delicate balance was reached between the three. Crack! Suddenly, the crown of the Tree of World grew to the broken part of the heaven realm. Originally, the Tree of World wanted to enter the heaven realm through this gap. However, the gap was too small, and it was stuck there. Moreover, the heaven realm here was extremely fragile. The slightest movement of the Tree of World would destroy the surrounding space of the heaven realm, causing the space of the heaven realm to shatter on a large scale. In that case, even the Tree of World would not be able to support the heaven realm. Previously, even if the heaven realm collapsed, it was still a hole. It was like a mirror. Although it was full of cracks, it was not completely broken. However, if the Tree of World was destroyed again, the heaven realm would really be broken into countless pieces. If he were to fall, it would be a disaster. Therefore, the Tree of World did not dare to act rashly, and its growth slowed down. However, this was not without benefits. Because the gap was blocked, the heavenly river that flowed down from the heaven realm would inevitably flow through the Tree of World. However, the Tree of World was a chaos spiritual root. It could be said that its entire body was filled with creation. Even ordinary water that flowed through its body would become divine water, let alone the water of the heavenly river that was already extraordinary. Splash! The heavenly river flowed down from the Tree of World to the untainted land. However, unlike before, the water of the heavenly river now emitted a strong vitality, because it had infected the Tree of World. Wherever it passed, the land was no longer flooded. Instead, it was filled with vitality. That's right. The water of the heavenly river turned from the water of destruction into the water of vitality. It no longer brought disaster to the untainted land, but endless vitality. Wherever it passed, the wounds of the land were healed and the destructive aura was melted. The crown of the world tree was the same, and so were its roots. Not long after the world tree took root, the surging earth fire slowly retreated into the underground abyss. The fire chi was swallowed by the Tree of World and became nutrients for its growth. At the same time, the power of the world gushed out from the roots of the Tree of World and merged with the untainted land, smoothing out the veins and calming the riot. For a time, the calamity of the great desolate world actually showed signs of calming down. At the very least, the world tree had saved everyone from the abyss of suffering. This sudden turn of events left everyone unable to react. How could the apocalypse have subsided before they had even done anything? Moreover, what they could not accept the most was that the results they had achieved with all their efforts were not as much as the sum of the man and the tree. This was very unbearable. It made them seem particularly useless. One had to know that they had begun saving the world since the apocalypse. The result was only to temporarily suppress the great calamity. However, this was only a way to treat the symptoms and not the root cause. The great calamity could erupt again at any time. However, the moment the Emperor Star Master made a move, he repaired the boundless starry sky and reduced the power of the apocalypse by a few points. The divine tree that suddenly appeared was even more incredible. However, in a short period of time, except for the heaven realm, the calamities in the rest of the untainted land were almost all calmed by him. No, it was the heaven realm. It was also affected by him. Since the world tree was named after the world, it must have an incomparable effect on the world. It had all the abilities that the world had. It also had the abilities that the world did not have. Although the world tree didn't dare to continue growing because of the heaven realm, it wasn't completely useless. Waves of mysterious world power were emitted from the crown of the world tree and merged into the surrounding space of the heaven realm, slowly repairing it. The world tree was repairing the heaven realm. However, This process was a little slow, and the heaven realm was too damaged. It would take too long to repair it. But overall, this was a good thing. On the other side, the Grand Pure One was trying to retract his power. As his power was retracted bit by bit, the pressure of the heaven realm falling also shifted towards the saint and the world tree. However, at this moment, the world tree did not emit a creaking sound like before. Instead, it stubbornly held on and continued to support the heaven realm. When the Grand Pure One completely retracted his power, the world tree was still the same as before. It stood between heaven and earth like a heavenly pillar. The heaven realm did not continue to sink. What a divine tree! Seeing this, even the Grand Pure One could not help but sigh. This divine tree was not much worse than a saint. The Grand Pure One had the time to sigh at the magic of the world tree, but the Saint Jia-in did not think so. He couldn't wait to curse out loud. He wanted to curse the Grand Pure One. After the Grand Pure One withdrew his power, the pressure brought by the sinking of the heaven realm fell on the Saint Jia-in and the world tree. First of all, the Saint Jia-in's strength was not as good as the Grand Pure One's. Secondly, the Saint Jia-in did not have the Taiji painting like the Grand Pure One. Therefore, compared to the calmness of the Grand Pure One when he was supporting the sky, the Saint Jia-in felt much worse. He was completely relying on his own strength to hold on. He, who was already feeling terrible, felt even worse when he saw the leisurely Grand Pure One at the side. He wished he could quit on the spot. Unfortunately, he did not dare. If the heavenly realm were to fall because of his abandonment, the heavenly Tao would definitely not let him off. Jia-in was not the second generation of the gods like the three pure ones. He would not receive preferential treatment from the heavenly Tao. If he made a mistake, although he would not die, the heavenly Tao would not let him have an easy time. Therefore, in the primordial world, the three pure ones lived more freely than Juan-Ti. After waiting for a while, the Grand Pure One said to him, "Fellow Taoist Jia-in, please slowly retract your strength later, so that the poor way can see if this tree can really support the sky. If the world tree could really support the sky, then things would be much simpler." That's how it should be. Saint Jia-in nodded and began to retract his strength bit by bit. What's going on? Why is the heaven realm getting heavier and heavier? At the same time, Feng Zichen, who was pulling the heaven realm up in the boundless starry sky, suddenly felt that the heaven realm was getting heavier and heavier, causing him to be unable to pull it. F***CK, are they crazy? With a thought, Feng Zichen looked down and saw what was happening. He could not help but curse in his heart. Whoever had something would feel sorry for it. Even though he had guessed that the Grand Pure One and Jia-in's purpose was to test the limits of the world tree, Feng Zichen was still worried that something would happen to the world tree. What if he was crushed by the heaven realm? Therefore, Feng Zichen moved. Go. He raised the Zhouxing painting and merged it with the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array. In an instant, the power of the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array soared. The galaxy flowed quickly, and the cosmic light also rotated endlessly. Even more chaotic chi was refined and turned into the purest origin chi, fusing into the stars, causing them to become even brighter. Whoosh! In the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array, an even greater suction force came, firmly pulling the heaven realm up. In the primordial world, as Saint Jia-in kept withdrawing his power, the heaven realm, which should have continued to sink, did not move at all under Feng Zichen's pull. The Grand Pure One and Saint Jia-in looked at each other and thought that there was a chance. They continued to withdraw their power. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. As time passed, the chaos chi in the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array was exhausted, and the power of the array was no longer strengthened. However, Saint Jia-in was still withdrawing his power. The heaven realm suddenly dropped a point. A cracking sound came from the void. It was not that the world tree had broken. It was that the crack in the heaven realm had collided with the world tree, and became even more serious. Not good. Almost subconsciously, Saint Jia-in completely released his power and propped up the heaven realm again. From the looks of it, this divine tree can't completely support the heaven realm. It needs the help of other heaven-supporting items. Then let's see how Third Brother is doing. The Grand Pure One stroked his beard and said, "In the North Sea, The Grand Master of Heaven had already found the black tortoise and was negotiating with it. The saint acted on behalf of the heavens and upheld the justice of the heavens. The black tortoise did not commit any mistakes. Even if it was needed to support the heavens, it could not be killed wantonly. Fellow Taoist black tortoise, although your body is powerful, it is also a cage that restricts your achievements. Why don't you give it up in exchange for a huge opportunity? In the next life, the Poor Way will personally guide you and help you achieve the Tao. The sect leader of Tongtian tried his best to persuade him, and even made a promise. Alright, old tortoise, I agree. Fellow Taoist, I hope you won't forget what you said today. The black tortoise thought for a moment and replied in a muffled voice. All turtles had an inexplicable talent in the Tao of deduction. As the turtle ancestor, the black tortoise was one of the best in this Tao. He had long predicted that this great calamity of destruction was where his opportunity lay. Therefore, he would not refuse at all. His previous hesitation was just to get some benefits. I won't forget. I definitely won't forget. Seeing that the black tortoise agreed, the Grand Master of Heaven hurriedly promised excitedly. A disciple with heaven-supporting merit would be popular anywhere. If he wanted to become his disciple, the Grand Master of Heaven would be overjoyed. How could he refuse? Damn it! I don't believe it. I can't afford to pull up the primordial heaven realm. In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen made up his mind. He took a step forward and entered the center of the formation, merging with the galaxy cosmic light formation. The next moment he sat cross-legged and began to circulate his cultivation method. Rumble. In the void that no one could see, the blurry figure of Pangu also sat cross-legged like Feng Zichen. Then Feng Zichen inhaled and exhaled the Kanate Qi. The blurry figure of Pangu also did the same. Feng Zichen inhaled. But Pangu's figure inhaled. It was incredible. Phew, in the chaos outside the sky, the chaotic Qi that was attacking the saint's world seemed to be attracted by some force and quickly rushed toward the boundless starry sky. They were forcefully sucked over by Pangu's Tao shadow. Rumble. After a large cycle, all the chaotic Qi that was sucked over was refined. Pangu's figure continued to breathe. But Feng Zichen felt that it was too slow. Therefore, he set his eyes on Mount Buzhou in the lower realm. Although Mount Buzhou had collapsed, it was still formed from Pangu's spine. It had immeasurable divine might, and there was an indelible mark of Pangu on its body. If he could get his hands on it and use it to operate the galaxy cosmic light formation, the power of the formation would be several levels higher. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was tempted. He was about to take the broken Mount Buzhou. In any case, even if he didn't take it now, the broken Mount Buzhou would be taken away by the Heavenly Lord of the Beginning soon, and refined into a powerful postnatal supreme treasure, the overturning sky seal. However, how could a mere overturning sky seal be compared to his great plan? No matter how strong the overturning sky seal was, even if it was the strongest postnatal supreme treasure in the primordial world, it was only a magic treasure and was useless to the primordial world. However, if Feng Zichen's plan succeeded, not only would the boundless starry sky be completely repaired, but it would also have the possibility of unlimited advancement. This was a great thing that would last for eternity. It would be of great benefit to the primordial world. It was enough to affect the endless space-time and countless living beings that came after. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly felt that he was great. He took away Mount Buzhou not for himself, but for the primordial world and all living beings. Then he reached out and grabbed the broken Mount Buzhou. In the void where no one could see, Pangu's figure opened his right hand and grabbed the primordial world. Rumble. In the eyes of everyone, Mount Buzhou rose from the ground and flew toward the boundless starry sky. Forget it. I'll let you have it. When the Heavenly Lord of the Beginning saw this scene, he was about to stop him. He had been coveting that section of Mount Buzhou for a long time, but he had never had the chance to take it. But he didn't expect that with his delay, someone else had already taken the lead. However, when he thought of the boundless starry sky, the Heavenly Lord of the Beginning forcefully suppressed the idea of making a move. The other party had made a contribution to the primordial world. If he competed with him for that section of Mount Buzhou, he would really be too ashamed to face others. Feng Zichen controlled Panga's figure and carefully placed the section of Mount Buzhou in the center of the galaxy's cosmic light formation, which was where Panga's spine was. A burst of light flashed. The section of Mount Buzhou and the galaxy's cosmic light formation were completely integrated into one. They were inseparable. Almost at the same time, in the invisible void, the facial features and outline of Panga's figure gradually became clear. It was as if the real Pangu had descended. It was that his body was illusory and not a real entity. Pangu was a god, the highest achievement of the galaxy's cosmic light formation. Chapter 518. Rumble. God Pangu opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The chaotic aura surged into his mouth. Not long after, the chaotic aura that was wreaking havoc in the outer space was completely devoured and refined by God Pangu. But this was not the end. After devouring the chaotic aura, God Pangu turned his gaze to the outer space and absorbed the chaotic aura from there. Inhale, inhale. As God Pangu inhaled and exhaled, a large amount of chaotic aura surged from the outer space. After being transformed by his cultivation technique, it turned into the purest source and fused into his limbs, bones, and meridians. Zhouxing and the ancient stars were nourished by the source power. They regained their vitality and began to slowly recover. Moreover, as these stars were recovering, some mysterious fluctuations seemed to be born in the depths of their star cores. This was the sign of the Khanate Tao embryo. The chaotic aura refined by God Pangu was the pure source power of heaven and earth. It had the ability to create all things. The stars that were on the brink of destruction, after being repaired by the world's origin, were no different from being reborn. Naturally, they contained astonishing fortunes. This fortune was not as simple as repairing the stars. It also gave them the possibility of giving birth to life. Perhaps, this mysterious power was very weak now and there was no possibility of giving birth to life. But as long as God Pangu continued to operate, this mysterious power would continue to grow until it gave birth to life. Actually, that was not necessarily the case. What these stars gave birth to might not be life. It could also be a Khanate spiritual treasure. But no matter what the stars gave birth to, it was an incomparably precious treasure to Feng Zichen. If it was a Khanate spiritual treasure, he could use it to cultivate his disciples. If it was a Khanate godfiend, it would be the direct descendant of the direct descendants. It would be the foundation for Feng Zichen to conquer the world in the future. After being chased out of the boundless starry sky by the monster race, the previous star gods had long been entangled with the major forces of the wilderness. They could no longer be of one mind with Feng Zichen. Therefore, after Feng Zichen became the master of the boundless starry sky, he would never allow the star gods to regain control of Zhouxing, lest they cause trouble for him. But Zhouxing couldn't go a day without a leader, so those newly born star gods became the most suitable candidates. Firstly, they were born from the stars, so there would be no barriers to controlling the stars. Secondly, they were born because of Feng Zichen, so they owed Feng Zichen a great deal of karma. It was almost impossible for them to betray him. He believed that when the new batch of star gods was born, Feng Zichen's team would be completely formed. At that time, apart from the Xian sect, who else in the vast untainted land could be his opponent? Wasn't he the one who had the final say in the heavenly court? Zhouxing's change was not noticed by Feng Zichen, because his entire body was immersed in an extremely profound Tao realm, and he was practically unable to extricate himself. That kind of feeling could be said to be the most wonderful in the world, causing one to be intoxicated and lost. It was the beauty of the great Tao, the beauty of attaining Tao, refining essence into Qi, refining Qi into spirit, refining spirit into the void, returning to the void and joining the Tao. After the chaotic Qi in Panga's body circulated a large cycle, it was transformed into an extremely mysterious power through these four processes. It came to the Purple Mansion Divine Court, surged into the Emperor Star, and was absorbed by Feng Zichen. That power was extremely mysterious. Its essence could be said to be infinitely close to the great Tao. If he wasn't wrong, this power should be the power of Panga's realm. It was because Feng Zichen absorbed this power that he fell into Tao enlightenment. However, his realm was too low. This power that far exceeded the primordial chaos realm contained too much information that he couldn't understand. As a result, he couldn't understand it for a moment and was a little confused by the impact. He needed to carefully organize the information before he could regain consciousness. For Feng Zichen, the benefits were undoubtedly huge. In such an environment for a long time, even if he didn't cultivate in the future, he would naturally break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm. What was a supreme opportunity? This was it. Although Feng Zichen's consciousness had fallen into Tao enlightenment, that extremely mysterious power was still slowly transforming his body. His Panga Tao body was undergoing an astonishing transformation. From an innate divine body, step by step, it was transforming into the body of a chaos demon god. Of course, this process, the time needed, would take a long time. However, for Daoyuo Jingxian, the most extravagant thing was time. Perhaps, when Feng Zichen truly broke through to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, he would become a new chaos demon god. Rumble. Pangu had become a god, and the power of the galaxy cosmic light array soared, even faintly surpassing the level of primordial chaos. However, Zhouxing was too damaged, and it hadn't been completely repaired yet. This caused the power of the galaxy cosmic light array to be limited, and it couldn't be unleashed to the extreme. In the end, the power of the galaxy cosmic light array stopped at the late stage of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, the 9th level of primordial chaos. This kind of strength, in the primordial world, was second only to Tiandao Hongjun Rise. A terrifying power spread out from the boundless starry sky. Pangu stretched out his hands, grabbed the heaven realm, and pulled it up. However, in the eyes of everyone, the galaxy cosmic light array suddenly erupted, releasing an unparalleled suction force that sucked the heaven realm up into the sky. Boom! The heaven realm shook. It slowly rose up. At this moment, there was no need for the Tai Ching to guide the two saints and the Tree of World to make a move. Feng Zichen alone could hold up the heaven realm. It could be said that as long as the god Pangu could continue to operate, even if there was no heaven-supporting object, the heaven realm would not fall. In fact, as the god Pangu became stronger and stronger, the heaven realm would become more and more stable. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen would not let the god Pangu hold up the heaven realm. He still had a more important task, which was to work hard to cultivate. As for the matter of holding up the heaven realm, it was only temporary. The next step would be handed over to the Tree of World and the saints. What was holding up the sky with one hand? That was it. To be honest, Feng Zichen had almost single-handedly quelled the world-ending calamity that happened in the primordial world. Of course, among them, there was also the help of all the great divine powers. If it were not for the fact that many great divine powers had worked together to suppress the world-ending calamity and bought time for Feng Zichen, he would not have had the chance to repair the boundless starry sky. In that case, there would not have been anything that happened after that. It could only be said that Feng Zichen had played a decisive role in quelling the world-ending calamity this time. Next, those great divine powers only needed to clean up the mess and fill the hole in the heaven realm. Then they would set up the heavenly pillar, and the world-ending calamity would be over. Rumble. The heaven realm was pulled by the god Pangu and kept flying upwards. Without the pressure of the heaven realm, the Tree of Worlds' growth, which had stopped, grew with an even more violent momentum. It was even faster than the rising speed of the heaven realm. Crack. The Tree of World grew too fast. The top of its tree crown directly opened a gap in the heaven realm and rushed into the heaven realm, growing wildly. Not good. Everyone who saw this scene below felt their hearts tighten. They were afraid that it would cause a chain reaction and cause the heaven realm to collapse on a large scale. But fortunately, what they were worried about did not happen, because the Tree of World was stronger than before. With the Panga's spinal cord, the Tree of World was constantly growing stronger. Now it had truly completed its transformation and stood in the primordial chaos domain. Boom. A supreme power bloomed from the Tree of World, forcefully condensing the shattered void and preventing it from continuing to shatter. At the same time, Two huge branches stretched out from the Tree of World's body and lifted up the heaven realm. Tree of World. Tree of World. At this moment, the Tree of World. Only then could it be called the Tree of World. Its roots were connected to the netherworld, its body stood between heaven and earth, and its crown reached into the heaven realm. A tree connected the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. This was the Tree of World. Boundless power of the world hung down from the Tree of World's body and spread to the world, trying its best to repair the shattered mountains and rivers. The entire primordial world was developing in a good direction, except for the huge gap in the center of the heaven realm. Junior sister Nuwa, please make a move and repair the heaven realm. The Grand Pure One suddenly turned his head and said to Nuwa. The heaven realm had to be repaired by Nuwa. It was not destined by the heavenly Tao. Instead, Nuwa was the most proficient existence in the Tao of creation in the primordial world. Moreover, the only thing that could refine Khanate items, the Khanate Supreme Treasure Qianquan Cauldron, was also in Nuwa's hands. Therefore, the candidate to mend the heavens was none other than her. Okay. Nodding, Nuwa followed the guidance of the heavenly Tao and went to the primordial world to collect the five-colored stone. The five-colored stone was not an ordinary item. It was made of the essence of the five elements. It was one of the best materials to refine postnatal supreme treasures. The power of the five elements was the foundation of heaven and earth. Only this kind of power that belonged to the origin of heaven and earth could repair the heaven realm. Of course, the five elements here referred to the Khanate five elements and not the postnatal five elements. Therefore, Nuwa was needed. Only the Khanate Supreme Treasure Qianquan Cauldron could refine Khanate items. Otherwise, there were many people in the primordial world who could refine the five-colored stone. Why would he give such great merit to Nuwa? While Nuwa was collecting the five-colored stone, the other great divine abilities were not idle either. They were looking for the fragments of the heaven realm. It was not enough to repair the heaven realm with the five-colored stone alone. They had to make up for the fragments that they had lost. With the secret help of the heavenly Tao, Nuwa soon collected all the five-colored stone in the primordial world. At the same time, those great divine abilities also found all the space fragments of the heaven realm that they could find and handed them to Nuwa. Therefore, Nuwa directly smelted the five-colored stone and the fragments of the heaven realm at the gap of the heaven realm to refine an item to mend the heavens. During this process, the Grand Master of Heaven finally returned with the four legs of the black tortoise. After that, the saints worked together and placed the four legs of the black tortoise in the four directions of the world, turning them into pillars that supported the world tree to support the sky. In this way, the heaven realm was completely stabilized. Fengzichen also took back the god Pangu. 100 years later, the Qianquan Cauldron opened. The item to mend the heavens was completed. It was a ball of dazzling five-colored brilliance, and a rich aura of creation flowed around it. After that, Nuwa rode on Qing Wan, lifted the ball of five-colored brilliance, and flew towards the gap of the heaven realm. As if water and milk blended together, the five-colored brilliance melted like water when it came into contact with the gap of the heaven realm, slowly repairing the gap of the heaven realm. However, the great war between the witches and demons was too tragic. Some of the fragments of the heaven realm had completely disappeared and could no longer be found. This caused a part of the heaven realm to be unable to be repaired. Sigh. Nuwa sighed. Suddenly, she disintegrated her saint body and turned into a ball of the origin of creation, blocking the last gap of the heaven realm. Mend the heavens with her body. When the heaven and earth were lacking, she had to mend it with her body. This was another reason why Nuwa had to mend the heavens. If the five-colored stone was not enough to mend the heavens, then as the master of creation, Nuwa could use herself to replace the five-colored stone. This was something that other saints could not do. Only Nuwa, who was proficient in the path of creation, could do it. For Nuwa, although she would not die if she disintegrated her saint body, it was still a huge loss. That was the body of the innate god-fiend that she had refined for hundreds of millions of years, and it contained most of her power. It was gone just like that. The impact on her strength could be said to be extremely huge. In the future, Niua's strength was ranked last among the 6 saints. Even Zhuanti was not as strong as her. There might be a reason for this. The power contained in Niua's saint body was enormous. Not only did it repair the heaven realm, but even the broken 9 heavens were also affected. They recovered from their decline and were rejuvenated. Even the Tree of World had benefited from it. It had grown a lot higher, and the heaven realm had expanded a little. Buzz! A small piece of 5-colored stone fell from the sky and flew somewhere in the untainted land. That was the divine stone of men the heavens. It should give birth to a life in the future. Of course, it could also be found and refined into a magic treasure. Who could predict the future? Merciful and compassionate maiden Niua. Praise Niua. When everyone saw that Niua had sacrificed herself to mend the heavens, they hurriedly kowtowed and thanked her. They even praised her. Even the great divines bowed slightly to show their respect. The boundless starry sky. Feng Zichen operated the galaxy cosmic light array. Specks of starlight scattered and floated toward the untainted land. That was the star power of the heavens. The star power of the heavens had never appeared in the untainted land since the demon clan took control of Zhoxing. Although this star power could not be compared with the star power of Zhoxing in the ancient times when it was at its peak. But it was much more than when the demon clan took control of Zhoxing. Specks of starlight sprinkled down. It was unusually gentle, like flowing water, nourishing the untainted land. It also seemed to be able to heal the wounds in the hearts of all living beings, and bring them different comfort. With God Pangu around, Feng Zichen could continuously absorb chaos chi from the great chaos outside the realm. He no longer cared about the power of the stars. It was better to let them scatter into the untainted land to avoid being tainted with monstrous negative karma. It would also give him a good reputation. He might even be able to obtain some merit. At this point, the calamity of the untainted land had finally subsided. The rest, he only needed to rebuild the mountains and rivers. However, there was no need for the saints to do anything. Chapter 519. Looking at the battle between the liches and demons, it was really magnificent. Mount Buzhou collapsed, the heavenly realm was shattered, and the chaos demon god broke out of the seal, and the barrier between heaven and earth was almost destroyed. After that, the liches and demons used the power of their clans to transform into the gate of liches and demons to protect the primordial world. The Grand Pure One supported the heavens. The Ziwei Star Master appeared out of nowhere and repaired the boundless starry sky with one hand. The World Tree appeared to support the heavens and earth. The Black Turtle sacrificed itself and transformed into the 4 pillars that supported the heavens. The Niua sacrificed herself and used her body to mend the heavens. Those things were all myths of myths, enough to be passed down through the ages and praised by future generations. Buzz buzz buzz. The disaster subsided, and the heavenly path appeared. It was time to reward them based on their contributions. Who should take the lead in saving the world this time? It had to be Feng Zichen. Therefore, the first person to be rewarded by the heavenly path was Feng Zichen. Boundless merit gathered. It was more than half of the earth transformation cycle. However, Feng Zichen did not absorb the merit. Instead, he waved his hand and sent it into Zhoxing to repair the stars. At this moment, he had just broken through and would not be able to advance any further in a short period of time. Therefore, it was useless to keep the merit. It was better to use it to repair the stars and increase the strength of Pangu. Next, there was probably going to be a tough battle. The saints would never sit back and watch him master Zhoxing and become the lord of the boundless starry sky. It was not easy to kill Dijun. How could the saints allow an existence to replace Dijun to appear? Then what was the point of them trying their best to kill Dijun? Besides, if Feng Zichen really became the lord of the boundless starry sky, then wouldn't all their previous efforts be for Feng Zichen? It wasn't easy to get rid of Dijun, but not only did he fail to reap any benefits, he even got himself into trouble. There was even a possibility that he might encounter an opponent even stronger than Dijun. How could the sages allow such a thing to happen to themselves? If that was the case, would he still want his face? Therefore, after the Heavenly Tao Awards, Those saints would definitely attack Feng Zichen at the first possible moment. Not to mention suppressing it, at the very least, they had to trap it in the boundless starry sky. With such a difficult future ahead, how could Feng Zichen not think of ways to improve his strength? Speaking of which, it was rather laughable. Feng Zichen hated external forces the most. However, up until now, he had mostly relied on external forces. The number of times he had relied on his own strength to act could be counted on one's fingers. Oh man! In the end, he would become the person he hated. He didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. The Qi of Merit was indeed worthy of the name of the primordial world all-purpose oil. After absorbing the Qi of Merit, Zhouxing's origin recovered a lot and became brighter. More star power was emitted from their bodies and floated to the primordial world, bringing boundless vitality to everyone. Under this influence, the power of the galaxy cosmic light array increased by another level. God Pangu could already unleash the power of the 10th heaven of primordial chaos. Today, Feng Zichen was no longer the cultivation novice of the past. He had more or less understood the primordial chaos realm. The primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was divided into 12 levels. It was said that one step was equivalent to ascending to heaven, so it was also known as the 12 levels of primordial chaos. Dao ancestor Hongjun was too unfathomable. Everyone could only guess that he had at least the 10th heaven of primordial chaos. As for the specific level, no one knew. Anyway, he had not transcended the primordial chaos realm. Under Dao ancestor Hongjun was the first disciple of the celestial sect, Saint Taiching. Over the years, he had worked hard to cultivate, and had already reached the 6th heaven of primordial chaos realm. After him was goddess Nuwa. Mending the Dao and becoming a saint was the Lord of creation, the mother of all things. Goddess Nuwa's strength was far from what it looked like on the surface. She was at the 5th heaven of primordial chaos realm. However, in order to mend the heavens, she had dismembered her saint body, causing her strength to be greatly reduced. It was estimated that she would become the weakest existence among the saints for a long time in the future. After Nuwa, it was Heavenly Lord Yuanshi and Sect Master Tongtian. They were also at the 5th heaven of primordial chaos realm. After them were Hutu, Taoist Jieyin, and Taoist Juanti. They were at the 4th heaven of primordial chaos realm. Hutu reached the Tao later, so she could not catch up with the 3 pure ones in a short time. As for Saint Juanti and Saint Juanti, it was purely because of a lack of resources. In terms of innate conditions, they could not even compare to Zhen Yuanzi, let alone the 3 pure ones. As for the cultivation after the saint realm, the 3 pure ones had Panga's mark. Nuwa could go to the Purple Cloud Palace to ask for guidance at any time. Hutu could comprehend the samsara disk of chaos. As for Zhuanti, he could only cross the river and figure it out by himself. Therefore, how could they catch up with other saints in terms of cultivation? After rewarding Feng Zichen, the next target of the heavenly axiom was the Tree of World. In the sky, golden light shone. More than 70% of Feng Zichen's black-yellow merit fell into the body of the Tree of World. The Tree of World absorbed a small part of the merit as nutrients for growth. The rest of the merit formed 3 fruits. The black-yellow merit fruit. Every single one of them contains supreme fortune, enough to allow one to become a golden immortal immediately. The next one was Nuwa. It was equivalent to 50% of Feng Zichen's black-yellow merit. It was bestowed by the heavenly axiom as a reward to Nuwa. Nuwa did not absorb the merit. Instead, she combined it with the power of creation, and refined it into an innate God-fiend body. However, it was a pity that Nuwa's holy body had been nourished by the path of creation for countless years. It had long been refined to an extraordinary state. It was far from being comparable to this black-yellow body. After that, it was the black tortoise's turn. No matter what, it had a share of the heavenly axiom, so it had a lot of merit. A portion of merit equivalent to half of what the Tree of World had obtained flew to the black tortoise's indestructible true spirit. Then it took the merit and reincarnated. Now this is interesting. At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly looked at the heavenly axiom with a gloating look. He had silently calculated just now. In such a short time, the black-yellow merit bestowed by the heavenly axiom had already added up to 1. 5 times of the reincarnation merit. TSK. That was not a small matter. The black-yellow merit did not appear out of thin air. It was condensed from the origin of heaven and earth. Every time it was bestowed, a portion of the origin of heaven and earth would be missing. This was a weakening of heaven and earth, and it was also a burden. Of course, occasionally bestowing some to the heavens and earth was not a big deal. But like today, bestowing a large amount of black-yellow merit at once was equivalent to drawing the blood of heaven and earth. No matter how rich the origin of heaven and earth in the primordial world was, it could not withstand such a creation. He was afraid that after this wave, the power of the heavenly axiom would also fall to the bottom. This was not a good thing for the heavenly axiom. However, it was not the heavenly axiom's doing not to reward someone with merit. It was against the fairness of the heavenly axiom. Feng Zichen was now waiting for the heavenly axiom to make a choice. Would it reward or not? After bestowing the merit to the black tortoise, the heavenly axiom hovered in the void for a long time before it symbolically gave some merit to everyone. At the same time, an extremely mysterious message appeared in everyone's hearts. Haha! Merits offset demerits. I'm dying of laughter. The heavenly axiom really knows how to play. After understanding this information, Feng Zichen laughed so hard that he almost cried. Previously, in order to stop the liches from continuing to fight, they exchanged a blow with the liches and demons. It was also this blow that caused the collapse of Mount Buzhou, and the apocalyptic calamity began from here. It could be said that everyone had to bear a part of the responsibility for the apocalyptic calamity of the primordial world. The heavenly axiom seized this reason and blamed the destruction of the world on everyone, causing their previous efforts to save the world to become atonement. That was to atone for their sins. Then naturally, there was no need to give merit anymore. However, in the end the heavenly axiom was the most benevolent. The heavenly axiom could not bear for everyone to work for nothing, so it symbolically gave them some merit as an incentive. If it were not for Nuwa sacrificing herself, he probably would not have been able to obtain merit. For a moment, everyone's expressions became extremely ugly. After working so hard for half a day, not only did they not obtain any benefits, they almost bore the title of a sinner who destroyed the world. What else? Was there anything more *ket up than this? On the other hand, the liches and demons had saved the world because they had everyone to share the blame. In addition, their performance in this great calamity was extremely outstanding. Although they did not obtain any benefits, it could be considered as offsetting their previous sins and being able to survive. Seeing everyone's ugly expressions, the liches and demons, who were afraid that they would be implicated, hurriedly left this place. Xianming brought the remaining liches and went to the netherworld to seek refuge with the Hutu. The 10 great demon gods brought the remaining demons to the 100,000 mountains to live in seclusion, waiting for the return of the demon emperor. As for the heaven realm, the 10 great demon gods were not fools. Of course, they would not continue to occupy this place foolishly. Without enough strength, they still dared to covet the heaven realm, the center of power in the primordial world. Wasn't that courting death? Suddenly, Feng Zichen looked in the direction of the saint and let out a bewildered voice. In his eyes, in the void that no one could see, there was an endless amount of sin gathering on the saint's body. What's going on? Feng Zichen was really shocked. In this great calamity, the saint's performance could be said to be impeccable. He had even made great contributions to the primordial world. It was already too much for the heavenly Tao not to reward them. Now he had even given them boundless sins. This was really. Seeing this scene, even Feng Zichen, who had regarded the saint as an imaginary enemy, could not help but feel a little wronged for the saint. From this, it could be seen. What the heavenly Tao did this time was really too much. As for whether Feng Zichen had seen wrongly or not, that was impossible. His eyes were called the heavenly Tao's purple eyes. They came from the same source as the heavenly Tao and had the power of the sun and the moon. They could be said to be the second strongest eyes in the primordial world. They were second only to the heavenly Tao's eyes. the eye of heavenly punishment. It was precisely because Feng Zichen's eyes were so powerful that he could see things that others could not, just like the endless sins that were gathering on the saint's body. Just as Feng Zichen was thinking, the endless sins had already gathered and rushed towards the 6 saints. The expressions of the 6 saints became extremely ugly at this moment. As the parties involved, they naturally knew more than Feng Zichen. After thinking for a while, they understood where the sins came from. Dereliction of duty. No dereliction of duty. Serious dereliction of duty. Why did the saint exist? It was to assist the heavenly Tao in managing the primordial world. However, under their management, such a big thing had happened in the primordial world. If this was not dereliction of duty, what was? No matter how outstanding their performance in the tribulation was, it could not change the fact that they had dereliction of duty. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, what they thought was saving the world was just a remedy after the incident. It was what they should do. It was their duty. Dereliction of duty caused the primordial world to almost be destroyed. This great crime of destroying the world was to be blamed on the saint. After all, the primordial world was born under their management. Of course, the heavenly Tao had to settle the score with them. Therefore, the current situation was created. This endless sin was the punishment given to the saint by the heavenly Tao. Of course, these sins seemed serious. But in fact, it could only be considered a small punishment, because the saint was not tainted by karma. Even if these sins were 10 times more, they would not be able to hurt them. Of course, karma could not hurt the saint, but those who were closely related to the saint would be unlucky. For example, their disciples. The pitch-black karma pounced fiercely at the saint. However, the saint was protected by the heavenly Tao. An invisible barrier appeared beside the saint. No matter how the karma acted, it could not even touch the corner of the saint's clothes. Every time the karma rushed to the saint's side, it would be fiercely shaken away. After working hard for a period of time, the karma saw that it could not do anything to the saint, so it followed the connection and pounced on their disciples. This was a transfer. The saint was not tainted by karma, but their disciples did not have this ability. The karma followed the karma between the master and disciple, and transferred to the disciple. This was called the disciple serving the master when he had something to do. Did they really think that they could sit back and relax after acknowledging the saint as their master? As the saying goes, the more you get, the more you lose. Acknowledging the saint as their master would certainly give them his protection, but they would also have to be responsible for the saint's mistakes. The saint could not be wrong. Then the one who was wrong would be the saint's disciple. At this time, the benefits of having merit were reflected. Among the 6 saints, Niua's merit was the strongest and richest. Moreover, she had directly abandoned her sacred body in this great calamity, which could be considered a huge price. The heavenly Tao was fair, therefore, it did not make things too difficult for Niua. It was just a symbolic punishment for him. The karma that surged towards her was directly purified by the merit. As for the other saints, they did not have so much merit. They could only watch helplessly as the boundless karma surged towards their disciples. As the most powerful existence among the disciples of the saints, Xianqing naturally had the most karma that surged towards him. But he did not care, because Xianqing had too much merit on him. Whether it was the merit of setting up the currency, the merit of the path of Qi core, the merit of the teleportation array, the merit of the array disk, the merit of establishing the path of talismans, the merit of opening up the Pure Land. It was enough for him to be fearless of karma. Moreover, Xianqing still had the 12th grade White Lotus of purification in his hands. Chapter 520. As the name implied, the 12th grade White Lotus of purification was a top-grade innate spirit treasure of the path of purification. It had the ability to purify all the filth in the world. That was the nemesis of karma. Karma was also a kind of filth. Therefore, it was just karma. What did Xianqing have to fear? Before the monstrous karma approached Xianqing, the golden light of merit that enveloped his body naturally sensed it. Dazzling golden light blossomed. It was warm but not scorching, peaceful but not violent. Wherever it passed, All the darkness and filth would quickly recede like snow exposed to the sun. In the blink of an eye, the monstrous karma that surged over dissipated under the counterattack of the golden light of merit. During this period, Xianqing did not even do anything at all. He only relied on the automatic counterattack of the golden light of merit to resolve the karma that made the saint frown. Sometimes merit was just so useful. Xianqing had a lot of merit on him, and was not afraid of karma. However, the disciples of the other four sects were not so lucky. Boundless karma came from the void, and spread to the bodies of all the disciples of the four sections. Oh! Not all of the disciples were tainted with karma. For example, Duobao had the merit of creating the array disk, the Eon clan had the merit of protecting the clan, they had merit to protect them, so they were able to survive this disaster that involved the fish in the moat. Sigh. They were really pitiful. These disciples. They had not made any mistakes. But they were inexplicably implicated by their teachers, causing them to be tainted with karma at such a young age. Don't underestimate the role of karma. Among the many disciples of the four sects, other than Xianqing and the Eon clan, the rest had not attained the Daluo Dao fruit and cultivated the Daluo Jingxian. They were all in the Golden Immortal realm, or the Tai Jingxian realm. Originally, they all had a bright future. Under the protection of the saint, they had a high chance of cultivating the Daluo Jingxian. But now an accident had caused them to be entangled with karma. If they could not eliminate these karma, they would not have any hope of becoming the Daluo Jingxian in the future. This can't even be called bad luck. Then what would be considered bad luck? How miserable. The disciples of the saints were really pitiful. Tisk. No wonder, no wonder. I was wondering why there wasn't a single disciple of the sages who could fight in the future. So this was the reason. At this moment, Feng Zichen had a look of realization. In the future, the strength of a sage was truly terrifying. However, the performance of their disciples was somewhat unsatisfactory. It could even be said that it was very bad. Other than Duobao, there was no one else who could fight. So this was the root of it. With so much karma entangling them, they would have a hard time in the future. Not to mention improving his strength, just being able to maintain his current strength was already very difficult. It was no wonder that after the disciples of Chan's school joined the Western sect in the future, their strength began to improve by leaps and bounds. It was all because the Western sect lacked resources. Therefore, they took a different path on the path of cultivation, focusing on accumulating merit and refining qi as a supplement. With more merit, the negative karma would naturally dissipate. The disciples of Chan's school, who had extraordinary aptitude, had been suppressed for so many years. How could their cultivation not improve by leaps and bounds? By the way, Feng Zichen also discovered something interesting. That was, the heavenly Tao's punishment of the saints was equal. That was to say, the negative karma that the 6 saints bore was the same. However, the number of disciples was different. At this time, whoever had more disciples would be the one to take advantage of the situation. The Grand Master of Heaven had tens of thousands of disciples. The monstrous negative karma surged over. In fact, there was not much that landed on everyone's heads. The Grand Pure One only had one disciple, and he had a lot of merit. It was easier to protect him. However, for the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and Zhuan Ti, it was a little troublesome. During the God-conferment tribulation, the disciples of Chan's school were not as good as the disciples of Jie's school. After the world returned to normal, the myriad Tao returned to its original position. The baptism of heaven and earth that should have been given to Feng Zichen finally appeared. Buzz buzz buzz. The world rumbled as the myriad Tao appeared. Zhouxing was also filled with endless joy. Even the heavenly Tao lowered its gaze. Whoosh in the void. 10,000 rays of light appeared out of thin air. It was extremely dazzling and released a mysterious and unfathomable power. That was the essence of the great Tao. It was the essence of the myriad Tao of heaven and earth. It had unimaginable power. Boom. As the essence of the myriad Tao appeared, a phenomenon appeared in the void. It was extremely mysterious. The great Tao resonated together. Flowers fell and golden lotuses bloomed. They surged towards Feng Zichen. That was the blessing of the myriad Tao. Boom. Boom. Zhouxing was also trembling. Wisps of origin flew out and surged towards Feng Zichen. This was the blessing of the stars. Even the high and mighty heavenly Tao represented the world and bestowed a heavenly Tao origin, the blessing of heaven and earth. The entire primordial world was celebrating the birth of the great Ziwei Star Lord. The myriad Tao resonated. At that moment, Feng Zichen felt that he was extremely powerful, as if he had endless power. Even a saint would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. That was not an illusion. That was the truth. The current Feng Zichen was blessed by the myriad Tao and the heaven and earth. Making an enemy of him was making an enemy of the entire heaven and earth. Just think about it. How mighty was the power of the primordial world. Even if the Chaos Fiend God came personally, he would not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed. Not to mention a saint. It could be said that at this moment, Feng Zichen was an invincible existence in the primordial world. However, it was a pity that this power was only temporary. When the power of heaven and earth faded away, Feng Zichen would be beaten back to his original state. But that was enough. Such a powerful power, even if it was only temporary, was enough for Feng Zichen to complete something that should have been done long ago. That was to take away the authority of the Sun Star. The next moment, Feng Zichen's spiritual will, wrapped in the majestic power of heaven and earth, rushed out and surged towards the Sun Star. The Sun Star, one of the three supreme stars of the primordial world. If he wanted to truly control the boundless starry sky, the first thing he had to do was to control the three supreme stars in his own hands. Only in this way could he be considered to have the boundless starry sky in his pocket. As for the other stars, compared to the three supreme stars, they were not so important. The Emperor Star was Feng Zichen's natal star. The Moon Star, in a sense, was also under Feng Zichen's control. Only the Sun Star had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. Therefore, when he was strong enough, he naturally had to make a move on the Sun Star at the first possible moment, and control it in his hands to prevent others from getting ahead of him. Swish! The distance of billions of miles did not seem to exist under Feng Zichen's spiritual will. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Sun Star. Then he ignored the blazing true fire of the sun, and directly rushed towards the core of the Sun Star. Huff huff, the closer he got to the depths of the sun, the hotter the true fire of the sun around him became. In the end, the true fire of the sun had already taken on a form. It was either the form of a fire crow, the form of a heavenly dragon, or the shadow of a fire tree. There were all kinds of them. However, they had one thing in common. After seeing Feng Zichen, they all crazily spewed out the true fire of the sun and pounced on him, as if they were going to kill the intruder. Humph! Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen's face turned cold. He snorted slightly, and a terrifying pressure spread out. In an instant, these fire spirits were turned into ashes. These creatures were all spirits born from the true fire of the sun. They could be said to be fire spirits. They were all good at playing with fire. However, under the suppression of Tai and Dijun, these fire spirits could not even give birth to intelligence, let alone transform. It was precisely because of this that the true fire of the sun had burned for countless years, but not a single creature was born. Even so, Tai and Dijun did not let them go. The two brothers used their great magic to imprison these fire spirits in the Sun Star, and turn them into guards to protect the safety of the Sun Star. Even now, Dijun and Tai had fallen. The forbidden spell that they cast on the fire elves did not weaken at all. It was still working, making the fire elves firmly abide by their duties. Thinking about it, the Sun Star was the foundation of Tai and Dijun. How could it be so easy to break into? There must be many tricks set up by Tai and Dijun inside. Roar! 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 In the depths of the Sun Star, the strength of the fire spirits was even stronger. There were even fire spirits whose strength was not inferior to Daoyuo Jinxian's. However, at this time, Feng Zichen was invincible in the primordial world. Not to mention Daoyuo Jinxian, even a quasi-saint was far from being his match. Therefore, Feng Zichen relied on his powerful strength and rampaged all the way to the core of the Sun Star. During this period, Anyone who dared to block the way was killed by Feng Zichen with a single blow. Fusang tree? Looking at the golden tree in front of him, Feng Zichen frowned. The core of the sun star was behind this tree. In other words, this tree was the last test for Feng Zichen to go to the core of the sun star. This old tree was not easy to deal with. Fusang tree, one of the 10 great primordial spiritual roots of the primordial world. It grew on the sun star to suppress the restless true fire of the sun. Its cultivation was at least at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. There were rumors in the future that the Fusang tree had long been possessed by Dijun, and became his clone. After his death, he walked in the primordial world with the name of the Nine Suns Emperor. If it had been when he had just transmigrated, Feng Zichen might have believed it without a doubt. But from the looks of it now, these words were simply nonsense. Not to mention that the Fusang tree had suppressed the sun star for many years, and had extremely deep merit. How foolish would it be to possess him? Wasn't it afraid of provoking the heavenly punishment? At that time, he wouldn't even know how he died. Besides, as one of the 10 great primordial spiritual roots of the primordial world, if it was so easy to possess, it would be too unworthy of his name. Not to mention, with the difficulty of the primordial spiritual roots transformation, even if Dijun possessed the Fusang tree, it would probably be very difficult for him to transform. Among the 10 great primordial spiritual roots of the primordial world, only 2 people had transformed. One was the primordial hollow willow, Yangmei immortal, and the other was the primordial Bodhi tree, Taoist Kundi. Of these 2, one was the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, and the other was a saint. It could be seen how extraordinary the 10 great spiritual roots were. It was also because they were too extraordinary that it was almost impossible for the 10 great primordial spiritual roots to transform. Therefore, no matter what, Dijun would not possess the Fusang tree. Firstly, he might not succeed. Secondly, even if he succeeded, he might not be able to obtain any benefits. It might even cause his life to be in danger. How could Dijun do such a strenuous and thankless task? Since the Fusang tree had nothing to do with Dijun, why did he block his way? He could not transform. It was useless to have the sun star. Moreover, as a divine object that suppressed the true fire of the sun, no matter who controlled the sun star, the status of the Fusang tree would not be shaken. In fact, the later sun star master had to treat him with respect so as not to offend him. In Feng Zichen's heart, he did not intend to make things difficult for the Fusang tree. He even wanted to curry favor with it. However, it was somewhat thought-provoking that the Fusang tree was blocking the way at this time. Could it be that after so many years of companionship, he and the brothers Dijun and Tai Yi had developed feelings for each other, and wanted to protect the sun star for them after they died and wait for them to return? All kinds of guesses appeared in Feng Zichen's mind. Poor Wei Fusang greets the Emperor Star Master. Just as Feng Zichen was feeling puzzled, the Fusang tree opened its mouth and bowed to him. Greetings, fellow Taoist Fusang. May I know why you are here, fellow Taoist? Feng Zichen returned the bow and asked directly. As he spoke, a terrifying aura rose from his body and locked onto the Fusang tree. It was as if the other party could not say a satisfactory result, he would receive a thunderous blow. Now his fist was the biggest, so he naturally did not need to reason with others. That was because his reason was the greatest reason of the primordial world. Beating around the bush and not being able to get to the main point was a situation that would only happen when their strength was similar. If there was a huge difference in strength between the 2 sides, then of course, the stronger side would say whatever they wanted. Not to mention, Feng Zichen did not have much time to talk nonsense with the Fusang tree. It was better to get to the main point. Who knew how long his current strength could last? It was better to save some time. There must be a method left behind by Dijun in the core of the sun. There was still a tough battle to fight there. Star Master, don't misunderstand. I'm here because I have something to ask of you. The Fusang tree smiled bitterly and said. What is it? Feng Zichen replied concisely. I know that the Star Master has come here to control the Sun Star. However, there is the life mark left behind by Dijun in the core of the Sun Star. If he uses all his strength, he can even exert strength that is not inferior to his true body. Therefore, the Star Master's trip might not be very smooth. However, with this old man's help, the Star Master will definitely get what he wants on this trip. The Fusang tree did not say its request. Instead, it beat around the bush with Feng Zichen. Conditions. Feng Zichen still said concisely. He was not afraid of Dijun's mark. Not to mention the two marks, even if the two of them were resurrected at this time, they would not be a match for the current Feng Zichen. Chapter 521. But in that case, it would undoubtedly delay some time and affect the next operation. Therefore, Feng Zichen planned to listen to the conditions of the Fusang tree. If they were not excessive, he did not mind doing the Fusang tree a favor. I have no other intentions. I only hope that after the Master of the Stars controls the sun, you can use the origin of the sun to condense an innate godfiend body for me. The Fusang tree said excitedly. He had planned this for a long time. Even when Tai Dijun was still alive, he had proposed it to the two of them. For this, he had made all kinds of promises. Unfortunately, Dijun still refused. It was also because of this that the relationship between the Fusang tree and the two brothers was not good. Originally, the Fusang tree was already in despair. But it did not expect that things would take a turn for the better. The two brothers, Tai Dijun, who were almost invincible, had actually fallen. The will of heaven had revealed that the boundless starry sky would welcome a new master. At that time, the Fusang tree knew that its chance had come. If it could get the help of the new master of the boundless starry sky, then its plan would definitely succeed. Therefore, the Fusang tree came. It appeared before the core of the sun. Because it knew. If it wanted to control the boundless starry sky, it had to control the sun star. Then the new master of the boundless starry sky would definitely pass by this place. The Fusang tree wanted to be free. But it could not transform. For this, it thought hard for a long time and finally came up with a feasible solution. That was to abandon its physical body and appear in the primordial world with a new identity. But the indestructible true spirit of the Fusang tree was too strong. In the primordial world, the only thing that could carry its true spirit was the origin of the sun star, which was of the same origin as it. Therefore, it begged Dijun to use the origin of the sun star to create a body of the innate godfiend level for it to carry its true spirit. In order to achieve this goal, the Fusang tree even promised to serve Dijun. But Dijun thought for a long time and still refused. This was because the Fusang tree was formed from the essence of the sun star. It would definitely weaken the luck of the sun star, which would greatly affect Dijun and Tai Yi. In order to prevent the sun star's luck from dissipating, Dijun didn't even allow other living beings to appear on the sun star. He even imprisoned all the fire spirits. From this, it can be seen that he valued the luck of the sun. How could Dijun agree to the Fusang tree's request? Being rejected was normal. Fellow Taoist, you sure know how to joke. If I let you take the form of the essence of the sun star, it would be hard to say whether the sun star would belong to me or you. Looking at the expectant Fusang tree, Feng Zichen said with a hint of mockery. He had almost guessed the Fusang tree's plan. Feng Zichen understood the Fusang tree's desire for freedom. However, understanding was one thing. He would never agree to the Fusang tree's suggestion. Again, if the Fusang tree took the form of the sun star, who would the sun star belong to? One had to know that. The innate star god had absolute dominance over the stars. Feng Zichen didn't think that after the Fusang tree took form, he would be able to snatch the dominance of the sun star from his hands. Star Master, don't misunderstand. I really don't have any thoughts about the sun star. Oh right, I can also make a heavenly oath. If I have any thoughts about the sun star, then let the heavens and earth destroy me. Now Feng Zichen could be said to be the only hope of the Fusang tree. Seeing that he had the intention to refuse, the Fusang tree immediately became a little anxious. It quickly explained and even wanted to make a heavenly oath. Hearing this, Feng Zichen was a little hesitant. He felt that since the Fusang tree had already said so much, if he didn't agree, it would seem a little unreasonable. Moreover, if the Fusang tree could take form, it was very likely that it would become the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian in the future. No matter how bad it it would still be a top-notch great magician. If he were to do him a favor today, he would definitely gain his friendship, and he would also be able to gain a powerful ally for himself. Not to mention, in this matter, he would only lose some of the Sun Star's origin. It was really nothing. This deal seemed to be doable. Star Master, think about it. Although Di Juntai has fallen, they have already cultivated to the immortal and indestructible primordial chaos Tao realm. Sooner or later, they will return and compete with you for the position of Sun Star Master. At that time, although Star Master is the lord of the boundless starry sky and has a noble status, to the Sun Star, you are just an outsider. How can you compete with Di Juntai brothers? If I can become the innate godfiend born by the Sun Star, then things will be much simpler. I will definitely share some of the pressure for you, Star Master. After Di Juntai brothers return, the first person they will deal with will definitely be me. After that, it will be your turn. Moreover, after I transform with the origin of the Sun Star, the impact on Di Juntai will not be so great. Once I am born, I will definitely share the favor of the Sun Star on Di Juntai brothers. In this way, the luck on the two of them will not be as strong as before. Correspondingly, their strength will more or less be affected. Seeing that Feng Zichen was about to waver, the Fusang tree hurriedly struck while the iron was hot, and told him about the various benefits that it brought after transforming with the origin of the Sun Star. The Fusang tree's words really touched Feng Zichen's heart. The return of Di Juntai brothers was inevitable and unstoppable. As long as there were still traces of them in the world, they could rely on this to return. Therefore, Feng Zichen had been worried about how he could protect the Sun Star after Di Juntai brothers returned. The position of the Lord of the Boundless Starry Sky was definitely something that no one could snatch away. However, it was not necessarily the case for the Sun Star. Compared to Feng Zichen, the brothers Di Juntai brothers were the biological sons of the Sun Star. As for Feng Zichen, he was just an outsider. An outsider was an outsider. How could he be compared to his biological son? Now that his biological son was not around, the Sun Star could still tolerate Feng Zichen brothers controlling him. However, once his biological son returned, Feng Zichen brothers, an outsider, would seem to be in the way. He would definitely be ostracized by the Sun Star. This kind of situation was completely irreversible. Even if he predicted it in advance, he would not be able to change anything. After all, if he wanted to treat his biological son well, everyone would say that he was not. However, if he agreed to the Fusang tree's plan, everything would be different. In the face of the battle between his biological sons, the Sun Star could only watch from the sidelines to show his fairness. As for Feng Zichen brothers, he could completely stay out of the matter and watch the development of the situation. He could even secretly help the Fusang tree to prevent it from being defeated by the brothers Di Juntai brothers. The Fusang tree's plan was really wonderful. Feng Zichen brothers really had no reason to refuse. From this, it could be seen that the Fusang tree's desire for freedom was already somewhat desperate. For this reason, it even did not hesitate to offend the brothers Di Juntai brothers. If Di Juntai brothers really returned, the person he wanted to kill the most would probably not be Feng Zichen brothers, but the Fusang tree. Similarly, the person who wanted Di Juntai brothers to die the most in the primordial world was the Fusang tree. Fellow Taoist, I agree. If you help me take down the Sun Star, I will use the origin of the Sun Star to condense an innate godfiend body for you. After making up his mind, Feng Zichen brothers did not hesitate and directly agreed to the Fusang tree's conditions. He did not bargain or make any more excessive requests, because, in that case, it would not be a favor, but an enmity. Okay. It's good that the Master of the Stars agrees. I will help the Master suppress the Sun Star right away. Seeing Feng Zichen brothers nod in agreement, the Fusang tree was so excited that it trembled and quickly replied. Then, the Fusang tree suddenly soared into the sky. It waved its huge roots and whipped towards the deepest part of the Sun Star. There was a rumble. Under the attack of the Fusang tree, a huge passage appeared in front of Feng Zichen brothers. Master, at the end of this passage is the core of the sun. As long as you imprint your imprint on the core, you will be in control of the sun star. As for the imprint left behind by Di Juntai, with me suppressing the sun star, they will never be able to borrow a trace of the sun star's power. In this way, with their own strength, they will definitely not be a match for the master of the stars. In the huge tree body, the buzzing sound of the Fusang tree sounded. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Feng Zichen thanked him and hurriedly followed the passage to the core of the sun star. What a thief! How dare you barge into this place? I will definitely not spare you. Feng Zichen had just entered the origin space of the sun star. Before he had time to size up his surroundings, he heard two loud roars. Then two familiar figures appeared in front of Feng Zichen's eyes. It was Di Jun and Tai. This was the life imprint that they had left at the core of the sun star. It was used to protect the sun star, so that no one would take the opportunity to snatch the sun star when they were not around. Don't underestimate these two life imprints. With the support of the sun star, their strength could even reach the level of their true bodies. Therefore, Di Jun and Tai were very relieved about this. Unfortunately, the strongest defense was often destroyed from the inside. Di Jun and Tai probably would not have expected that their plan, which they thought was perfect, would become a complete joke with the betrayal of the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree had the ability to suppress the sun star. In addition, with the fall of Di Jun and Tai, there was no one on the sun star who could keep him in check. It could be said that under the suppression of the Fusang tree, the two imprints left behind by Di Jun and Tai could not mobilize even a trace of power from the sun star. Die. Looking at Di Jun and Tai who were charging at him, Feng Zichen smiled coldly. Then he clenched his right fist and punched out. Boom. He punched out. The stars moved. Along with Feng Zichen's punch, the illusory images of stars appeared and evolved in the void, forming various worlds. In those worlds, majestic gods and demons appeared. Like Feng Zichen, they clenched their right fists and punched out. Boom. It was as if the universe had collapsed and the universe had been destroyed. A great destructive force erupted from the void. The two imprints left behind by Di Jun and Tai were instantly shattered into nothingness. This was the celestial fiend god fist. It was the latest supreme divine ability created by Feng Zichen. Zhouxing evolved into the myriad worlds, using the myriad worlds to produce endless gods and demons. With a combined punch, he struck out with the ultimate power and destroyed everything. What a pity. It's just two imprints. If their original bodies were still here, I would be the one who fell today. Looking in the direction where Di Jun and Tai had disappeared, Feng Zichen shook his head and put his thoughts aside. He came to the core of the sun star. Although it was called a core, it was more like an eye. Panga's left eye. The sun star was born from the fusion of Panga's left eye and the land of extreme yang in the primordial world. The star core was like an eye. There was nothing wrong with it. Panga's left eye. One eye is so powerful. It turned into a supreme sun and brought endless light and vitality to the primordial world. How can I not know how powerful Pangu was when he was at his peak? Looking at Panga's left eye, Feng Zichen once again sighed at Panga's power. Every time he approached Panga's ruins, he would reminisce about Panga's power. This was his yearning for the strong. It was precisely because of Panga's benchmark that everyone knew that Daoyuo Jingxian was not the end of the Great Tao. Primordial Daoyuo Jingxian was also not the end of the Great Tao. There was an even greater realm above them. As a result, everyone was encouraged to move forward and open up the Daoyuo realm, the Quasi-Saint realm, and even the Primordial Tao realm. By the way, could there be a part of Panga's inheritance in Panga's left eye? Feng Zichen, who was about to put his imprint into Panga's left eye, suddenly thought of a possibility. With this thought in mind, his movements also stopped. Actually, this idea was a little ridiculous. If Panga's left eye really contained Panga's inheritance, it would have been taken away by Tai Di Jun a long time ago. How could it be left until today? However, in Feng Zichen's heart, there was a voice that kept telling him, perhaps, what Tai Di Jun took away was only the inheritance of the path of sun on the surface of Panga's left eye, and they did not take away the inheritance of Pangu that truly belonged to the core. This was because Dijun had roamed the primordial world for so many years, but no one had ever seen them use Panga's style of magic. Even during the decisive battle between liches and demons, both sides had used all their trump cards, but they had never used them. From this, it could be seen that they really did not obtain Panga's inheritance. Moreover, regarding intuition, Feng Zichen still believed in it. The higher the realm, the more accurate his intuition was. Now that his premonition was so strong, it meant that there might really be a great opportunity in Panga's left eye. Then let's give it a try? Anyway, there was nothing to lose if he failed. If he succeeded, he would really make a lot of money. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen stopped imprinting his imprint. Instead, he activated his supernatural power and revealed the Tao pattern on his forehead that was bestowed by the great Tao. Zichen. Panga's Zichen clan. This was the name that the great Tao had bestowed upon him. It was his true name, and it was also the symbol of his chaos creatures. It was also the key to his transformation into a chaos demon god in the future. Of course, this also represented his true identity as Pangu. Chapter 522. It was precisely because of this divine pattern of the Great Path that Feng Zichen dared to call himself the authentic Pangu. Otherwise, did you think that anyone who obtained the inheritance of the Pangu could display the banner of the authentic Pangu? Only those like Feng Zichen who were personally recognized by the Great Path, or those like the 12 ancestors of the Witch 3 Pure Ones, who were transformed from the origin of the Pangu, were qualified to call themselves the authentic Pangu. This was the orthodox of the primordial world. Boom. An extremely pure Pangu aura surged out from Feng Zichen's body and resonated with the Panga's left eye. In an instant, the Panga's left eye moved, as if it had come to life. Its entire body rose into the air. A vast and mighty aura bloomed from his body and shrouded Feng Zichen in an incomparable manner. In this sudden change, Feng Zichen only felt that its will was constantly sinking. It was about to head to a mysterious and unknown area. At the same time, grotesque images appeared in front of his eyes one after another, explaining the ancient legends for him. Finally, Feng Zichen's sinking will stopped. It had arrived at its destination. After coming back to its senses, Feng Zichen looked around and saw that all it could see was nothingness. It was vast and boundless. This was a space of chaos and nothingness. The great chaos of the outer realm? Looking at the slightly familiar scene in front of him, Feng Zichen was a little surprised and uncertain. The space of chaos and nothingness in front of him was clearly the same as the great chaos of the outer realm in his memory. As the place where he had once attained the Tao, Feng Zichen was naturally very familiar with it. He would never mistake it. Why am I here? However, before Feng Zichen could figure out what was going on, the space of chaos in front of him suddenly changed. Boundless visions appeared. The momentum was so great that it enveloped an unknown amount of chaos and nothingness. It was as if the entire chaos was celebrating. Then the scene began to spin rapidly. Chaos demon gods of different shapes and sizes, but with boundless Tao runes, appeared in the chaos and nothingness. They were either sitting and discussing the Tao or fighting with each other to verify what they had learned. They were living happily. In addition to the chaos demon gods, there were also dangerous places and places of fortune. The dangerous places in the chaos were truly dangerous. If the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian fell into them, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of his skin. Dangerous places were dangerous places. Correspondingly, the opportunities were also astonishingly great. There were even opportunities for the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian. Unfortunately, these good things could only be seen but not touched. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would have pounced on her regardless of the consequences. Although there were battles in the primal chaos, most of the time, it was still peaceful. After all, the chaos was too big. The Tagad to meet them. After meeting to meet them meet, the demon penguin fortunately. Peace was meant to be broken in the end. Suddenly one day, the chaos let out a loud wail. All the chaos demon gods pounced towards the same place almost at the same time. Then, It was an unprecedented battle. Just like that, it suddenly erupted. Beams of stunning axe light came from the void, and killed the chaos demon gods that pounced on them one by one. At the same time, wherever the axe light passed, the chaos was cut open, giving birth to a clear and turbid aura. A vast world was faintly taking shape. Pangu split open the sky. This scene recorded that when Pangu split open the sky and earth in the chaos, 3,000 chaos demon gods came to stop him. These scenes are all what Pangu personally experienced in the past. They were recorded by his left eye. Seeing this, how could Feng Zichen not understand what kind of heaven-defying opportunity he had obtained? This was Pangu's left eye. It displayed everything that Pangu had experienced in the past in front of him. Pangu's life experience was so vast. Even a little bit of it was enough for Feng Zichen to benefit for the rest of his life, not to mention all his experiences. If he could digest all these memories, Feng Zichen's realm would not be improved, but it would be infinitely beneficial for his future. At the very least, his future path would be widened. Whether it was his foundation, experience, or comprehension of the Great Tao, Feng Zichen had been greatly improved. From now on, primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was no longer his end point, but his new starting point. As long as he digested Pangu's memories, he would definitely be able to reach the realm above primordial chaos. With the opening of the primordial world, the memories contained in Pangu's left eye also stopped abruptly. The entire chaos space also collapsed. In the blink of an eye, Feng Zichen's environment changed drastically. He came to another space, a mysterious purple space. In the center of this space, there was a circular ball of light completely formed by the patterns of the Great Tao. Countless runes of the Great Tao flowed on it, and its entire body emitted a rich aura of the Great Tao. It was extremely mysterious and magical. It made people unable to help but be addicted to it, and swim in the ocean of the Great Tao. This is curious. Feng Zichen released his divine consciousness and carefully came into contact with it. Immediately, all kinds of insights about the Great Tao of the Sun, as well as some unfathomable eye techniques, followed Feng Zichen's divine consciousness and surged into his sea of consciousness. Feeling that the information transmitted was a little messy and varied, Feng Zichen hurriedly cut off his connection with the ball of light. The origin of Pangu's left eye? After closing his eyes and sorting out the information he had obtained for a while, Feng Zichen understood the origin of this object. The true core of the sun star was also where its origin was. Without any hesitation, Feng Zichen immediately imprinted his imprint on it. Because of Pangu's aura, the core of the sun star did not resist Feng Zichen and fell into his hands easily. In this way, the sun star was set. Condense. The first thing Feng Zichen did after controlling the sun star was to fulfill his promise to the Fusang tree, and condense an innate godfiend body for it. This wasn't particularly difficult for the sun star master. Rumble. In the depths of the sun star's origin was restless and gathered towards the Fusang tree, gradually condensing into the embryonic form of the innate Tao embryo. It was very easy to condense the innate Tao embryo, but it would take a long time for it to truly take shape and even mature. At any time, the birth of the innate godfiend required time. Of course, if Feng Zichen did not hesitate to consume the sun star's origin on a large scale, it might speed up the process. But why would he do that? After condensing the innate Tao embryo, Feng Zichen would have fulfilled his promise to the Fusang tree. As for the rest, the Fusang tree would have to worry about it. Thinking about it, the Fusang tree had planned for a long time for this day. It definitely had a way to speed up the birth of the innate Tao embryo. However, all of this had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. The sun star had fallen into his control. It was time for him to leave this place and head to his next target. Fellow Fusang, don't forget the oath that day. Before leaving, Feng Zichen sent a voice transmission to the Fusang tree. This was a reminder and a warning. I won't forget. Don't worry, Star Master. After my incarnation is born, I will definitely leave the sun star as soon as possible. I will not stay here. On the other side, the Fusang tree, who was pulling the innate Tao embryo down, hurriedly promised after hearing Feng Zichen's voice transmission. That's good. After saying that, Feng Zichen left the Sun Star. However, just as he left, the Fusang tree's voice came from afar. Thank you for today's matter, Star Master. In the future, if Star Master has any orders, I will do my best to do it. Hearing this, Feng Zichen could not help but smile. This would be a great help to him in the future. With a thought, the galaxy rotated. Feng Zichen's figure had already disappeared from the Sun Star. When he reappeared, he was already outside the South Pole Star. The South Pole Star was one of the most powerful main stars in Zhousing apart from the three supreme stars. Only the Gaochen star could be compared to it. Of the 4 celestial emperors who ruled the heavens in the future, 3 of them came from the boundless starry sky. Other than Emperor Ziwei, who represented the Ziwei star, there was the South Pole Longevity Emperor, who represented the South Pole Star, and the Gaochen Heavenly Emperor, who represented the Gaochen Star. From this, it could be seen how respected the South Pole Star was. Its importance was self-evident. There was a saying that the Big Dipper was in charge of death, while the Southern Dipper was in charge of life. In ancient legends, the 6 Star Lords of the Southern Dipper were the heavenly officials who managed all the humans, demons, spirits, gods, immortals, and other living beings in the world. The well-being of all living beings was in the control of the South Pole Star. Therefore, the South Pole Star was in charge of life and had a particularly respected status. Because the South Dipper specialized in survival, it was also known as the prolonging life. Think about it. A star that symbolized luck, fortune, lifespan, and so on, occupied an important position in the operation of the heavenly path. The South Pole Star must not fall into the control of outsiders, especially when the South Pole Star Lord was still alive. The unnamed disciple of the Heavenly Lord of the primordial beginning, the South Pole Immortal Elder, was the South Pole Star Lord and the future South Pole Longevity Emperor. If Feng Zichen did not control the South Pole Star in time, with the support of the Heavenly Lord of the primordial beginning, the South Pole Immortal Elder would definitely become an existence that the saint could check and balance. At that time, no matter how strong the forces of the boundless starry sky were, as long as the South Pole Immortal Elder caused trouble, they would definitely not be able to contend against the saint. Therefore, the South Pole Star. He had to get it. With a step, Feng Zichen arrived at the core of the South Pole Star. During this period, only the imprint of a demon saint came to stop him. But how could a demon god that was not born in the South Pole Star be a match for Feng Zichen? With a wave of his hand he crushed it. After all, the South Pole Star was far inferior to the Sun Star. The arrangement of the demon race against him could not be compared to the Sun Star at all. Therefore, his resistance was far inferior to the Sun Star. As long as I control the South Pole Star, this Zhousing will all fall into my hands. Imprinting his imprint on the core of the South Pole Star, Feng Zichen seemed a little excited. His wish for many years had finally come true. Who could remain calm at such an exciting moment? Speaking of which, Feng Zichen had to thank the demon race for being able to control the boundless starry sky so quickly. If it weren't for the fact that the demon race had killed most of the innate star gods in order to control the heavenly cycle star gods, today Feng Zichen would have to fight with those star gods. Although Feng Zichen was not afraid, it was still troublesome and would affect his reputation. But now, they were all almost dead. It saved Feng Zichen a lot of effort. Who is it? Who is stealing the poor Wei's South Pole Star? Just as Feng Zichen was about to control the South Pole Star, the South Pole Immortal's shocked and angry voice suddenly came from Kunlun Mountain. As the biological son of the South Pole Star, the South Pole Immortal naturally noticed the changes that happened on the South Pole Star immediately. This really shocked and angered him. It was not easy for him to wait for the demon race to be destroyed, and he was about to regain control of the South Pole Star. But at this critical moment, someone actually beat him to it and took control of the South Pole Star before him. How could the South Pole Immortal accept this? He was about to explode with anger. He had waited for countless years for hope. Before he could be happy for long, it was shattered again in the blink of an eye. The difference in this was enough to make people collapse in an instant. It was only because the South Pole Immortal cultivated the righteous path of the celestial sect that he managed to survive. Otherwise, he would have been angered to death. Even so, he did not feel good at this moment. He only felt that the blood in his body was surging, and he wanted to vomit on the spot. Fortunately, he suppressed it. What a thief! How dare you steal the Poor Way's life foundation? The Poor Way will never let you have an easy time. He made up his mind to give the thief retribution. The South Pole Immortal roared in grief and indignation. Disciple South Pole, please uphold justice for me, teacher. His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire Kunlun mountain. The misery contained in it made people cry. Hearing this voice, all the living beings on Kunlun Mountain stopped what they were doing and looked at the South Pole Immortal. They did not know what had happened to make him, a disciple of the Chan school, so miserable. The South Pole Immortal was not a fool. He knew that the person who could snatch the South Pole Star at this time was definitely a big shot that he could not afford to offend. If he wanted to give him retribution or even take back the South Pole Star, there was probably no hope for him in this lifetime. Therefore, it was better to ask his teacher to make a move. Wasn't this the purpose of his apprenticeship? As a Khanate godfiend, the South Pole Immortal did not lack Tao scriptures, magical powers, and Dharma treasures. What he lacked was a huge backer who could stand up for him at the critical moment. The Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning was in line with this. As for whether the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning could snatch back the South Pole Star, the South Pole Immortal was still very confident about this. The Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning was a saint. Unless other saints made a move, he would definitely be able to snatch back the South Pole Star. He would even teach the person who dared to snatch the South Pole Star a lesson, and ruthlessly embarrass him to vent his anger. Just as the South Pole Immortal was fantasizing, the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning also made a move. No, it was not just the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning. It could be said that other than Nuwa and the Hutu, the other 5 saints all made a move and looked at the South Pole Star. Chapter 523. The request of the South Pole Immortal was naturally sensed by the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning. He frowned slightly, and with a thought, he deduced the cause and effect of this matter. Then his expression changed. With his strength, he naturally guessed who had taken away the South Pole Star at the first moment. The boundless starry sky was completely enveloped by the Milky Way cosmic light array, and outsiders could not enter at all. The one who attacked the South Pole Star was naturally the Ziwei Star Master. What did he want to do? What did he want to do? The Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning was shocked and angry. The Ziwei Star Master controlled the South Pole Star. Other than wanting to get his hands on Zhousing, what other reason could he find? This was something that the saints would never allow. Dijun had just left, and now the Ziwei Star Master had come. Wouldn't what they had done before become a joke? How dare you? Therefore, the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning did not hesitate to attack. He raised the 3 Jade Rui and attacked the Ziwei Star. The Milky Way cosmic light array sealed the boundless starry sky and could block many magic treasures, but the 3 Jade Rui was an exception. What was the 3 treasures? The sun, the moon, and the stars. The 3 Jade Rui had the same origin as Zhousing, so how could the Milky Way cosmic light array stop it? Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning, you've gone too far. On the Ziwei Star, Feng Zichen retracted his spiritual sense and controlled the Panga divine being. With a flick of his finger, he sent the 3 Jade Rui flying. After all, he had taught him for a period of time. Feng Zichen did not want to cause too much trouble with the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning, so he secretly held back. He only sent the 3 Jade Rui flying and did not take the opportunity to plot against him. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen held back, but the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning might not appreciate it. After he took back the 3 Jade Rui, he took out the Panga banner, and came to the boundless starry sky. The Panga banner was transformed from the blade of the sky-splitting axe. It was the top innate merit treasure, and had the power to split the heavens and earth. If the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning really used the Panga banner with all his strength, he could definitely split the Milky Way cosmic light array. Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning, what is the meaning of this? At this moment, Feng Zichen's face darkened. because of Xianqing, he could be somewhat courteous to the three pure ones. However, there was a bottom line to this courtesy, and the boundless starry sky was his bottom line. This was the foundation of his path, and no one could touch it. If you move, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, the South Pole star is the birthplace of the Poor Wei's disciple, the South Pole immortal. So, fellow Taoist, please do me a favor and give this place to the disciple of the Poor Wei. After the blow just now, the heavenly lord of the origin had almost tested the strength of Feng Zichen. With the support of the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen might not be inferior to the heavenly lord. Therefore, the heavenly lord of the origin was afraid of Feng Zichen. He did not want to fall out with Feng Zichen directly, and planned to talk to him first. If negotiations were to fail, it wouldn't be too late to make a move then. Ha! Hearing this, Feng Zichen laughed loudly. Fellow Taoist, why are you laughing? Seeing Feng Zichen laugh, the heavenly lord of the origin felt that he was losing face, so he suppressed his anger and asked. I'm laughing at your big face. When the demon clan controlled Zhousing, why didn't you, the heavenly lord of the origin, ask for it? Now you're asking me for it. You're clearly bullying me because I'm weak. You sound so righteous, but in fact, you're just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Hey, the so-called saint is nothing more than this. For some benefits, you don't even care about your face. What's the difference between you and all living beings? Looking at the heavenly lord of the origin, Feng Zichen said mockingly. What was bullying the weak and fearing the strong? That was it. When the demon clan was powerful, they didn't dare to speak. Now that he had just appeared in the world, he couldn't wait to come and ask for benefits. Although this was human nature, when it came to a saint, his table manners were particularly ugly. You. The heavenly lord of the origin's face turned red when he heard Feng Zichen's words. He wished he could leave on the spot. However, this matter concerned the boundless starry sky, and he couldn't really leave. For a moment he was in a dilemma, and his face turned even redder. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen was extremely happy. He had been holding these words in his heart for a long time. As a saint, he should naturally seek benefits for the world. But what about these saints? For some personal benefits, they ignored their responsibilities and schemed all day long to steal the origin of the world, causing the primordial world to decline more and more. If the saints didn't die, the bandits wouldn't stop. The saints were the greatest bandits in the world. They never took their responsibilities seriously. They only wanted to use everything to help themselves become stronger. That was why Feng Zichen mocked them. He tore off the hypocritical masks on their faces, and exposed the saints' selfish, ugly faces of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. As for whether he would offend them because of this, Feng Zichen didn't care at all. When he decided to become the lord of the boundless starry sky, he had already offended the saints. It didn't matter if he offended them a little more or less. Of course, what gave Feng Zichen the most confidence to say these words was that the saints had no way to deal with him now. With the boundless starry sky and Zhousing behind him, he was no weaker than the saints in terms of strength. In addition, he had contributed a lot in this apocalyptic calamity. He could be called the savior of the world, and had already received the favor of the world. The heavenly Tao wouldn't let him die. He had just saved the world, and the saints couldn't wait to kill him. In the future, who would dare to work for the world? Therefore, no matter what, the heavenly Tao wouldn't let Feng Zichen die. At the very least, the heavenly Tao would always protect him before he was exhausted. Moreover, Feng Zichen's background was too noble. He was the lord of the stars the moment he was born, and his status was enhanced. If there was no suitable reason, how could he be killed so easily? Did he still want the outline of heaven and earth? All of these were the reasons why Feng Zichen wasn't afraid of the saints. At this moment, the other saints looked at each other and didn't know what to say for a moment. As for those great divine abilities, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They had seen fierce people, but they had never seen such fierce people. Although what you said was the truth and everyone knew it. But you said it so bluntly. Where did you put the saints? Did you really think that the saints didn't care about their face? Strong, really too strong. Since the birth of the saints, there was only one person who dared to slap the saints in the face like this. If the saints didn't give him retribution today, they would probably lose all face from now on, and lose all prestige in the primordial world. Hee. At this moment, Nuwa suddenly laughed. She didn't establish a sect. The Taoist field was in the chaos beyond the heavens. She never participated in the disputes of heaven and earth. It could be said that Feng Zichen's ridicule had nothing to do with her. Of course, she was happy to see a joke at this moment. Moreover, she was one of the few people in the primordial world who knew the identity of the Ziwei Star Lord. Now that she had appeared, she had the intention of supporting Feng Zichen. Hearing Nuwa's laughter, the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings' face turned even uglier. He even had the tendency to not be able to suppress his anger, and wanted to teach Feng Zichen a lesson. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, your words are a little too much. At this moment, the Grand Pure One spoke. As the leader of the saints and the eldest senior brother of everyone, he had to speak at this moment. Otherwise, the dignity of the saints would really be ruthlessly trampled under others' feet. Hearing this, the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings silently retreated, and left everything to the Grand Pure One to handle. Oh, what I said was a little too much. May I know what advice the Grand Pure One has? Feng Zichen smiled, showing a humble attitude of asking for advice. I don't dare to accept your advice. However, there's one thing that I should let you know. The demons are too domineering. First, they killed the heavenly cycle star god. Then they occupied Zhousing. That led to today's calamity. Fellow Taoist, please take note of this. The Grand Pure One narrowed his eyes and said slowly. After all, he was the eldest senior brother. His realm was different. He did not mention the matter of bullying the weak and fearing the strong at all. Instead, he used the fate of the demons to threaten Feng Zichen. It was really brilliant. However, Feng Zichen clearly did not fall for it. The Grand Pure One is indeed the leader of the saints and the eldest direct disciple of the Tao ancestor. His words are indeed different. Feng Zichen nodded and agreed. What the Grand Pure One said really makes sense. The demons acted recklessly in the boundless starry sky and massacred their fellow Taoists. As a result, the heavenly cycle star god was almost wiped out. That's why today's calamity happened. However, at this point Feng Zichen paused and changed his tone. Zhousing of the demons has long been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between the liches and demons. I used all my means to repair the current Zhousing. It has nothing to do with the star gods from before. Moreover, when they gave up on the stars that nurtured them and fled to the primordial world, they were no longer qualified to call themselves star gods. Now, the demons no longer have the power to control Zhousing. I will succeed them. Instead, they appeared one by one to take back the stars. How shameless. What were you doing earlier? The demons are powerful. It's understandable that they don't dare to go forward in order to protect themselves. But why didn't they show up to help me when I was repairing the heavenly cycle of stars? After I finished everything, they appeared and came to pick the fruits. Why? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? The more Feng Zichen spoke, the more agitated he became. His voice was so loud that the entire primordial world could hear it. The South Pole immortal on Kunlun Mountain blushed and couldn't raise his head. However, it was impossible for him to give up the South Pole star. Compared to the future path of Tao, what was face? However, no matter what, after Feng Zichen's announcement, the entire primordial world knew what had happened. Those star gods who dared to have designs on the stars would probably not be able to raise their heads in the primordial world in the future. Their reputation would be completely ruined. Even the saints who supported them would not be any better. Although the living beings did not dare to be disrespectful to the saints, they would inevitably complain in their hearts. It was fine if one or two people complained. It would not affect the saints. However, if countless living beings complained together, the human Tao would definitely sense it. At that time, the saints would suffer. Damn it. At this moment, the saint's face was completely black. He was extremely furious. What was wrong with this person? Why did he dare to say anything? He was really not afraid of death. Was he really going to fight them to the death? Killing intent, uncontrollable killing intent, rose in the saint's heart. At this moment, their eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked at Feng Zichen. If not for the obstruction of the galaxy cosmic light array, they would have been able to tear Feng Zichen into pieces with just their eyes. Yes, the saint's eyes could really kill. To be honest, the Grand Pure One and the others were also very wronged at this moment. They had not done anything yet, but they had been labeled as such. This person's mouth was really poisonous. Of course, even if the saints were wronged, there were others who were even more wronged than them. That was the great divinities present. What sins had they committed that they would continue to stay here and watch the Ziwei Star Master scold the saint? Although this was really satisfying. But it was satisfying. Trouble came with it. Today, the saint's face could be said to have been torn off alive and placed on the ground to be stepped on. It was extremely embarrassing. And they were just watching the show from the side. They watched the entire process of the saint losing face. At first, the great divine abilities did not care. But when they thought about it carefully, they realized that something was wrong. F***CK. The saint's embarrassing scene was seen by them. Then, after the incident, with the saint's pride, would he silence them? If it were them, they would most likely do it. It was really terrifying to think about it. When the great divine abilities thought of this, their expressions changed on the spot. Only then did they feel lingering fear. But now that things had come to this, it was too late to leave. They could only force themselves to stay. However, there was one thing that made these great divine abilities very glad. That was that there were enough people who saw the saint lose face. In this way, it would not be so easy for the saint to silence them. Perhaps he would give up. The so-called law could not punish the masses. This was the case. Fortunately, there were enough people who saw this scene. If there were only 2 or 3 of them, then they would probably never see them again in the future. Everyone, let's do it. Unable to bear it any longer, the saints finally decided to take action. Although they could not kill the person, they could seal him on the Ziwei star so that he would never be able to be born. If this was a little too much, then they would restrict him to the boundless starry sky and let him dominate there and cultivate in peace. In short, they would never let him touch the primordial world. As for what the living beings who saw this scene thought, the saints no longer cared. At most, they would directly modify spacetime and frame the Ziwei Star Master for everything. In this way, all the problems would be solved. Modifying spacetime was definitely something that would not be successful in the past. But now, with the collapse of Mount Buzhou, the river of spacetime had lost its suppression and seemed to be restless. As a result, everyone had a feeling that they could enter the river of spacetime and travel through spacetime with a thought. Daoyuo Jinxian's ability to control spacetime seemed to have returned. This was also the reason why the saint was confident that he could complete the end after suppressing Feng Zichen. History was often written by the victors. As long as they won, wouldn't they be able to fabricate the reason for this matter? At this moment, the knowledge of all living beings about the saint would be transferred to Feng Zichen without a trace at the moment of their victory. Chapter 524. A momentary loss was nothing. Only the one who controlled the future could obtain true victory. Galactic cosmic light formation rise. Seeing the saint's expression, Feng Zichen knew that something was wrong. Without waiting for them to take the initiative to attack, he took the initiative to attack. He controlled the god of Pangu to attack the primeval lord of heaven. Boom. In an instant, the void shook and all Daos wailed. An undetectable fist with unparalleled power blasted toward the primeval lord of heaven. Feeling this power, the primeval lord of heaven's expression changed on the spot. He subconsciously took out the Wutu apricot yellow flag and raised golden lotuses to protect himself. But unfortunately, it was useless. The power of the god of Pangu was too strong. The explosion of pure power seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. The Wutu apricot yellow flag, which was known to have the strongest defense, couldn't even hold on for a breath before it was defeated. The golden lotus that rose up was shattered and sent flying by the Pangu god's fist. Along with it, the primeval Lord of Heaven was also sent flying. He crashed into the void, destroying hundreds of millions of miles of space. You're courting death. Climbing up from the void, the primeval Lord of Heaven looked at Feng Zichen with murderous intent. Under this attack, although he was not injured, he looked extremely embarrassed. It could be said that he had lost a lot of face. How could the proud primeval Lord of Heaven tolerate this? In his hand, the Panga banner suddenly appeared, releasing a shocking chaotic sword chi as if to destroy everything. Die. Accompanied by a voice full of killing intent, the primeval Lord of Heaven waved the Panga banner in his hand and shot out a vast chaotic sword chi. In a rage, the primeval Lord of Heaven used all his strength. The power of the Panga banner was released. This attack alone was enough to destroy the world. Without a sound, the void was destroyed and all living things ceased to exist. Only a pitch-black chaotic sword chi was heading toward the boundless starry sky. Second brother, elder brother. Primeval Lord of Heaven X3. Are you crazy? Hurry up and stop. The primeval Lord of Heaven's attack did not frighten Feng Zichen. Instead, it gave the saints such as the Grand Pure One a fright. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to destroy the boundless starry sky? The great calamity of Armageddon had just passed. Was the heavenly Lord of Primordial beginning going to start another great calamity? It was no wonder that the saints were flustered. The primeval Lord of Heaven had lost his head in anger. The boundless starry sky had just suffered a great calamity, and had yet to be completely repaired. How could it withstand the attack of the heavenly Lord of Primordial beginning? He was afraid that this strike would shatter it once more. In this way, the heavenly Tao would never let them off. Last time, it could be said that it was a dereliction of duty, but this time, there was no excuse. Therefore, without waiting for Feng Zichen to resist, the other sages all made their moves in an attempt to block this attack. But they were fast, and Feng Zichen was faster than them. Good timing. Feng Zichen laughed loudly. Using his supreme divine ability, the Buzhou seal, he activated the section of Mount Buzhou that he had previously collected and blasted it towards the chaotic sword chi. Rumble. The universe shook. The divine mountain of Buzhou reappeared in the world, standing majestically between heaven and earth. Its vast divine might filled the air, suppressing the past, present, and future. Immediately, the space-time near Mount Buzhou froze. The pitch-black chaotic sword chi was first frozen in the void, and then it quietly shattered. The fragment of Mount Buzhou can be used like this? Seeing this scene, the primeval Lord of Heaven was extremely regretful. If he had known that the section of Mount Buzhou had such great power, he would not have given it to Feng Zichen. Suppress the Emperor Star Master first. Seeing that the attack of Panga's banner did not hurt the boundless starry sky, the Grand Pure One and the other saints immediately changed their target and attacked Feng Zichen. 10,000 gods tribulation. With a thought, Feng Zichen's Milky Way cosmic light burst out and changed. There was chaos chi born, and the power of spacetime surged. Gods and demons with powerful auras were born from the starry sky. They used all kinds of mysterious divine abilities, and attacked the saints together. Boom. A torrent completely composed of divine abilities surged forward in a mighty manner. The Milky Way gave birth to 10,000 gods. Zhouxing had different attributes, each representing a mysterious and unfathomable connate path. Feng Zichen used the Milky Way cosmic light formation to operate the power of spacetime, distorting the past and the future, condensing the power of these connate paths and turning them into powerful gods and demons. The boundless starry sky. It contained unparalleled power. Mastering this power was enough to be comparable to a saint, or even surpass him. In terms of cultivation, Feng Zichen was not as good as Dijun. However, in terms of the use of the boundless starry sky, Dijun was obviously not as good as Feng Zichen. Therefore, he could use the power of the boundless starry sky to fight with a saint. Boom, boom, boom. In just a few breaths, Feng Zichen and the saints had fought several times. Terrifying power raged and almost collapsed the heavenly realm again. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a shattering sound came from the boundless starry sky. It was some stars that had cracked again. The stars had not fully recovered after all. They were not in their peak state and could not support Feng Zichen's high-intensity battle for a long time. After a few exchanges, they had reached their limits and were about to shatter again. Not good. Feng Zichen was shocked. The saints were not any better. If the boundless starry sky really shattered again, they, the culprits, would definitely be punished by the heavenly Tao. In an instant, Feng Zichen had the idea of stopping. At the same time, the saints were not prepared to fight anymore. Both sides looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. They were about to stop fighting at the same time. But at this moment, Tiandao Hongjun suddenly appeared. A transcendent figure suddenly appeared in the center of the battle between the two sides. With a flip of his hand, he suppressed all 6 of them. Hiss! Is the heavenly Tao so strong? This was the only thought that Feng Zichen, Tai Qing, and the others had when they were suppressed by Tiandao Hongjun. The heavenly Tao was really too strong. They did not even have time to react to what had happened before they were suppressed by Tiandao Hongjun with a flip of his hand. It was really just a flip of his hand. They saw Tiandao Hongjun suddenly appear. Then, with a flip of his hand, an irresistible force descended and suppressed them. During this period, no matter how they resisted, it did not have the slightest effect. It was too terrifying. Tiandao Hongjun's move shocked not to mention Feng Zichen and the others. Even the powerful beings who were watching the battle from the side were shocked. With a flip of his hand, he suppressed 5 saints and an existence that was not inferior to a saint. Was this really something that could be done at the primordial chaos level? Greetings, teacher. Shocked, everyone hurriedly bowed. Tiandao Hongjun ignored them and looked at Feng Zichen and the others. Are you going to destroy the primordial world? After looking at the 6 of them silently for a while, Tiandao Hongjun said expressionlessly. The heavenly Tao had no expression to begin with. We don't dare. Tao ancestor, teacher. We definitely don't have such thoughts. The aura emitted by Tiandao Hongjun brought great pressure to the 6 of them. They did not dare to act rashly and hurriedly lowered their heads to admit their mistakes. Then, what were you doing just now? Tiandao Hongjun still said expressionlessly. This time, the saints were speechless. They really could not say it. They could not say that they were afraid that Feng Zichen would control the boundless starry sky alone. So they attacked him to weaken his authority, right? If this were to be spread out, it would be embarrassing enough. But they had nothing to say. Feng Zichen had something to say. This matter, no matter what, he was in the right. Thus, Feng Zichen directly complained. Tao ancestor, please uphold justice for me. Today there are saints 3 pure ones to receive Juranti and the others. They don't think about the well-being of all living beings in the world. Instead, they fight for power and profit all day long, ignoring all living beings in the world. Today, they relied on their powerful cultivation to forcefully seize the boundless starry sky. I had no choice but to resist and almost made a big mistake. Tao ancestor, please uphold justice for me. Feng Zichen was evil. While complaining, he also slandered the saint. Yes. Actually, it was not considered slandering. The saint was really to blame for the primordial world falling to such a state. You. Slandering me. You were the one who made the first move. After hearing Feng Zichen's words, the faces of the Grand Pure One and the others darkened. No matter what, they could not admit it. Therefore, they seized on the fact that Feng Zichen was the first to make the first move and counterattacked. Regarding this, Feng Zichen was naturally unconvinced and immediately retorted. Next, both sides began to attack each other in front of Tiandao Hongjun. Shut up. They are all top figures of the primordial world. How can they make a ruckus here? Perhaps he was annoyed by their quarrel. Tiandao Hongjun said coldly. Both sides immediately stopped talking. They waited for Tiandao Hongjun's decision. Oh, both of you are at fault for today's matter. Since that's the case, I'll punish you to cultivate in seclusion. From now on, you are not allowed to interfere with the primordial world. After pondering for a while, Tiandao Hongjun said slowly. Oh no, I've been schemed against. Hearing this, Feng Zichen's heart skipped a beat. How could he not understand that he had been schemed against by Tiandao Hongjun? Otherwise, why didn't he appear earlier or later? Why did he appear when they were about to stop? This was clearly because he was afraid that if he acted too late, he would not be able to find an excuse to cause trouble for him. Destroying the boundless starry sky. What a good reason. With just one sentence, Feng Zichen could not come out of seclusion, let alone interfere in the affairs of the primordial world, easily cutting off his hope of becoming the Heavenly Emperor. What a good scheme. As the Heavenly Emperor, he was bound to descend to the heaven realm and control the heavens. What was going on with him staying in the boundless starry sky? Tiandao Hongjun's casual words made Feng Zichen have no chance of becoming the Heavenly Emperor, but he could not resist. The reason he used was very legitimate. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Compared to Tiandao Hongjun, the methods of the saints fell to the bottom. Of course, Tiandao Hongjun was also more magnanimous than the saints. Although he had cut off his hope of becoming the Heavenly Emperor, he did not touch his foundation. He was still in charge of the boundless starry sky, allowing him to continue to shine for the primordial world. As for whether he could become the Heavenly Emperor, Feng Zichen did not have much hope. It was all because he was too strong. With Di Jun as a precedent, unless there was something wrong with the Heavenly Dao's brain, the Heavenly Emperor who succeeded the throne would definitely be the weakest among all the candidates. Only the weak could become the Heavenly Emperor. Only then would he not be a threat to the world. Feng Zichen was so strong, and he controlled the boundless starry sky. If he became the Heavenly Emperor, it would not be long before the entire primordial world would fall into his hands. At that time, the saints would also have to submit to him. Even the Heavenly Tao would not be able to do anything to him. Therefore, as long as there was nothing wrong with the Heavenly Tao, it was impossible for Feng Zichen to become the Heavenly Emperor. Feng Zichen had expected this. Therefore, he was not very enthusiastic about the position of the Heavenly Emperor. However, Feng Zichen had never expected that he would lose in such a way. Yes, teacher. While Feng Zichen was in a daze, the three pure ones and the other saints had already bowed to receive their punishment. Tiandao Hongjun's decision could be said to be beyond their expectations. They had thought that they would be severely punished this time, but they did not expect to be let off so easily. This made them very happy, especially the punishment for Feng Zichen. That made them even more satisfied. If he could not leave the boundless starry sky, so what if he was strong? The rule that one could not interfere in the primordial world for no reason was simply set up solely for Feng Zichen. The saints preached on behalf of the heavens, and they were definitely indispensable for the operation of the primordial world. How could they be fine? On the other hand, Feng Zichen was in the boundless starry sky, and it was difficult for him to find an opportunity to go out. Wouldn't he be trapped to death? Obey the decree of the Tao ancestor? After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen said expressionlessly, did he really think that if he stayed in the boundless starry sky, he would not be able to interfere in the primordial world? How naive! One had to know that the Ziwei star was the star of the emperor. In the future, as long as an emperor was born, Feng Zichen would have a chance to interfere in the primordial world. For a moment, everyone had their own ulterior motives. After punishing the 6 people, Tiandao Hongjun looked at the primordial world. Then he said leisurely, this great calamity was caused by the competitiveness of the cultivators. Therefore, heaven and earth decided to change the laws of the heavenly Tao so that everyone would know that cultivation is not easy. In the future, we can focus on pursuing the Tao and avoid disputes. As he spoke, Tiandao Hongjun formed a mysterious seal and applied it to the primordial world. Inexplicably, a change silently occurred in the primordial world. Everyone released their spiritual senses to sense for a while, and their expressions changed drastically. In their perception, all the spiritual veins in the primordial world were no longer producing innate qi, but acquired qi instead. It was not to this extent. Even the innate qi that was spontaneously transformed by heaven and earth, as well as the innate qi that Feng Zichen obtained from operating Zhouxing, had spontaneously transformed into acquired qi the moment they entered the primordial world. Although the amount of newly produced acquired qi was dozens of times more than innate qi, but how could the quality of acquired qi be compared to innate qi? It could be foreseen that as time passed, innate chi would eventually become history, and the entire primordial world would be filled with acquired chi. Fortunately, the process of transforming innate chi into acquired chi was not done overnight. It required a long time to transform. In the end, the countless living beings of the primordial world had to slowly adapt. Otherwise, all innate chi would instantly transform into acquired chi, which would bring a huge disaster to the primordial world. Chapter 525. Those living beings who grew up in an innate environment would definitely not be able to adapt to the postnatal environment immediately. In this way, if the transformation was completed in an instant, who knew how many innocent living beings would wither and die because they could not adapt to the change in the environment? With so many living beings dying at the same time, the negative karma brought about would probably be difficult for the heavenly Tao to bear. Therefore, they needed to leave a long period of time for the living beings of the primordial world to do their best to evolve themselves, so that they could better adapt to the easier primordial world. The heavenly Tao had already left time for all living beings. If all living beings did not complete their transformation within this time, then they could not blame the heavenly Tao for their destruction. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. Evolution had always been cruel. As time passed bit by bit, more changes in the world were sensed by everyone. In an instant, everyone's faces darkened. The myriad Tao of heaven and earth became more and more obscure. It was as if there was a thin layer of fog in front of the great Tao, making it difficult for people to see clearly. In other words, the difficulty of cultivation in the future would undoubtedly increase greatly. If cultivators wanted to comprehend the heavenly Tao, it would not be as simple as before. Of course, the changes in the myriad Tao of heaven and earth were not overnight. Just like the transformation of connate chi into postnatal chi, it also required a long period of time for all living beings to adapt. However, according to the calculations of the powerful figures, when the changes in the myriad Tao of heaven and earth reached their peak, the difficulty of attaining the Tao of Tai Jingxian in the future would probably be about the same as the difficulty of attaining the half-step Daluo Jingxian now. The situation was not optimistic. The scene of Daluo Jingxian walking everywhere, and countless Tai Jingxian would probably not appear in the future. However, what made the powerful figures feel fortunate was that although the environment of heaven and earth was changing, their dojos were not affected and still maintained their original state. As long as they didn't suffer too great of a loss for their own interests, they felt very comfortable. They believed that after this great calamity of heaven and earth, the already extraordinary Holy Land would become even more extraordinary. After all, this was one of the few places in the primordial world that still maintained the ancient cultivation environment. Ehe. Seeing everyone's excited look, Feng Zichen sneered in his heart. Of course, he knew what everyone was excited about. Although the blessed enclave was located in the primordial world, it was faintly surpassing the primordial world. Of course, the changes in heaven and earth would not affect them. However, if those powerful existences were to find out that their dojos had most likely been invaded by the chaos demon Celestial, would they still be able to laugh? Of course, Feng Zichen was very happy to see the changes in the world. The transformation of the innate environment to the acquired environment was undoubtedly a sign that the human race was about to prosper. How could Feng Zichen? As for the changes of heaven and earth, the heaven and earth of heaven, and the heaven and earth of heaven, and to the heaven to heaven, and to the connate to heaven, and to retain connate to connate. However, the changes in the myriad Tao of heaven and earth were holistic. No matter where one was, as long as one was still in the primordial world, one would be affected. Among them, including the heaven and heaven to up, heaven's heaven and heaven, and by heaven. The change of heaven and earth did not cause much loss to the entire primordial world. However, for cultivators, the environment of heaven and earth was getting worse and worse. It was gradually becoming unsuitable for cultivation. From this, one could see the determination of heaven's heaven. The calamity of world destruction of the primordial world made heaven's heaven afraid of cultivators. It was too dangerous for heaven and earth to have too much power. Therefore, heaven's heaven was determined to weaken the power of cultivators. All the changes that happened in the primordial world were for this purpose. As heaven and earth changed, in the depths of the long river of destiny that no one paid attention to, an inexplicable change happened silently. Almost all the luck of the Khanate races was slowly gathering towards the luck of the human race. Heaven's heaven wanted to prosper the human race. To the primordial world, the human race was too special. They were the only postnatal race in the primordial world, and they were also the weakest race. The human race was not like the Khanate life forms who had a long life. They were suffering from hunger, cold, sickness, and death. It could be said that they could die at any time. Because of this, the human race obtained the favor of heaven's heaven. The human race did not have the powerful combat strength of the liches. If this race became the main character of heaven and earth, there would be no need to worry that they would destroy the primordial world when a war broke out. In particular, the human race had a limit to their lifespan. Life and death were the principles of heaven and earth. That was the path of evolution of the world. Like the liches and demons, every clansman had an almost infinite lifespan. Even if heaven's heaven went crazy, it would not let them become the main character of heaven and earth. If everyone could live forever, the origin of heaven and earth would be exhausted sooner or later, leading to the destruction of heaven and earth. Therefore, the only postnatal race, the human race, became the only choice of heaven's heaven. Apart from the human race, Feng Zichen's luck, the number one postnatal person, was also slowly increasing. Every time heaven and earth transformed into the postnatal era, his luck would increase a little. It could be expected that when the primordial world completely entered the postnatal era, Feng Zichen's luck would be extremely dense to an extremely terrifying level. It might be able to directly push his cultivation level to the level of primordial chaos. However, it was a pity that the direction of this luck was gathering in the small primordial world. For the time being, it could not be used by Feng Zichen. Otherwise, wouldn't the relationship between Ziwei Star Master and Feng Zichen be directly exposed? No matter how hard he tried to hide the flow of the primordial world's luck, he could not hide it from Dao ancestor Hongjun. After all, he was the heavenly Dao. Therefore, as long as Feng Zichen did not want to expose the true identity of Ziwei Star Master, he could not touch this luck. He could see it, but he could not touch it. It was really uncomfortable. Not to mention the primordial world's luck. After Tiandao Hongjun used the Dao seal, he looked at the world tree. The chaos spirit root is really extraordinary. After a long while, Tiandao Hongjun said in shock. The origin of the world tree could not be hidden from him. He was shocked because he knew the origin of the world tree. This was the foundation of the prosperity of the primordial world. As the world tree grew, the origin of the primordial world would definitely be strengthened. In the future, there might be a chance to take another step forward. Therefore, the heavenly Dao attached great importance to the world tree. Go. Hongjun of the heavenly Dao used his fingers as a sword, drawing in the origin energy of the world and forming mysterious Dao patterns that enveloped the world tree. Suddenly, the world around the world tree changed drastically. A force of Vipralopa was born from the void and instantly drowned the surrounding space for hundreds of millions of miles. All spells were exhausted, the great Dao wailed, and the laws trembled. All magical powers and spells would lose their effect around the world tree. Even if a golden immortal came here, he would be corroded by this energy of the last days and fall completely into it. It caused the heavens and the earth to move towards decline, and the tribulation of the 5 decay of the heavens and earth to descend to annihilate oneself. This was Tiandao Hongjuan's protection for the world tree. The world tree was not as simple as a spirit root. If it was cut down, it could be directly refined into a Khanate cardinal treasure. If someone discovered this, it was hard to guarantee that they would not take the risk and commit such a heinous crime. Therefore, Tiandao Hongjun took action in advance to protect the world tree, so as to prevent some people from having thoughts that they should not have. F***ck. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen really cursed in his heart. Although he knew that Tiandao Hongjun was thinking for the world tree, he was still unhappy. One had to know that the surroundings of the world tree could be said to be the best holy land in the primordial world. The changes in the primordial world could not affect that place at all. Over there, the laws of heaven and earth were extremely clear, and one could fall into enlightenment at any time. The Kanchi was extremely rich, almost turning into liquid. Among them, there was even chaos vitality that was of a higher level than Kanchi. The dew that dripped from the world tree was also not inferior to the 10 great primordial waters of the primordial world. Occasionally, the origin of heaven and earth would manifest there. It could be said that cultivating around the tree of world would make one's cultivation progress at a tremendous pace. It was impossible to find a better holy land than this in the primordial world. Originally, Feng Zichen intended to place a portion of the human race around the world tree, so as to foster some experts for the human race and improve the resources of the human race. However, with Tiandao Hongjuan's actions, all of this was lost. The last day's domain around the world tree was truly too strong, and it could be said to be the most dangerous place in the primordial world. If it wasn't for Feng Zichen being the owner of the world tree, and being able to rely on its strength, even he wouldn't dare guarantee that he would be able to walk to the world tree's side alive. This clearly showed how dangerous the last day's domain was. Even if Feng Zichen tried his best to send his clansmen to the world tree's side, they would still be unable to survive in the last day's domain. This plan could be considered to be useless. However, Tiandao Hongjun couldn't be blamed for this. No matter what, he had good intentions. It was just that their standpoints were different. One was for his clansmen, and the other was for the entire primordial world. Hiss! How formidable! When the group of great mediums saw this, they were all shocked speechless. Tiandao Hongjuan's actions had fiercely shocked them once more. As they gazed at the last day's domain, they had the feeling that even if they were careless and fell into it, they would be in danger of perishing. It was truly too terrifying. Yes. Actually, these great experts, if they dared to enter the last day's domain, even if the last day's domain didn't belong to them, the Heaven Dao would absolutely not let them off. If anyone really took the last day's domain to be the Heaven Dao's only ability to protect the world tree, then that person would really be an idiot. If a great expert really entered the last day's domain, then the Heaven Dao would immediately sense it, and it would execute a thunderous strike to annihilate that expert. The last day's domain was mainly used to resist cultivators of lower realms of cultivation, and its true trump card was the Heaven Dao. The world tree is the foundation of the heavens and the earth, and it absolutely can't be lost. So, all of you absolutely can't allow anyone to approach this tree in the future, and you can't allow anyone to harm it. Do you understand? Tiandao Hongjun withdrew his gaze, and then he turned around and spoke to the 6 saints and the other great experts by his side. We'll remember Master's orders. All of them didn't dare dally and hurriedly replied. Yes. When he heard this, Tiandao Hongjun didn't care if they were really sincere or not, and he nodded with satisfaction. After that, he led all of them towards the heaven dimension. Outside the heaven dimension, everyone looked over, and they saw that the enormous 9 heavens had already shattered into numerous enormous fragments. This was even the result of a portion of Niwa's natural quintessence flowing towards the heaven dimension when she used her body to mend the heavens, and it repaired a portion of it. Otherwise, who knew what the situation in the heaven dimension would be like? The 9 heavens have shattered, and the heaven dimension should be rebuilt. As he gazed at the miserable state the heaven dimension was in, Tiandao Hongjun spoke in a low voice. After that, he didn't seem to have made any movements. Yet the fragments of the heaven dimension that floated in space started to tremble, and they converged towards a certain place under the control of the energy of the heavens and the earth. Rumble. The heaven dimension started to be rebuilt. Earth, fire, water, and wind surged. The energy of the 5 elements became restless, the light of creation flickered, and boundless auras of the Tao appeared. Layer after layer of vast heaven dimensions gradually rose before everyone, and an entire 33 levels of heaven dimensions rose before it stopped. 33 levels of heaven. This was the new heaven dimension. It was refined by Tiandao Hongjun using the 33 largest fragments of the 9 heavens fragments, as well as some important places in the 9 heavens, and the origin of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the new heaven dimension was refined from the fragments of the 9 heavens. In a short period of time, it couldn't be compared to before. Overall, the new 33 heavens weren't as big as the previous 9 heavens. However, even so, every day in the 33 heavens was even vaster than the upper-class world. With the foundation there, no matter how weak it was, it couldn't be that weak. After refining the 33 heavens, Tiandao Hongjun looked at the remaining fragments of the 9 heavens. However, after thinking for a moment, he didn't continue to make a move. Instead, he allowed it to evolve. In the heaven dimension of the later generations, there were many immortal islands floating in the air. They were formed from these fragments. The heavens and the earth had been set, and Tiandao Hongjuan's mission could be considered completed. It was time for him to leave. I hope that all of you will take this as a warning in the future. You must not cause any more trouble and bring disaster to the primordial world. After glancing at everyone one last time, Tiandao withdrew his will. Immediately, the aura on Dao ancestor Hongjuan's body changed drastically. A smile appeared on his face, and the cold and heartless aura was replaced by an amiable aura. This was the will of Dao ancestor Hongjun. He had returned. Taiqing, Yuqing, Shangqing, and Yuhua pay their respects to master. Sensing the return of Dao ancestor Hongjuan's will, his 4 direct disciples hurriedly went forward to pay their respects. Jie Yin Zhuanti Zenyuanzi Mingi pay their respects to master. After that, it was Jie Yin Zhuanti and the group of mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. Looking at the people who greeted him, Dao ancestor Hongjun seemed to be in a daze and completely ignored them. The Dao ancestor didn't say anything, and no one dared to get up. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. All of you, dispense with the formalities. After a long time, Dao ancestor Hongjun said. Chapter 526. Thank you, Master Teacher. When everyone heard this, they stood up as if they had been pardoned. You. What a good disciple of the poor way. You really know how to scheme. Dao ancestor Hongjun said in an inexplicable tone as he looked at Zhuanti and the others. Obviously, these people's scheme against the magi and demons did not escape Dao ancestor Hongjun's eyes. Teacher, what do you mean? Daoist Zhuanti's heart trembled as he forced a smile and asked. He had contributed the most to the current situation of the magi and demons, so he deserved the most credit. The rest of them were at most adding fuel to the fire. It was not a big mistake. Therefore, if Dao ancestor Hongjun really wanted to settle the score, his problem was the most serious. You all understand what the poor way said. In the future, you will receive your retribution. Dao ancestor Hongjun glanced at the few of them expressionlessly before saying, Retribution? When everyone heard this, a bad feeling arose in their hearts. However, when they thought about it carefully, they did not find anything wrong. Therefore, they all looked at Dao ancestor Hongjun, wanting to get an answer from him. Unfortunately, Dao ancestor Hongjun did not even look at them, let alone help them solve their doubts. To be honest, Dao ancestor Hongjun did not object to his disciples scheming against the magi and demons. It could even be said that he supported it. After all, the existence of the magi and demons was not in the interest of the heavenly Dao. The reason why he was angry was that these disciples were too useless. They had the ability to scheme against the magi and demons, but they did not have the ability to back them up. As a result, they almost destroyed the entire primordial world. In the end, they had to let others clean up the mess to solve the crisis. How could Dao ancestor Hongjun not be angry? If it were not for the dignity of the saint, Dao ancestor Hongjun would have cursed them on the spot. After this time, the celestial sect of wonders could be said to have lost a lot of points in the eyes of the heavenly Dao. Perhaps, it would not be long before the celestial sect of wonders was punished. That was truly unbearable. Dao ancestor Hongjun had spent countless efforts to develop the celestial sect of wonders to its current state. However, after the manipulation of his disciples, the celestial sect of wonders would definitely face a calamity. Sigh. What a sin. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Tao ancestor Hongjun decided to teach his disciples a lesson. With that thought in mind, Tao ancestor Hongjun extended his hand and grabbed the heads of the 3 pure ones. Immediately, the 5 of them felt that with Tao ancestor Hongjun's grab, a layer of luck was snatched away from their bodies. That's right, the lesson that Tao ancestor Hongjun taught them was to take away a layer of luck from them. Although this lesson did not hurt their foundation, it was enough for them to remember for a long time. Master teacher, please calm down. The 5 of them panicked and hurriedly knelt down. However, Tao ancestor Hongjun waved his hand and directly released a thick dermic power that lifted the 5 of them up, causing them to be unable to bow down. This time, the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Mount Buzhou has collapsed. The boundless starry sky and the heavenly realm have also collapsed one after another. The earth has been torn apart. The entire world is in danger of being destroyed. However, thanks to everyone's help, I was able to repeat myself. Everyone has made great contributions to the world. Ignoring the 3 pure ones and the others, Tao ancestor Hongjun looked at everyone and said, "We don't dare, we don't dare." Although everyone was very happy in their hearts, they all revealed a humble expression on their faces and repeatedly said that they did not dare. Tao ancestor Hongjun ignored them and continued, "During this tribulation, Dijun sacrificed himself to block the sky. Although he was loyal, the dead have already passed away. The heavenly court cannot be without a master for a day." After laying the groundwork for a long time, Tao ancestor Hongjun finally revealed his true purpose and established the heavenly emperor again. When everyone heard this, they were all tempted. However, after seeing the saint, they all extinguished their thoughts. Although the position of heavenly emperor was good, once one sat on it, they would be targeted by the saints. Just thinking about it made one shiver. Dijun was an example. He was so strong, but he was still schemed to death by the saints. Everyone asked themselves, their strength was not even comparable to Dijun's, so they would not be able to defeat the saints. Everyone did not dare to accept it, but Feng Zichen dared. Hence, he stared at Tao ancestor Hongjun with bright eyes. He almost stood up and said, "I'll do it." Unfortunately, Tao ancestor Hongjun acted as if he could not see him and automatically blocked his gaze. "What do you think?" Seeing that everyone was silent, Tao ancestor Hongjun looked at the 6 saints with a questioning gaze. Reporting to Master, I have a... Nua's heart skipped a beat. She was about to recommend Feng Zichen, but just as she spoke, the Grand Pure One interrupted her. "Master, the position of Heavenly Emperor is very important. It concerns all living beings in the world. How can it be decided so easily? In my opinion, it's better for us to find a time and carefully choose the most suitable candidate." The Grand Pure One's words were really for the sake of all living beings in the world. Perhaps he had some selfish motives, but it was definitely not much. That was because the position of Heavenly Emperor had nothing to do with him. He only had one disciple under his name. It was where his inheritance was. He could not let him go to the Heavenly Emperor. What the Grand Pure One said makes sense. When this matter is over, go to the Purple Cloud Palace to discuss it. At that time, just hand the candidate over to me. Nodding, Tao ancestor Hongjun's figure disappeared from the spot and returned to the Purple Cloud Palace. After Tao ancestor Hongjun left, everyone immediately looked at a certain void. There were 2 connate cardinal treasures facing each other, the Chaos Bell and the Primordial World Map. After the world was reset, the 2 of them each occupied a void and confronted each other. Connate cardinal treasures. Who would not be tempted? Previously, with Tao ancestor Hongjun around, no one dared to snatch it. However, now that the Tao ancestor had left, how could they suppress the greed in their hearts? Who else could be the first to attack other than Taoist Zhuan-Ti? He rolled his eyes and raised the wonderful 7 treasures tree, brushing it towards the 2 connate cardinal treasures. He was greedy enough. The moment he attacked, he wanted to take the 2 connate cardinal treasures. There was not a single connate cardinal treasure in the Western sect. If he could take away the 2 connate cardinal treasures, It would definitely increase the luck of the Western sect. Perhaps the Western sect would prosper because of this. Fellow Taoist Juanti, you're from the Western sect. Why are you coveting my Eastern cardinal treasures? The Grand Master of Heaven raised the Qingping sword and blocked the wonderful 7 treasures tree. The Grand Master of Heaven was also very covetous of the Chaos Bell. Although he had the Khanate cardinal treasures, the 4 immortal vanquishing swords, their killing intent was too strong to suppress luck. If he could obtain the Chaos Bell, he could make up for the shortcoming of Jie School. Moreover, Panga's axe had transformed into a total of 3 heaven-splitting treasures. 2 of them were in the hands of his eldest brother and second brother. The 3rd heaven-splitting treasure, the Chaos Bell, should fall into his hands to complete the friendship of the 3 pure ones. Eastern cardinal treasure? You're talking as if the 4 immortal vanquishing swords in your hands are not Western cardinal treasures. Hearing the Grand Master of Heaven's words, Taoist Xuanti laughed in anger. The 4 immortal vanquishing swords were clearly Khanate cardinal treasures nurtured by Mount Meru. They were genuine Western treasures. Now that the Grand Master of Heaven was holding it in his hand, he said that there was a difference between the items. He was really shameless. So only the people of the East can take the treasures of the West, but the people of the West are not allowed to take the treasures of the East. Fellow Taoist Juanti, the 4 immortal vanquishing swords were given to you by Master. If you have any dissatisfaction, feel free to go to the Purple Cloud Palace and tell Master. The Grand Master of Heaven was not angry. He encouraged Taoist Juanti to go to the Purple Cloud Palace to complain. Taoist Juanti was so angry that he could not speak. If he had the ability to seek justice from the Tao ancestor, he would not have to snatch the treasures from everyone here. Fellow Taoist Juanti, you should return to the West. At that moment, the Grand Pure One and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning walked forward at the same time, and stood together with the Grand Master of Heaven. They threatened Taoist Juanti together. At that moment, the God-confirmant tribulation had yet to erupt. The relationship between the 3 pure ones had yet to be broken. It could be said that they were so close that they were wearing the same pants. Now that the Grand Master of Heaven wanted to snatch the Chaos Bell, they would naturally help. You're going too far. Saint Jia-yin took a step forward and stood together with Taoist Juanti, facing the 3 pure ones. Niwa also walked forward and pointed at the Chaos Bell. Since everyone is interested in the Chaos Bell, let's see what happens. As he spoke, the Grand Pure One activated the Taiji painting. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning activated the Panga banner. The Grand Master of Heaven activated the Immortal Vanquishing Array, and swept towards the Chaos Bell. On the other side, Juanti, Niwa, and the other 2 also attacked. The 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus, the Green Treasure Lotus Flag, and the Cosmic Cauldron flew out almost at the same time. However, their goal was not the Chaos Bell, but the Primordial World Geomancy map. Clearly, they did not think that they had the ability to snatch the Chaos Bell under the combined forces of the 3 pure ones. Clang. Sensing the danger, the Chaos Bell resisted. Terrifying bell waves spread and suppressed everything. However, the Primordial World Geomancy map was not as powerful as the Chaos Bell. Even if it unleashed its full strength, it gradually could not defeat the combined suppression of the 3 saints. Fellow Taoists, you've gone too far. Seeing that the Primordial World Geomancy map was about to be grabbed by the saint, Huta's cold voice suddenly came from the Netherworld realm. Then the Primordial World Geomancy map suddenly erupted and shook away the 3 spirit treasures in one fell swoop. It tore open the void, and went to the Netherworld realm. The Magi still had Hutu. How could they let the treasure fall into the hands of outsiders? However, when the 3 saints saw the Primordial World Geomancy map leave, they did not chase after it. Instead, they went to snatch the Chaos Bell with the 3 pure ones. Fight! Fight! On the side, while the saints were fighting for the Khanate cardinal treasure, Feng Zichen was not idle. He quietly came to the place where the Magi had fallen. He formed a seal with his hands and summoned 10 flags from the void. It was the 12 heavenly divine banner. It was the natal spiritual treasure that Feng Zichen had given to the 12 Magi. After being refined by the 12 Magi, the 12 heavenly divine banner, which was previously a Khanate Dharma treasure, was now a middle-grade Khanate spirit treasure. What a treasure! Whether the Magi can return as soon as possible depends on you. After putting away the 12 heavenly divine banner, Feng Zichen thought to himself, as the natal spiritual treasure of the 12 Magi, besides being powerful, they could also help the 12 Magi gather their true spirits and speed up their return. This was also the reason why Feng Zichen had given the 12 heavenly divine banner to the 12 Magi. Knowing that the Magi would fall in the battle between the Magi and the demon, how could Feng Zichen not make preparations? This was his staunchest ally, and he could not allow him to fall so easily. While Feng Zichen was collecting the heavenly divine banner, the other great mediums also started to move. The 6 saints were fighting for the Chaos Bell. They did not have the strength to fight for it, so they set their sights on the treasure vault of the heavenly court. There were hundreds of millions of years of accumulation of the demon clan. There must be many treasures there. Feng Zichen did not care about this. The demon clan had many treasures, but there were also many of them. They were about to enter the final battle with the Magi. The demon clan would definitely not leave their treasures in the treasure vault to collect dust. They would definitely use as much as they could. According to this calculation, no matter how rich the demon clan's treasure vault was, it could not withstand such consumption. Now there weren't many treasures left. In terms of the truly precious treasures of the demon clan, it was Di Jun and Tai Yi's treasure vault. There were definitely many good things in it. If he wanted to find something, he would look for them. It was useless to look for the demon clan's treasure vault. As for Di Jun and Tai Yi's treasure vault, although Feng Zichen did not know their exact location, he was sure that it must be on the Sun Star. Therefore, Feng Zichen was not in a hurry at all. The Sun Star was already in his bag. In the future he would have plenty of time to look for Tai Yi and Di Jun's treasure vault. Time passed slowly. The Chaos Bell had also produced a result. It was Zhuan Ti and Zhuan Ti. When they saw that there was no hope of obtaining the Chaos Bell, they secretly found an opportunity to throw the Chaos Bell into the void. At this point, the Chaos Bell had completely disappeared. Even the saint. He could not find any traces of him. The 3 pure ones were about to explode from anger. They were about to obtain the Chaos Bell, but someone had interfered, causing them to miss out on the treasure. This kind of situation where a cooked duck flew away was really unbearable. However, at this point, there was no other way. They could only grit their teeth and swallow this loss. When they found an opportunity in the future, they would give the 2 of them from the Western sect retribution. Everyone, it's time to get down to business. After a moment of silence, the Grand Pure One said, this was business. Naturally, it referred to tampering with the past. Recently, they had completely lost their face. They had almost become the joke of the primordial world. If they did not erase everything that had happened previously, how could they have the face to preach the primordial world? That's how it should be. The few of them nodded and used their mystical abilities to draw the river of spacetime. As expected, without Mount Buzhou, the river of spacetime that had previously rejected them was easily summoned by them. Let's go in. When they saw this, they were even more overjoyed. They hurriedly flashed into the river of spacetime. Whoosh! The river of spacetime was vast. There was no end in sight as it flowed forward endlessly. They were not unfamiliar with the river of spacetime. After all, they had been there several times. When they became saints, the first thing they had to do was to transcend the river of spacetime. Without Mount Buzhou, the river of spacetime is indeed not the same as before. This is what a saint should be able to do. Standing in the sky above the river of spacetime, and looking down at the changes of time, everyone said excitedly, Chapter 527. If it was before, when Mount Buzhou was still around, the saints wouldn't even be able to enter the river of spacetime, let alone look down at it. They would have been suppressed by Mount Buzhou long ago. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and act. After a while, everyone said excitedly, altering spacetime. What a desirable ability. Speaking of which, this was the first time they had entered the river of spacetime and tried to change the past since they started cultivating. In the past, although controlling spacetime was Daoyuo Jinxian's basic ability, due to the suppression of Mount Buzhou, this ability was completely useless. Until today, when Mount Buzhou collapsed, they had the chance to step into the river of spacetime and display Daoyuo Jinxian's strongest ability. Thinking about it, it was really exciting. Let's go. The few of them nodded and followed the river of spacetime upstream, heading from the present to the past. However, the moment they moved, the entire river of spacetime began to tremble violently, erupting with supreme power, setting off huge waves. Wave after wave slammed towards the five of them. This was the backlash of the river of spacetime. Reversing spacetime could be said to be an enemy of all living beings in the world. How could it be done so easily? They would definitely have to pay a huge price. In fact, they might even die. It's just a small matter. The five of them smiled lightly. The power of primordial chaos surged on their bodies and spread to the surroundings. They easily suppressed the huge waves that surged over. They didn't even use their magic treasures. Was the backlash of the river of spacetime strong? Yes. Actually, it wasn't strong. Daoyuo Jinxian could easily suppress it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying that Daoyuo Jinxian could reverse spacetime. Since Daoyuo Jinxian could do it easily, then the stronger primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian could do it easily too. Let's go. As they chatted, the five saints suppressed the backlash of the river of spacetime and were about to continue walking towards the past. However, they suppressed the backlash from the river of spacetime, but the backlash from the world also followed and pounced on them. Boom, boom, boom. The river of time and space trembled, and the power of time surged. Terrifying figures came over on the waves, facing the five saints from afar. This was Daoyuo Jinxian. All the Daoyuo Jinxian in the untainted land. Every Daoyuo Jinxian occupied a timeline. The aura they emitted was like a nail firmly nailed into the long river of time and space, fixing the past. Therefore, in order to reverse time and space, the first thing to do was to suppress all the traces left behind by the Daoyuo Jinxian in the primordial world in the river of time and space. Due to the characteristics of the Daoyuo Jinxian, every additional Daoyuo Jinxian in the world would increase the difficulty of reversing time and space. Come to think of it, when the first Daoyuo Jinxian was born, he was simply an invincible existence in the long river of time and space. If it wasn't for Mount Buzhou, he could do whatever he wanted. It was not impossible for all the living beings in the primordial world to be unable to prove themselves as Daoyuo Jinxian. His authority was even greater than that of the saints. It was precisely because of this that Pangu left Mount Buzhou behind to prevent future experts from obstructing others from attaining the Tao in the long river of time and space. The trouble of the saints had arrived. Think about it. Since the beginning of the primordial world, how many Daoyuo Jinxian had been born? There were at least tens of thousands of them. They might have fallen now, but in the past, they were still alive and still existed in the long river of time and space. Now the saints wanted to reverse time and space. Under the stimulation of the long river of time and space, all the Daoyuo Jinxian that had existed in the history of the primordial world appeared. They charged towards the saints to stop them from reversing time and space. A great battle erupted. Yes, saints. Past. The long river of time and space. The change in the long river of time and space was immediately sensed by all the Daoyuo Jinxian in the primordial world. That was because at the moment the great battle broke out, a memory that no one had any impression of suddenly appeared in their minds. It was the scene that happened in the long river of time and space. Hiss! Is the long river of time and space so terrifying? Looking into the depths of the void, everyone's expressions revealed some shock. They had thought that after Mount Buzhou collapsed, the pass would be at their disposal. However, reality had slapped them hard in the face. That was, tens of thousands of Daoyuo Jinxian attacked together. They were afraid that they would be reduced to ashes as soon as they went up. For a moment, everyone extinguished the thoughts that they should not have. Although controlling time and space was tempting, no matter how tempting it was not as important as their lives. Tens of thousands of Daluo Jingxian could scare the great divine abilities of the primordial world, but they could not scare the saints. That was because these Daluo Jingxian were no match for them. Saints were the strongest combat strength of the primordial world. The Grand Pure One shook the Taiji painting, and the Yin-Yang Qi surged out. In the blink of an eye, it devoured countless figures of Daluo Jingxian. The Pangu banner destroyed everything. The 4 immortal swords were unparalleled, the green treasure lotus flag enveloped the surroundings, and the wonderful 7 treasures tree wiped out everything. The figures of Daluo Jingxian were harvested by the saints. Not long after, the entire long river of time and space was cleared. Reversing time and space is really not easy. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning sighed, killing tens of thousands of projections of Daluo Jingxian in one go. Even with his cultivation level, he could not help but feel a little tired. That's how it should be. If reversing time and space is so simple, every Daluo Jingxian can come over and change it. Then, the primordial world will be in chaos in the future. The Grand Pure One nodded in satisfaction. Reversing time and space and turning karma into karma was not a good thing for the world. It should be eliminated. Today, if not for the fact that he had no choice, he would not be willing to enter the long river of time and space and tamper with the past. That was contrary to the duty of a saint. Let's go. Only this time. There won't be a next time. In the end, the Grand Pure One reminded everyone before continuing to walk forward. Senior brother, don't worry. There definitely won't be a next time. If the Ziwei Star Lord hadn't gone too far, why would we have to take the risk to enter the long river of time and space, and do something as disgraceful as tampering with the past? Taoist Zhuan Ti seemed to have thought of something and said hatefully, saints had the responsibility to maintain the order of the primordial world. Such tampering with the past was completely within their range of attack. It could be said that their actions today were at the risk of being punished by the heavenly Tao. Knowingly breaking the law was an additional crime. However, they had no choice but to tamper with the past. Feng Zichen's words could be said to have exposed their ugliest faces in front of all living beings. If they did not do anything, how could they have the face to stand in the primordial world? Therefore they had to grit their teeth and do it. Rumble. Following the saints' actions, the long river of time and space changed again. A vast and mighty force emerged from the distant past, and came crashing down on the 5 saints. In an instant, the expressions of the 5 saints completely changed. They were too familiar with this force. It can't be wrong. This is definitely the power of Mount Buzhou. But didn't it collapse? Why would it still appear in the long river of time and space? The saints were terrified to the extreme. The shadow that Mount Buzhou had left on them was too great. To be honest, those who could cultivate to the level of Daluo Jingxian in the primordial world had all suffered at the hands of Mount Buzhou. They had already cultivated to the level of Daluo Jingxian. It would be unreasonable not to go to the long river of time and space to take a look. Then they experienced the power of Mount Buzhou. Don't panic. This is just a mark left behind by Mount Buzhou in the past. Its power is far less terrifying than we imagined. Saint Taiching's cultivation was the highest. He quickly reacted and recognized the origin of Mount Buzhou in front of him. Phew. When everyone heard this, they gradually calmed down. That was true. Although Mount Buzhou had collapsed, the Mount Buzhou of the past still existed. Now that they were going against the long river of time and space, they would naturally encounter Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou doesn't have the present and the future, only the past. It's equivalent to breaking the realm of primordial chaos. How much strength can it retain? If we join forces, it will definitely not be able to stop us. Saint Jiayin composed himself and said, Mount Buzhou was indeed very powerful. Even saints could not compare to it. However, it was not a cultivator after all. It did not have the characteristics of immortality. If it was destroyed, it would be destroyed. The past and future would be affected. Yes, let's join forces. After getting rid of the fear in their hearts, the fighting spirit of the 5 of them suddenly rose. They wanted to join forces to break the pressure of Mount Buzhou. In fact, if the five saints joined forces, they could really sweep through the entire primordial world. With a decision in their hearts, everyone moved forward again. Boom, boom, boom. An inexplicable rhythm came from the distant past. A vast power descended, and the long river of time and space even showed signs of stagnation. A towering divine mountain came from the past, pressing down on the present. Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou that suppressed the ancient times and supported the world. Kill. Without any hesitation, the five saints directly used their strongest technique and attacked Mount Buzhou. At this moment, the long river of time and space completely stagnated. The world also lost its color. Terrifying fluctuations appeared in the past and future, alarming countless experts. After a while, the long river of time and space returned to normal. The five saints were still standing in their original positions, but Mount Buzhou was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, the saints had won this battle. Haha. The poor Wei won. After defeating Mount Buzhou, the five of them laughed out loud on the spot. They felt extremely carefree, and even their realms had improved slightly. They had broken the shadow that had shrouded their hearts for many years. Naturally, they would obtain a lot of benefits. This was called the sublimation of their mental state. Unfortunately, their happiness did not last long before it was shrouded by an even bigger shadow. After Mount Buzhou was destroyed, the long river of time and space completely returned to calm. There were no more waves. The past also appeared in front of the five saints one by one. Then, they saw a scene that scared them out of their wits. It was a figure that was enough to fill their hearts. It was so majestic that it was unimaginable. Without the obstruction of Mount Buzhou, it was possible to see an imposing figure standing at the origin of time, holding an axe in his hand. It was Pengu. Although he was dead now, he was still there in the past. When the five saints joined forces and wiped out everything in the long river of time and space, what greeted them was not the joy of tampering with time and space, but the fear of facing Pengu directly. Father, Father, Father. God. Even someone as powerful as the Grand Pure One was trembling at this moment. Under Pengu's axe, he really felt the fear of death. That was death, not sleep. It was true death. All traces of existence would completely disappear, as if they did not exist. He was afraid. He was really afraid. What primordial chaos Dao Yuo Jingxian, immortal and indestructible. It was all fake. It was all a lie. That was because they had not met Pengu. Pengu used facts to tell him that as long as he was strong enough, he could even kill primordial chaos. If the strongest Grand Pure One was like this, the others would be even worse. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven were so scared that their faces turned pale, and their bodies could not help but tremble. As for Zhuan-Ti, he had long collapsed to the ground. It was not that their mental states were inferior to the three Pure Ones, but the pressure they were under was greater than the three Pure Ones. Pengu, who was the source of time and space, could be said to be at his peak state. His strength was second only to the Great Tao. Just the pressure emitted from his body was enough to make primordial chaos tremble. As the three Pure Ones were formed by Pengu's primordial spirit, they came from the same source as Pengu. Their fear only came from their hearts. Pengu's pressure could not hurt them. However, Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti were different. Their relationship with Pengu was not as close as that of the three Pure Ones. Therefore, they were in a tragedy. If they faced Pengu directly, they would have to bear all his pressure. Therefore, that was why they were crushed to the ground. Leave quickly. They bowed respectfully to Pengu, regardless of whether he saw it or not. The three Pure Ones hurriedly left the river of time and space. As for Zhuan-Ti, under such circumstances, it was already good enough that he could take care of himself. How could he have the time to take care of others? Moreover, they were two people who did not have a good relationship with them. There was no need to care about them. Seeing that the three Pure Ones did not even look at them and left directly, Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti were so angry that they could not speak. They wanted to curse, but in front of Pengu, no matter how much courage they had, they did not dare to say anything indecent. Let's go. After secretly glancing at Pengu and seeing that he had no intention of pursuing the matter, Zhuan-Ti hurriedly left the river of time and space. In the future, They would probably not think of reversing time and space even if they were beaten to death. Who would have thought that Pangu would exist at the source of time and space? This was much more intimidating than Mount Buzhou. That was not right. They should have thought of it long ago. Pangu must exist at the source of time and space. The beginning of Panga's creation of the sky was the beginning of the primordial world, and the source of the river of time and space. If he was not there, where could he be? Thinking about it, it was the existence of Mount Buzhou that made everyone ignore this point. After all, with Mount Buzhou suppressing the river of time and space, who would have thought that there was an even more terrifying existence behind it? Perhaps, the existence of Mount Buzhou was not only suppressing the river of time and space, but also protecting them. One had to know that without Mount Buzhou, after they entered the river of time and space, they would have to face Pangu. If they angered Mount Buzhou, they would at most be suppressed for a period of time. If they angered Pangu, they might be directly given an axe. The sharpness of Pangu's axe. Just thinking about it made them despair. Chapter 528. In the entire primordial world, no one would be able to stop it. That was the true death of those who touched it. The source of spacetime, perhaps it was because the sky was being split open, or perhaps it was because he was dealing with the chaos fiend god, or perhaps the 5 saints were too weak in front of him. They were like ants and were not worthy of his attention. In short, Pangu acted as if he did not notice the 5 saints, and allowed them to leave the river of spacetime. In the outside world, the 5 saints hurriedly rushed out of the river of spacetime. They looked slightly disheveled, which surprised everyone who saw this scene. What exactly happened in the river of spacetime to make the saints so disheveled? After all, that was 5 saints working together. Their strength was enough to sweep through the primordial world. But even so, they still suffered a great loss in the river of spacetime. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the river of spacetime was. However, logically speaking, without the suppression of Mount Buzhou, even if the river of spacetime was dangerous, it should not be difficult for the saints. Could it be that there was an existence in the river of spacetime that was more dangerous than Mount Buzhou? For a moment, everyone was curious about the river of spacetime. If not for the fact that the time was not right, they would have gone in to investigate. However, the saints' next action completely destroyed their thoughts. The river of spacetime is the foundation of the primordial world. It cannot be lost. Therefore, Poor Wei and the others have decided to join forces to seal it to prevent anyone from shaking the foundation of the primordial world. Looking at everyone, the Grand Pure One said in a deep voice. He was saving people. If the river of spacetime was not sealed, with the personalities of these great divine abilities, they would definitely be unable to suppress their curiosity and secretly go to spy. It was fine if 1 or 2 went, but if too many people went, it would inevitably annoy Pangu. They were like a group of insects that swayed in front of you from time to time. It was inevitable that they would cause you to be upset. At that time, Pangu would chop down with his axe. Who knew what would happen and how much of an impact it would bring? Therefore, it was better to seal the river of spacetime and end it once and for all. Senior brother is right. The Grand Pure One's words were unreasonable, and no one would object. What's more, what he said was very reasonable, so no one would object. Even Niwa, who seemed to have nothing to do, walked forward and stood with the Grand Pure One and the others. They wanted to work together to seal the river of spacetime. Sealing the river of spacetime was to maintain the order of the primordial world. The saints were duty-bound to maintain the order of the primordial world. Attack! As soon as they finished speaking, the 6 sages moved in unison. They drew the power of the heavenly Tao from the depths of the world, forming a vast heavenly Tao seal that enveloped the river of time and space. This seal had already surpassed the capabilities of a saint, and was at the level of the heavenly way. In other words, if one wanted to break the heavenly Tao seal, one had to have the power above primordial chaos. In this way, the river of time and space would be completely stable, and no one would be able to barge in. Well, actually, it wasn't a big deal to barge in. Wasn't he just struck by Panga's axe? It shouldn't be much. To be honest, the sage had already sealed the river of time and space at all costs. If anyone still wanted to barge into the river of time and space, they would really be courting death. There was no need to stop him. Panga's axe would make him pay the price. After sealing the river of time and space, the 6 sages did not head to the Purple Cloud Palace. Instead, they stayed where they were. They still had a very important thing to do, and that was to eliminate the memories of the living beings of the primordial world about them. With Pangu around, the gentle method of tampering with the past would not work. Since that was the case, they would be more violent and directly erase everyone's memories of this matter. If the sages joined forces, they could completely do that. However, this way, it would seem a little unsightly. However, since things had come to this point, they had no choice but to do it. If they had known earlier, they would not have gone to the river of time and space. They would have directly used a thunderous method to erase the memories of all living beings in the world. They had really gone around in a big circle and came back again. The thoughts of the Grand Pure One and the others naturally could not be hidden from Nuwa. However, as a saint, she would definitely help. In fact, regardless of whether they were willing or not, after becoming saints, their relationship was closely linked. In the small direction, there was a lot of friction between them. However, in the general direction, they definitely had to be external. Even if they were unwilling, the heavenly Tao would force them to be willing. Just like now, if the saint lost the hearts of the people, how could he preach on behalf of the heavens? Therefore, from the standpoint of the heavenly Tao, Nuwa had to help no matter what. Let's do it. The 6 sages joined forces, and a supreme power spread out, enveloping the entire primordial world. In the next moment, all the living beings in the primordial world who had not become Daoyuo Jingxian silently lost a part of their memories. At the side, Feng Zichen watched all of this quietly. He wanted to go forward and cause trouble, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was meaningless. He might as well find a suitable opportunity in the future to show everything that had happened now to all living beings. Thinking about it at that time, the saint's expression would definitely be quite interesting. Fellow Taoists, everything here is over. Let's hurry to the Purple Cloud Palace and choose the next celestial emperor. After doing all this, the 6 sages rushed to the school of the Emperor Star without looking back, forcefully erasing the memories of all living beings in the world in front of everyone like this. Even with the saint's face, he could not bear it. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Everyone smiled and hurriedly followed. Even Feng Zichen followed. Although he could not become the celestial emperor, he could go and cause trouble. At the very least, he could make the saint feel uncomfortable. Just as everyone was heading to the Purple Cloud Palace, in the northern primordial world, where the Thunder Lake was, Feng Zichen's Gaochen incarnation finally came into being. Clang, 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 a thunder god shook the Hongmeng Daozhong crazily. Wisps of Hongmeng Qi fell, suppressing and refining the Thunder Demon God's true spirit. This Thunder Demon God had the same plan as the Star Demon God. He wanted to possess the Gaochen divine fetus and use it as a foundation to nibble away at the primordial world step by step. The Gaochen divine fetus was indeed not his match. If Feng Zichen had not sent the Hongmeng Daozhong over in time, the Thunder Demon God would have already succeeded. It was because of the Hongmeng Daozhong that the Gaochen divine fetus could barely resist the Thunder Demon God. Judging from this, the Gaochen divine fetus was no match for the Thunder Demon God at all. But things always changed unexpectedly. Sensing the invasion of the Chaos Demon God, the entire Thunder Lake became restless. A connate Dao fruit covered in lightning flew out from the depths of the Thunder Lake and merged with the Gaochen divine fetus. This was the supreme Dao fruit that had been nurtured since the Thunder Lake was born, the connate Thunder Lord Dao fruit. Anyone who consumed it would immediately cultivate to the complete realm of Daoyuo Jingxian and attain the connate Thunder Lord Dao fruit. With the help of the connate Thunder Lord, the Gaochen divine fetus that was still nurturing entered the mature stage. With Daoyuo Jingxian's complete strength, the Gaochen divine fetus was born. For a moment, the Thunder Lake trembled. Countless bolts of lightning appeared and turned into a purple eye that entered the Gaochen divine fetus's forehead. This was the supreme treasure nurtured by the Tao of Lightning, the Eye of Heavenly Tribulation. It was a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure that contained 45 Khanate divine seals. It even contained a trace of the heavenly Tao's origin. It was the symbol of heaven and earth's punishment authority. Wielding this treasure was equivalent to wielding a portion of heaven and earth's punishment authority. It was truly one of the best spiritual treasures in the primordial world. But even so, the Gaochen divine fetus should not be much stronger than the thunder demon god. But after the Gaochen divine fetus was born, the Thunder Lake's origin had something to entrust itself to. It surged into the Gaochen divine fetus's body and raised its strength to the limits of a quasi-saint. With this, the Gaochen divine fetus wielded the Hongming Daozhong and fought evenly with the thunder demon god. After that, things became a lot simpler. As peace returned to the world, Feng Zichen freed up his hands and directly used the Gaochen star to support the Gaochen incarnation, causing his power to skyrocket and suppress the Luai's demonic god in one fell swoop. This was how the previous scene happened. What kind of treasure is this? It can wield the power of the Hongming Daozhong. I can't accept this. Amidst the thunder demon god's unwilling screams, the Hongming Daozhong trembled and completely refined him, turning him into a part of its body. One could see that the thunder demon god's mark on the Hongming Daozhong's bell had completely materialized. It was as if it had come alive, vivid and lifelike. At the same time, the Hongming Daozhong's power increased by several notches. It even had the aura of a Khanate supreme treasure, but it still did not advance to a Khanate supreme treasure. The requirements to advance the Hongming Daozhong were very strict. If one could not find the Khanate 5 essences, even if its power could continue to increase and even surpass a Khanate supreme treasure, its level would not be able to advance. It could only be said that most precious items had their own special characteristics. Fortunately, Feng Zichen had already found a feasible way to obtain the Khanate 5 essences. Now that he was confined in the boundless starry sky, he could give it a try and see if he could advance the Hongming Daozhong to a Khanate supreme treasure. With the birth of the Gaochen, Feng Zichen had another great help. The plan that he had prepared earlier could also be carried out. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Feng Zichen's eyes flickered. Clearly he was planning something. It would not be long before the Celestial Emperor's candidate was decided. That was Tao ancestor Hongjuan's boy, Hao Tian. In this way, even if the saint did not say anything, he would definitely be dissatisfied. The Tao ancestor was old and shrewd. In order to take care of the saint's emotions, he took advantage of the situation and set up another 4 deities under the Celestial Emperor to help the Celestial Emperor control the primordial world. Yes, to put it bluntly, it was to weaken the Celestial Emperor's power. In this way, the saint would gain benefits, but it would not be good for Hao Tian to become the Celestial Emperor. To Hao Tian, although the Celestial Emperor's power had been weakened, it was precisely because of this that he was qualified to ascend to the limitless position. Otherwise, the complete position of the Celestial Emperor was a treasure that was even more noble than the position of the saint. How could he give it to others so easily? Not to mention Hao Tian, who was just a boy, even Di Jun was not qualified. Establishing the 4 deities not only satisfied the saint, but also weakened the Celestial Emperor's power. Apart from the Celestial Emperor, there were 4 more karmic positions of heaven and earth. It could be said to be killing several birds with one stone. Tao ancestor Hongjun could be said to be scheming. Feng Zichen's goal. It was the position of the 4 deities. He had no chance of becoming the Celestial Emperor, so he could only take a step back and take the position of the 4 deities first. This way, it would be in line with his initial plan to develop wretchedly. First, he would occupy the position of the 4 deities and secretly take over the Celestial Emperor. On the surface, he would help the Celestial Emperor dominate the primordial world to attract firepower, while he hid behind the scenes to develop wretchedly. When the time was ripe, he would do the matter of abolishing Hao Tian and becoming the Celestial Emperor. Yes, the plan was perfect. He was also well prepared. If nothing unexpected happened, his chances of success were very high. However, the situation in the primordial world changed too quickly, and his own strength increased very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he became one of the top experts in the primordial world. Powerful strength gave birth to even greater ambition. Feng Zichen directly put aside his plan to develop wretchedly. He planned to use his powerful strength to forcefully ascend to the position of the Celestial Emperor. However, reality was often more exciting than novels. Feng Zichen never expected that he would be kicked out of the list of candidates for the Celestial Emperor by the Heavenly Tao, because he was too powerful. He was too powerful. He was so powerful that even the Heavenly Tao was afraid of him. He was unwilling to let him, the Ziwei Star Master, who was most qualified to become the Celestial Emperor, become the Celestial Emperor. Therefore, the Heavenly Tao deliberately schemed against him, and destroyed his hope of becoming the Celestial Emperor. Fortunately, Feng Zichen's wretched development plan was still there. Since he could not force it, he would continue to carry out this plan, and try his best to occupy the position of the 4 royals. As for why it was the 4 royals and not the 6 royals, it was because the 6 royals were deliberately set up by the 3 pure ones to take revenge on Hao Tian after the God Investiture tribulation. There was no Celestial Emperor among the 4 royals. In terms of status, they were lower than the Celestial Emperor. They assisted the Celestial Emperor in commanding the primordial world, not sharing the world with the Celestial Emperor. However, the 6 royals were different. Among them, the Celestial Emperor was included. He represented the power of the Celestial Emperor and further weakened. He fell from half a level higher to an existence of the same level. East, west, south, top, bottom, 6 great emperors symbolized the 6 directions. As for the 6 directions, there was no distinction between high and low. From the establishment of the 6 royals, it could be seen that the 3 pure ones were indeed the direct disciples of Tao ancestor Hongjun. This method was simply inherited in the same vein. A good celestial emperor's position was divided into 6 parts by this pair of master and disciple. In the future, Hao Tian called himself the Jade Emperor, because he knew that he was no longer qualified to call himself the Celestial Emperor. He directly changed his title to avoid being laughed at. However, Feng Zichen was still very happy to see this. If he were the Celestial Emperor, of course he would not be happy. However, the problem was that he was not the Celestial Emperor. Different standpoints naturally led to different perspectives on the problem. The more the Celestial Emperor's power was reduced, the more benefits he would receive. He would definitely be happy to see this happen. If the Celestial Emperor's power was not reduced, where would the position of the 4 royals come from? Where would the position of the 6 royals come from? How would his plan be carried out? Therefore, the Celestial Emperor's power must be reduced, especially the more the better. Feng Zichen was now thinking about how to obtain the position of Emperor Tian Huang for the North Star. With the identity of Ziwei Star Master, the position of Emperor Tian Huang had to be given to him no matter what. Even if he died now, it would still be the same. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the position of Emperor Tian Huang. However, the position of Emperor Tian Huang was a bit troublesome. He needed to plan carefully. Chapter 529. If one wanted to become one of the 4 heavenly emperors, one had to be extremely noble, just like Feng Zichen. Or one had enough merit that the heavenly Tao had no choice but to let him be, just like Hutu. Or like the old man of the South Pole, he had a strong background with a saint supporting him. What about the North Star? In terms of status, he was not as noble as the North Star Lord. In terms of merit, he did not have as much as Hutu. In terms of background, he was also not as good as the old man of the South Pole. The only thing that could be compared to him was his background. The top Khanate Godfiend that was born in the Thunder Lake was the Khanate Lightning Lord. Such a background was not considered low. He was completely qualified to become the Heavenly Emperor. However, there were many qualified people in the primordial world. The North Star had no strength, no merit, and no background. How could he defeat his competitors and ascend to the limitless position of the Heavenly Emperor? One must know that even a saint would want to help his disciple obtain the position of one of the 4 deities, and use all his merit and virtue. Now Feng Zichen wanted to obtain the position of Heavenly Emperor for the North Star. That was equivalent to snatching food from the saint's mouth. That was not a simple matter. Fortunately, Feng Zichen already had a complete plan for how to make the North Star become the Heavenly Emperor. Especially the appearance of the Eye of Heavenly Tribulation, he was full of confidence. It did not matter if he did not have a background. He would just follow the heavens and do something with great merit. He would then ascend to the throne with supreme merit. Have you all come to a conclusion? In the Purple Cloud Palace, Tao ancestor Hongjun suddenly appeared and asked everyone. Yes, for a moment everyone fell silent. How could they have come to a conclusion? Apart from the Grand Pure One, every saint had their own plans. They all wanted the future Heavenly Emperor to come from their sect, so that they could gain the upper hand. Therefore, they crazily recommended their disciples, praising them as if they were the only ones in the world. No one would give in to the other. As such, after arguing for a long time, they still did not come to a conclusion. Master, I have a disciple under me, Guangqingzi. He has outstanding talent and profound cultivation. He has the bearing of a heavenly emperor. I would like to recommend him as the heavenly emperor. After a while, the heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginnings spoke first. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginnings' words could be said to be like a stone that stirred up 10,000 ripples. After he finished speaking, the other saints were afraid that Tao ancestor Hongjun would directly nod in agreement, so they also spoke one after another. Senior brother, junior brother thinks that this is inappropriate. Guangchengzi's poor way has also seen him. His talent is indeed excellent, but his strength is a little weak, and even Daoyuo Jingxian has not succeeded. If he were to become the celestial emperor, without the strength to suppress the heavens and earth, how would he be able to convince the masses? If the masses were to revolt and Master Guangqing was unable to suppress them, wouldn't he end up in a sorry state? At that time, how can the heavenly courts have the face to rule the primordial world? Taoist Kundi smiled and retorted. After all, the celestial sovereign was the nominal ruler of the untainted land. If a cultivator who was not even Daoyuo Jingxian ascended to the throne, the celestial sovereign would become a joke in the untainted land. Yes, even that heavenly emperor probably wouldn't live for long. Did he really think that no one would dare to kill a sage's disciple? Kundiyu. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning looked at Taoist Kundi with extreme hatred. If not for the fact that this was the Purple Cloud Palace, he would have long raised the Panga banner and attacked Taoist Kundi. One had to know that he did not have a disciple who had become Daoyuo Jingxian. In other words, Taoist Kundi's words had completely destroyed his disciple's hope of becoming the celestial emperor. Junior brother, don't be anxious. If Guangchengzi is really lucky to become the celestial emperor, the poor way will give him a 9 revolutions golden pill to help him become Daoyuo Jingxian. At that moment, the Grand Pure One spoke. To him, it did not matter who the celestial emperor was. As long as he was from the 3 pure ones, it was fine. Anyway, he only had one disciple. It was impossible for him to give the celestial emperor away. It was also at that moment that the Grand Pure One missed the Zichen clan of the human race. If he had agreed to acknowledge him as his master back then, the position of the celestial emperor would have been his. Was there anyone more qualified to become the celestial emperor than the great Taoist priests of the primordial world? I thank you on behalf of Guangchengzi, senior brother. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning heaved a sigh of relief and thanked the Grand Pure One sincerely. That gift was a little too big. The 9 revolutions golden pill, that could allow people to directly become Daoyuo Jingxian, was even more precious than supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasures. Even the Grand Pure One did not have many. Looking at the words of the two of them, it seemed that they had already determined that Guangchengzi was the next celestial emperor. Taoist Kundi was inexplicably unhappy and continued to obstruct them. Eldest senior brother. This is very inappropriate. That's the celestial emperor. The most honorable position of the primordial world can be obtained infinitely. If Guangchengzi needs to rely on external forces to become Daoyuo Jingxian, how can he be qualified to become the celestial emperor? The new celestial emperor might not be as capable as Dijun. At the very least, he can't be too different. In order to destroy the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings plan, Taoist Kundi directly used Dijun to talk about it. He felt that Guangchengzi was too inferior to Dijun and was not qualified to become the celestial emperor. Everyone nodded when they heard that. Taoist Kundi's words made sense. The celestial emperor. He should have some of Dijun's elegance. Otherwise, they would respect a brat as the celestial emperor and listen to his orders. If word got out, wouldn't they be laughed at? Even if it was only in name, everyone could not accept it. Therefore, they secretly made a decision in their hearts. No matter who the saint nominated as the celestial emperor, as long as it was a third-generation disciple of the celestial sect of wonders, and had not reached the realm of a great divine ability, they would all oppose it. If they wanted the celestial emperor to be above their heads, at the very least, they had to have the same strength and seniority as them. As for the younger generation, it was better for them to stay where they were. Everyone's expressions could not be hidden from the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings' eyes. In an instant he guessed everyone's thoughts. He could not help but snort coldly and did not speak anymore. At this point, he already understood that the battle for the celestial emperor this time had nothing to do with his Chan school. Thinking of this, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning was furious. He looked at Taoist Kundi with a murderous gaze. At the same time, he made a decision in his heart. After leaving the Purple Cloud Palace, he had to give Taoist Kundi retribution on the way. At this moment, Taoist Kundi was immersed in the joy of successfully destroying the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings plan. He did not notice that the heavenly lord of primordial beginning had already planned to ambush him halfway. Perhaps even if he knew, he would not care. Compared to destroying the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings plan, what was a beating? Master, regarding the celestial emperor, I have a suitable candidate here. Seeing that the heavenly lord of primordial beginning did not speak, the Grand Master of Heaven thought that the opportunity had come and hurriedly said, after all, they were biological brothers. Seeing that the heavenly lord of primordial beginning wanted to scheme for the position of the celestial emperor, the Grand Master of Heaven could not step forward to compete with him to prevent any conflicts between the brothers. But now, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning had been kicked out of the game. It was inevitable that the position of the celestial emperor would fall to someone else. It was just right for the Grand Master of Heaven to make a move. Who? Looking at the Grand Master of Heaven, Tao Ancestor Hongjun asked with a smile. Old people always favored the young. Tao Ancestor Hongjun was still a little biased towards the Grand Master of Heaven and Yuhua. For example, the Grand Master of Heaven had the most connate spirit treasures among the saints. Although the treasures on Yuhua were not as good as the 3 pure ones, she could go to the Purple Cloud Palace to visit the Tao Ancestor at any time. That was the difference. Master also knows this person. It's your grand disciple, the eldest direct disciple under my name, the first disciple of the 3rd generation of the celestial sect of wonders, the 9 heavens immortal venerable Xianqing. The Grand Master of Heaven said proudly. How could he not be proud? Xianqing was the first among the 3rd generation disciples of the celestial sect of wonders to cultivate the Daoyuo Jingxian, and he was at the perfected realm. Other than that, he had also achieved a series of brilliant achievements. He established the Qi Pill Dao, set the primordial currency, built the teleportation array disk, and then established the connate talisman Dao, becoming the ancestor of a Dao. Such a performance was extremely eye-catching even among the 2nd generation of the celestial sect of wonders, let alone the 3rd generation of the celestial sect of wonders. Few people could compare to him. If it were not for the fact that Feng Zichen had appeared in the human race and overshadowed Xianqing's limelight, the title of the #1 genius of the primordial world would have fallen on Xianqing's head. Xianqing's performance was so eye-catching that the Grand Master of Heaven, as his master, naturally gained a lot of face. For this, there were already people who said that it was hard to say who was the strongest among the 6 saints, but in terms of the ability to teach disciples, the saint of the Supreme Pure One was the leader. This made the Grand Master of Heaven overjoyed. After the Grand Master of Heaven said Xianqing's name, The eyes of the two saints lit up and they nodded secretly. Even Feng Zichen, who was in a daze, hurriedly came back to his senses and looked at Tao ancestor Hong Jun with anticipation. Why didn't he think of it? His original body could not become the celestial emperor, but his incarnation could. If the Grand Master of Heaven really succeeded, then Feng Zichen would make a huge profit. Xianqing? Not bad. Tao ancestor Hong Jun nodded and praised. Master, I also think that Xianqing has the bearing of a celestial emperor. Seeing that Tao ancestor Hong Jun's tone showed signs of loosening, the Grand Pure One and the Jade Pure One hurriedly said at the same time. They wanted to take this opportunity to settle this matter. However, when Zhuan Ti, who was at the side, saw this, he was a little anxious. To them, anyone could become the celestial emperor, but the disciples of the three pure ones could not. Perhaps before coming to the Purple Cloud Palace, Zhuan Ti still had some hope that his disciple could become the celestial emperor. However, after coming to the Purple Cloud Palace, they completely gave up on this idea. It was because the people of the East had gone too far and completely looked down on the West. When everyone was discussing, every time Zhuan Ti mentioned his disciple, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning would say, "The West is barren. What kind of talent can they produce?" He would be coldly rebutted. In this regard, whether it was the other saints or the great mediums present, none of them refuted. They all had expressions of agreement. Seeing this scene, how could Zhuan Ti not understand that this battle for the celestial emperor had nothing to do with them from the beginning? They had called them over just to be witnesses. They really did not mean to ask for their opinions. Therefore, in the following discussion, Zhuan Ti and the other began to look down and were indifferent to everything. This did not mean that they had given up. Instead, it meant that they had already made up their minds. No matter who the three pure ones proposed to be the celestial emperor, they would oppose it with all their might. In short, they could not let the three pure ones become the celestial emperor. Zhuan Ti's thoughts were probably that if he could not get something, he could not let the three pure ones get it. Master, I have something to say. The position of the celestial emperor is extraordinary. Those who can take on this great responsibility need to have a sufficiently noble status, sufficient strength and sufficient merit. Is Xianqing qualified? Taoist Zhuan Ti said hurriedly. It was enough to grasp the point of strength. The three pure ones did not have a sage to be. Fellow Taoist Zhuan Ti, don't worry too much. Since the Poor Wei recommended Xianqing, he must be qualified. The Poor Wei's disciple was formed from the innate clear qi. He is of the same origin as the heaven realm. Is this background enough? Tong Tian was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said to Taoist Zhuan Ti, being born from the innate clear qi is indeed not bad. What about his strength? Taoist Zhuan Ti thought for a while. Seeing that he could not bring himself to talk about this, he asked about Xianqing's strength. Strength. Although Xianqing is now in the realm of Daluo Jingxian, he has already reached perfection. He has bloomed 3 flowers, given birth to 5 qis, and understood the thoughts of good and evil. Tong Tian said with a smile. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Everyone knew that Xianqing's strength was strong, but they did not expect that his strength had reached this level. Understanding the thoughts of good and evil meant that Xianqing's cultivation had reached the realm of killing 2 corpses. As long as he found a suitable object to kill 2 corpses, it would not be long before he could kill 2 corpses and cultivate to the late stage of the sage-to-be. And the late stage of the sage-to-be could be called a great medium. Disciple nephew's strength has really improved. Taoist Zhuan Ti did not expect that Xianqing's strength had reached such a level. After a while, he came back to his senses and laughed dryly. The last time he saw Xianqing, he had just entered the realm of Daluo. Who would have thought that he would reach such a level in such a short time? It was normal that Taoist Zhuan Ti did not expect it. A trace of envy appeared in Taoist Zhuan Ti's heart. How could such a good disciple be met by Tong Tian, and not by the Western sect? Even the almighty beings present began to discuss spiritedly after hearing sect leader Tong Tian's words. They still knew about Xianqing. Other than his low seniority, He had also met the requirements to become a celestial emperor. Therefore, everyone was a little conflicted, not knowing whether to agree or not. Then merit. Taoist Kundi subconsciously wanted to ask about merit, but he swallowed his words before he could finish his sentence. What kind of joke was this? Would Qianqing lack merit? If he really asked, wouldn't he be ridiculed? Fellow Taoist, do you have any other questions? Tong Tian quickly asked when he saw that Taoist Xuanti was a little speechless. He was very confident that Qianqing could become a celestial emperor. Chapter 530. Taoist Kundi really had no other choice. He had searched for all the reasons he could find. He really couldn't find any other reason. Could it be that he really wanted Qianqing to become the celestial emperor? Although he was a little unwilling, Taoist Kundi had to admit that among the third-generation disciples of the celestial sect of wonders, there was no one more suitable than him. At this point, it seemed that everything was a foregone conclusion. But at this moment, Saint Jiayin, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Teacher, Qianqing still needs to be in charge of the netherworld. He really can't leave. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the three pure ones changed drastically. Yes, how could they forget this? Qianqing was the only force of the celestial sect of wonders in the netherworld. If he ran to be the celestial emperor, then the situation that the celestial sect of wonders had created in the netherworld with great difficulty would be all gone. Therefore, Qianqing could not leave the netherworld. Although the position of celestial emperor was important, it was obvious that the celestial sect of wonders' plan for the netherworld was more important. In this way, Qianqing could not become the celestial emperor. As for sending an incarnation to the netherworld after becoming the celestial emperor? Stop joking. The incarnation of the celestial emperor actually ran to the netherworld to be a duke. Wasn't that saying that the heaven realm was inferior to the netherworld? Whose face was this slapping? Sigh. This child, what a pity. At this moment, Tao ancestor Hong Jun sighed and said with slight regret. This was to set the tone for this matter. They could not mess up the celestial sect of wonders' plan for the netherworld. The Grand Master of Heaven's smug expression also began to become a little defeated. Just a little more. If it was for other reasons, the Grand Master of Heaven could still refute it, but there was nothing he could do about this matter. However, in his heart he secretly hated Saint Jiayin. He planned to ask him for advice on the immortal slaying sword formation after leaving the Purple Cloud Palace, so that he would know that there were some things that could not be said. Even the way Feng Zichen looked at Jiayin had changed. He was hesitating whether he should secretly kill a few of his disciples to teach him an unforgettable lesson. He could not defeat Xuanti, but Xuanti's disciples could not defeat him either. If he could not deal with Xuanti, he could deal with the Western sect. Ever since Xuanti attacked the human tribe, Feng Zichen felt that he had been enlightened. When dealing with shameless people, you either have to be stronger than them, or you have to be more shameless than them. Feng Zichen could not do it for the time being, but he could do it more shamelessly than them. Feng Zichen said that he could give it a try. After understanding this, Feng Zichen realized that he was wrong. He had set the wrong target. Taking revenge on Xuanti, it was not necessary to attack them. He could attack the Western sect and their disciples. The Western sect was where Xuanti's efforts were. Only by destroying that place would the two of them feel pain and despair. Compared to the destruction of the Western sect, the physical injuries caused by Xuanti were of no use other than embarrassing them. Saints would not die, nor would they be injured. Moreover, what was more satisfying revenge than destroying the enemy's efforts with one's own hands? These were taught to Feng Zichen by Xuanti. If they had not attacked the human tribe, Feng Zichen would not have understood this penguin. If others did not follow the rules, why should he follow the rules? Since Xuanti could attack the ordinary people of the human tribe, Feng Zichen could also attack the disciples of the Western sect. The weak followed the rules and the strong made the rules. What a pity! Even everyone secretly felt pity for Qianqing. How could a mere duke of the netherworld be compared to the celestial emperor? Xianqing had suffered a huge loss this time. But how could his personal interests be compared to the interests of the Xian sect as a whole? In the future, Xianqing will have his own benefits. After thinking about it, Dao ancestor Hongjun also felt that Xianqing had suffered a loss, so he promised. Dao ancestor is wise. Everyone hurriedly flattered. Dao ancestor, since there is no suitable candidate for the saint, what do you think of me? Do I have the qualifications to seek the position of celestial emperor? Suddenly, Feng Zichen stood up and recommended himself to Dao ancestor. Opportunities were fought for by oneself. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he had to give it a try. Only then would he not regret it. Otherwise, if he did not even try, how could he dare to say that he had worked hard? Besides, what if he succeeded? What if the heavenly Dao really wanted him to be the celestial emperor? Everything before was just his guess. What if he was thinking too much? Dao ancestor Hongjun did not say that he could not be the celestial emperor. Therefore, he still had to give it a try. If he succeeded, he would make a huge profit. Even if he failed, he would not lose anything. But if he missed this opportunity because of his cowardice, then it would be a huge loss for him. Moreover, in the world, even if Di Jun was reborn, he would not dare to say that he was more qualified than Feng Zichen to be the celestial emperor. Under such circumstances, even if Dao ancestor Hongjun rejected Feng Zichen's recommendation, he would have to give him a lot of benefits. Otherwise, he would not be able to convince the masses. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, everyone in the Purple Cloud Palace looked at Feng Zichen with an extremely complicated gaze. This scene was really too familiar. Countless years ago, there had been two people who had done the same thing in this place. They took the initiative to ask Dao ancestor Hongjun if they could become the celestial emperor and rule the primordial world. Those two people were Di Jun Tai. After that, the Dao ancestor nodded. The era that belonged to Di Jun Tai had arrived. It was as if history was repeating itself. A familiar scene appeared in front of everyone again. The difference was that the protagonist of the story had changed. It had changed to a younger and more powerful god. The sad thing was that they were still supporting characters. It was also this scene that reminded everyone. How could the celestial emperor be chosen? Chosen? Could he become a qualified celestial emperor? Everyone retracted their gazes from Feng Zichen and looked at Dao ancestor Hongjun. They were waiting for his answer. Was it the same as countless years ago? In terms of birth, the Ziwei Star Lord was born as the Lord of the Stars and ruled the boundless starry sky. He is also of the same origin as the heavenly Dao and has the noblest background. He is the most authentic Pangu. In terms of strength, his realm has even entered the half-step primordial chaos realm. Few people in the primordial world can defeat him. With the help of Zhouxing, he can even fight with a saint for a long time without falling into a disadvantage. He can be said to be the top great divine ability of the primordial world. In terms of merit, he has the merit of saving the world. If it weren't for the Ziwei Star Lord repairing the boundless starry sky, how could the apocalyptic calamity of the primordial world be resolved so easily? According to this, the Ziwei Star Lord's background, strength and merit can be said to be perfect. He is simply the best candidate for the celestial emperor. Even if Di Jun comes back to life, he might not be able to compete with him. While Dao ancestor Hongjun was silent, everything about the Ziwei Star Lord was slowly told by everyone. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that there was no need to fight. Wasn't the most suitable candidate for the celestial emperor always here? Ziwei. Speaking of which, you are the most suitable candidate for the celestial emperor. It can even be said that you are a natural celestial emperor. After a long silence, Dao ancestor Hongjun said to Feng Zichen. This was the truth. But Feng Zichen was not willing to listen. Because the meaning in his words was already very obvious. The Dao ancestor did not want him to be the celestial emperor. Otherwise, couldn't he just agree directly? Why did he have to talk so much nonsense? Didn't he see that after Dao ancestor Hongjun said this, the three pure ones and the others all heaved a long sigh of relief? If that's the case, why didn't Dao ancestor choose me? Feng Zichen was angry, so he did not prepare anything and asked directly. It's not that I don't want to, but I really can't. Dao ancestor Hongjun was not angry. He understood Feng Zichen's current mood very well. Why? At this point, Feng Zichen really wanted to know what reason Dao ancestor Hongjun could come up with. Because of Zhouxing. In the battle between the liches and demons, Zhouxing was too damaged. Even the heavenly Dao did not have enough strength to repair it. As for you, you can forcefully plunder enough strength from the chaos outside the realm to repair Zhouxing without consuming the origin of heaven and earth. You even have extra strength to repair the broken world. Do you know? How surprised was the heavenly Dao when he saw this scene. Therefore, from then on, he decided to leave you in the boundless starry sky. Because the heavenly Dao needs you to repair Zhouxing, so before Zhouxing is repaired, he does not want you to leave the boundless starry sky. In fact, when you fought with the saint, the heavenly Dao probably schemed against you to keep you in the boundless starry sky. Therefore, you can't leave the boundless starry sky. And being unable to leave the boundless starry sky means that you are not qualified to become the celestial emperor. Dao ancestor Hongjun's voice sounded in Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness, explaining all of this to him. Because the answer was too shocking and involved the heavenly Dao's plan, Dao ancestor Hongjun did not announce it. Instead, he used his spiritual will to tell Feng Zichen. What? Feng Zichen was really shocked. He had never thought that the reason why the heavenly Dao did not let him become the celestial emperor was because of this. It sounded ridiculous, right? But Feng Zichen believed it. This seemed to be something that the heavenly Dao would do. That was because the heavenly Dao did not have intelligence and only relied on instinct. The distinction between good and evil, right and wrong, were all imposed on the heavenly Dao by later generations. The heavenly Dao itself did not have these. What good and evil, what right and wrong, in front of the heavenly Dao, there were only things that were beneficial to the primordial world, and things that were harmful to the primordial world. As long as it was beneficial to the primordial world, regardless of whether it was good or evil, right or wrong, the heavenly Dao would support it. By the same logic, as long as it was harmful to the primordial world, even if it was just, the heavenly Dao would oppose it. In the simple thoughts of the heavenly Dao, Feng Zichen could repair Zhouxing, so he was beneficial to the world. Since that was the case, he naturally had to think of a way to keep him in the boundless starry sky. For this, sacrificing some of Feng Zichen's interests was nothing. The heavenly Dao was the most selfless and selfish. For the interests of the world he could give up everything. Sacrificing Feng Zichen was nothing. The heavenly Dao is fair. Since you want me to repair the boundless starry sky, you will definitely give me some benefits, right? After thinking about it, Feng Zichen already understood that unless he could repair Zhouxing immediately, otherwise, he would not be able to leave the boundless starry sky before Zhouxing was repaired. Therefore, he had no chance of becoming the celestial emperor. Since that was the case, he had to ask for some benefits to make up for his losses. Benefits? The best place in the primordial world and the entire boundless starry sky have been given to you. What other benefits do you want? Dao ancestor Hongjun said unhappily. That was the boundless starry sky, one of the most important places in the primordial world. It could be said that if one controlled this place, they would have the capital to dominate the primordial world. Dijun relied on this place to make a fortune to fight against the wizard race. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Lord of the boundless starry sky was half a celestial emperor. The Lord of Ziwei Star could have such a noble status because he was the Lord of the boundless starry sky. How about the position of the Deputy Lord of the heavens and earth? It's second only to the celestial emperor, and also represents the next celestial emperor. Dao ancestor Hongjun scolded with a smile, showing the sincerity of the heavenly Dao. That's it. Feng Zichen was very disdainful of this. How could these things be compared with the position of the celestial emperor? Forget it. The poor Wei will give you a copy of her cultivation experience over the years. After that, I will give you a fragment of the creation jade disc. What do you think? From Feng Zichen's expression, one could see his dissatisfaction. Dao ancestor Hongjun was a little helpless about this and could only say again. Cultivation experience? Creation jade disc fragment. Tao ancestor, you're really generous. I'll be polite then. Hearing this, Feng Zichen's eyes lit up and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether it was the cultivation experience of the Tao ancestor or the fragment of the creation jade disc, they were all first-class treasures. The former could let Feng Zichen see the path ahead, and the latter was even more impressive. It was a fragment of the heavenly Tao treasure that contained all the principles of the primordial world. It could allow one to get closer to the Tao. Tao ancestor Hongjun was able to integrate the Tao because of this item. From this, one could see how extraordinary the creation jade disc was. Take it. With a wave of his hand, Tao ancestor Hongjun gave his cultivation experience and the creation jade disc to Feng Zichen. The cultivation experience of the Tao ancestor was recorded in a jade book. The jade book was pure white and flawless, filled with Khanate Tao runes. It was at least a superior grade Khanate spirit treasure. At a glance, one could tell that it was produced by the Tao ancestor. The fragment of the good fortune jade disc was a small piece of purple jade. It was covered with complicated patterns, which made people feel dizzy just by looking at it. Feng Zichen did not dare to look at it anymore. He put away the two treasures and left. He knew the principle of going too far was as bad as falling short. The Tao ancestor had even given out the fragment of the creation jade disc. It was obvious that he had reached his limit. If he wanted more, he would not be able to get anything good. Instead, he would offend people. It was better to take a step back. With this favor, he could not refuse Tao ancestor Hongjun if he needed help in the future. Overall, this deal was still a loss, but it was not too much. Returning to his seat, Feng Zichen thought silently. As for what had happened just now, he did not know what method Tao ancestor Hongjun had used. In short, no one saw anything. They only knew that the Tao ancestor had rejected Feng Zichen. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.